frozen.
What's up, guys? This is Dutch Boyd with another Twitch.tv grind session. Friday night, April 10th, right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. What happened to Stars?
Well, the 5 hours ago, it looks like they froze all of these tournaments because the tournaments have been manually paused. PokerStars is currently experiencing technical problems. We are working to resolve this. This was 5 hours ago.
This was today, huh?
Yeah.
They just froze all the tournaments and just stopped them.
Yeah. Somebody says it's site-wide, they think.
Okay, here we go.
And were paused over an hour ago of that post, and that was 5 hours ago. And then rumors are saying that hackers are attacking PokerStars, thus causing a huge lag.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me. I always kind of wondered. I could totally see like a denial of service attack being launched by a big hacking group. If you think about like the targets for something like that, where you'd basically be just extorting some company. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and click that rebuy button, I guess. You know what? We're gonna make that fold actually, because I think that if we win that pot, then we're not eligible for the rebuy anymore. It's kind of a mistake. Okay, guys. So, starting off, $10 rebuy and add-on. We're not folding queens pre-flop in this one. The more I thought about it, the more I thought, you know what? Things started going downhill when we decided not to just take the $20 gamble. So we're not folding. We're not folding queens pre-flop. Just shot out a little Twitter. So if you guys feel like maybe retweeting, that'd be awesome. Let's see, we've got Martin Ludi, Robert Weichman, and Dottie Bean giving us the retweet. Thank you, Dottie. And you know what? I'm gonna try to find. I saw something kind of cool today that you guys might enjoy. I saw a commercial, a car commercial with Phil Ivey in it. A Mercedes commercial, Michelle. It was pretty cool.
It really?
Just came out today. Yeah, I can find that. I can find it. Nine hours ago, it was on Poker News. Phil Ivey appears in a car commercial for the 2015 Chrysler.
Oh, it's a Chrysler.
Yeah, it was a nice commercial. It was a pretty good commercial. I was like, wow, that's kind of inspiring. Let me give it a little ad here. We'll show it here in a second. Get a couple more people in the stream. What's up, Connor, dude? Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us tonight. Pocket twos, we will play that. We're gonna go ahead and make it our standard pre-flop raise amount, the 3x. Later on, I think later on in the tournament, I'm not so sure that pocket twos is. There's gonna be some spots where we just fold, depending on our stack sizes. But early on, all we're trying to do is flop a really good hand against a really good second best hand. So, putting in. What, 132? Putting in about 3% of our stack in order to try to take the whole stack of Cakewalk or D-Hall makes sense. There are some pretty nasty reverse implied odds, I gotta admit, when you do flop a set of twos and a guy's willing to put, what would it even be? 400 big blinds? Thanks, Salah's Live. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. And Dodgy, It's pretty crazy. PokerStars was paused and all cash and tournaments. Cash and tournaments.
They're not paused anymore. This was.
Well, whatever caused that, I wonder what it was, and I wonder if it's going to keep on causing it. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, the old 9-6 off. You know what? I'm also going to go ahead and include my I'm going to go ahead and include the last hand. If we want to start bringing those last hands up.
Can you put your delay in your stream?
Yep.
Title?
In the title? Yes, I can. 3-minute delay, guys. What's up, Johnny Hoo-Ha? And you know what else I'll do for you guys? I'll go ahead and hit that info button. I'm going to try to put a couple of other things together here. Let me see if I can.
Chrysler commercial, not a Mercedes commercial.
It's a Chrysler commercial?
Did you say
Chrysler. I thought it was a Mercedes commercial.
You say it was Chrysler.
It's a Chrysler commercial.
Mercedes.
A Chrysler commercial, huh? You're right, Dodgy. It's a Chrysler commercial. Player's going crazy. What did he just go crazy with? I looked away for 1 second, and our buddy is there it is. Look at those. We were just talking about reverse implied odds when you got the pocket twos, and that's it. You know, we got monster implied odds with 400 big blinds in front of everybody at this point. The problem is if someone's going to put 400 big blinds, maybe a set of twos is no good. Good learning experience. I'll tell you what, guys. I've told this story before, but there was one time when I went out to Foxwoods in Connecticut, and it was a long flight, guys. A long flight. What's up, 9-Iron? Good to see you in the chat. Long, like 8-hour flight with a layover in Atlanta. Kept on seeing poker players on the way. You know, it's weird. We all live here in Vegas together, but you see them more often in like, you know, at the McCarran Airport in the Atlanta terminal, waiting for a connection flight to these tour stops. So I see a couple of poker players that I know, like Anna Wroblewski, Jeff Madsen in the Atlanta terminal. Finally get to Connecticut. We share a car to Foxwoods, which is another hour. And when I get there, I mean, it's the biggest casino, and I hadn't booked my my room yet. Can't find a room. Just scrambling around looking for a room. It was a huge nightmare. About 12 hours, you know, from the time I leave Vegas, I finally get all settled into a buddy's room with a rollaway, getting ready for the main event tomorrow, the 10K. Go downstairs, buy in, sit down. My very second hand, 3 minutes into the tournament, we'll give this a call. I look down, I see pocket twos. And some guy had raised, he had 2 calls. I called as well to set mine. And the flop came ace 7-2 rainbow. And the first guy who had raised, he fires out a pot-sized bet, and another guy folds. I decide to re-raise big. I'm like, I bet he has ace-king. No, he had aces, so when I re-raised big, he just shoved. And I'm looking at like just a huge overshove, but I'm also looking at a set of twos. I don't fold the set of twos, so 3 minutes into the tournament, I get knocked out. I take a deep breath and I call the airport to make sure I can get back to Vegas. Take another 8 hours to get, takes another 8 hours to get home. That was my lesson that I learned the hard way about reverse implied odds. Sometimes when you make those sets with the small pocket pairs, the only way you're going to get the guy to stack off against you is if the set is no good. Dodgy 007 going pretty strong all day, huh? You must have been. I saw that you were still streaming when we started. You must have been streaming all day. Hope that you did well. Iron Fist, good to see you, man. So, game plan. Game plan early on in an MTT. Keep the VPIP low. Don't play a lot of hands unless you can make a very, very strong best hand against a very, very strong second best hand. 5-7 suited, I mean, that's not bad, but also you got to kind of have that reverse implied odds thought in your head. So we'll go and give it a fold. Let's look around. We don't really see a lot of players that we recognize. We've played with SA Cakewalk a couple of times. Cakewalk. My mom actually decorated cakes for a living all growing up. And so the cakewalk. What exactly is a cakewalk? We've been that's one of those things that she used to do. Anytime like the high school would have a festival. What was it? It was kind of like musical chairs, I think. And you'd walk around, they'd have all these cakes around in a circle, and you'd walk around, and then the music would stop, and someone would get a cake. That's what a cakewalk was.
I believe it was racist, originally.
Cakewalk?
Yeah.
I don't think so. What's up, Poker Rat? 8989, nothing racist about cakes, Michelle. There's nothing racist about a cake. let me take a look. Were cakewalks racist? Was there racism involved in cakewalks? What is a cakewalk?
Well, they had people dancing, and whoever won the dance would get cake, I believe.
You're right. I'm looking at it now.
Like, yeah.
Looks like
well, it's not necessarily. I mean, everybody dance. It's just dancing.
it looks like it used to be a strutting dance contest. Let me see. Yeah, so what it is now is numbered squares are laid out on a path. Tickets are sold to participants with the number of squares in the path equal to the maximum number of tickets sold. The participants walk around the path in time to music, which plays for a duration and then stops. And then a number's called out, and the person standing on the square with that number wins a cake.
Anyway.
That's what it is. But what it used to be was a strutting dance popular at the end of the 19th century, developed from a Black American contest in graceful walking that had a cake as a prize. Graceful walking. Let's all get together and see who can walk the most graceful. And whoever that person is wins a cake as a prize.
Bet Race Fold. Is that the movie you were in? Or is
It was
that
a pre-Civil War dance originally performed by slaves on plantation grounds. The uniquely American dance was first known as the prize walk, and the prize was an elaborately decorated cake. Wow. They've got a whole story about it on NPR. I guess Michelle's right.
I actually listened to NPR.
Connor, dude, yeah, I saw that. Bet Raise Fold. That was that one with Jay Rosenkratz, right? The guy who put together the micros. Pretty good movie. Pretty sad, too. Very sad movie.
Now I remember. Because Black Friday happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, don't give it up. No spoilers.
No spoilers. But yeah, it's good. I can't remember a lot of the characters. I remember that's the first time I'd ever heard of D. Moon Girl. Danielle Anderson. She's from Minnesota. Sorry to hear it, 9 Iron 12. And yeah, Fuma. It's sad. You know what? I had another buddy die last night. What's up, CJs? What's up, Habits? Yeah, Fuma. It's been kind of a rough week. I had another friend of mine die last night named Clark. He was out in Florida. He was younger than I was. Younger than I am. And younger than I was, I guess. But, he died in his sleep last night. Really, really pretty tragic. kind of put me in an off mood, honestly. But what's up, Nate Dowland? Good to see you, bud. We're going to go ahead and just fold that. Ace-3 offsuit. Can't really make a lot of really strong first best hands against really strong second best hands. So we'll get out of there. What's up, Almanac? Almanac, good to see you. And Double Gutter, good to see you too, man. Thanks for joining us tonight, guys. We're gonna try to make a better run than we did yesterday. Yesterday just felt like an off day the whole day. I think it all started when I folded those pocket queens pre-flop, and I was like, you know what? This guy's shoving 150 big blinds in pre-flop against our 2.5x raise. We can get away with, from these queens. Ever since then, I've been thinking, you know what? Maybe it's better to regret something that you have done than something that you haven't done. Maybe it's better to regret that $20 bad call than a $1,000 bad fold. So no more folding pocket queens pre-flop in this sucker, guys. It doesn't matter. Maybe after the rebuy period, I might change my mind. We'll see. The X-Bone. I want an Xbox One grinding ground. What's up, Joey Boom? What's up, Willie? Good to see some buddies in the Twitch chat room. Thanks for joining us, you guys. What are you guys up to? You gonna be playing on the strip tonight, Willie? And what are you up to, Joey? What are you up to, Joey? Are you passing through Vegas yet? Last I heard of you, you were in LA having taking lunches with movie producers. That's what it means now, 9 Iron 12. A cakewalk now is something that's just considered easy. Like a $10 rebuy and add-on, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Yesterday it didn't seem so easy. Sometimes things just fall into place. Hey Willie, if you have a chance, tell us what you're doing with that event that you were talking about on Facebook. I saw you mention it, and I wanted to see like what the deal was with it, what the date is. Maybe it's something that we can work out where I can come to. Look at all these open limpers. Venetian 5-5 started it. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong with calling there, but I just don't really see us making a very, very strong hand against a very, very strong second best hand, so not today. Donkey Pro didn't do too well. It all started going downhill when we folded those pocket queens pre-flop, so we were 0 for 2. We did get it in good the first bust out, kind of. I mean, he was a slight favorite, but we were getting huge odds after he check raised us all in. We had top pair against his flush draw and overcards, so it wasn't good. But the second time, we ended up getting a 3-outed on the turn with an ace-7 versus an ace-4. That is how our day went yesterday. And looking back on it, I think you're right, Donkey Pro. I think that we should have just sucked it up and made the call with the pocket queens yesterday. It kept me up all night last night. I didn't get a wink of sleep because all I was thinking was, I think Donkey Pro was right. I think that guy had ace-king offsuit. Or maybe even jacks. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make this call. This is one of those spots where we can make a pretty decent first best hand against a pretty decent second best hand. We're going to be taking it in position against Donkey Tax, is making it 4x. Generally, when people are making it 4x, 4 times a big blind, you see he made it 120 into the 30. Generally, that indicates kind of a stronger hand. And we're pretty much done with it. When it comes King 9-3, we're making the call, hoping that Donkey Tax has a hand like pocket aces, pocket kings. This is pretty tempting. I mean, we do have like an 8% shot at hitting that 4, but we don't really have 4 outs, right? We only have 2 clean outs. So we'll go ahead and get rid of it. And now we're glad we did. What's up, Unspotted99? Good to see you, man. Thank you for joining us in the chat. And Snowmad2013, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Twitch channel. Thanks for joining us, man. Hope that you enjoy your stay. Just trying to what's up, Taser Laser? We're just trying to learn a little bit about poker, learn a little bit about ourselves. We are very early on in a $10, $2,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em deep stack rebuy and add-on. And the game plan when you're early on in a tournament is pretty similar to what your game plan should be in a cash game. You know, the effective stacks are so deep at this point. So you're really just trying to play, your VPIP should be pretty small, 10% maybe. You know, you're trying not to play a lot of hands, and really you're focusing on those hands that can make very, very strong nutty type hands against very, very strong second best hands. So any suited ace, pretty much any pocket pair. We'll play some suited connectors. We'll play some. We might play king queen. You were right, Donkey Pro. I did regret them queens. You were right. Oh. Jack Sparrow on drugs, huh, Snowmad? So, Connor and Dodgy, what with the bankroll grind crew? How high are you trying to grind it up, Dodgy? Saw that you have some goals. I saw that you're putting together a dinner over at the Vic. That's pretty cool. Kind of made me wish that I was out there in England. I would join you guys for that. Okay, April 26th at noon. Take a look at my calendar, Willie. See what day that falls on.
I have a calendar right there on the side.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so that's Sunday. It's gonna be kind of rough to do it, man. I'll tell you what, though, Willie. I could probably at least come in and say hi before the stream. Sunday at noon, though. I mean, it's like that's gonna be a big Twitch day. Ugh. But I'd be more than happy to promote it as much as I can for you. If you do some tweets about it, let me know. I'll retweet and try to get as many people as I can to come and support your I Love Vegas poker tournament. Looks like a good structure, man. Looks like a really good structure. But I'm planning on not really taking any days off until in between now and the World Series, trying to build up this Twitch stream. I'm really only planning on taking Tuesdays off, and Sunday's like the big day. Sunday's, you know, the weekend everyone has off, and they come and they watch Carver, they watch Staples, and hopefully I'll be right up there with them. This is a pretty good hand, guys. This is one of those hands that we will be going forward with. Okay. Snaggle Gina makes a limp. We will raise. We're pretty much raising any big blind against a small blind limper like that. And we are not going to give up the post-flop or the pre-flop aggression. We'll go ahead and c-bet. If we get check raised, it's tempting to peel a card off because we probably have like 12% here at least. Yeah, let's peel a card off. We might actually even be ahead. And now we're probably ahead. We'll go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet. Wow, another check raise. Okay, Snaggle Gina, you're going to have to actually show us something. That's a new one on me, guys. Double check raise, then folds on the river. Maybe she had queen 5. No idea what she had. No idea what she had. I'm actually going to write a little player note on there because that's a very, very weird line. Check raised twice, then folded on the river. And a small blind versus big blind confrontation at the 2040 level. Like mode, it was a little bit of a fruit smoothie, starting the day right with a little bit of juice. So we are on break, and guys, let's take a look at that. While we're on break, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that car commercial. So this is the Phil Ivey car commercial that came out today. Just saw this on Poker News, and I thought it was pretty cool. You guys ready? Let me see what we got here. Okay, take a listen.
There is no royal blood in this country. Nothing is reserved for anyone. It's all just out there, waiting for someone to reach out and take it. And the ones who do these are the kings and queens of America.
I don't know who the other people are.
King and queen
Those are the kings and queens of America.
I wish I knew who the royalty were. Anyway.
I thought it was great. I thought it was inspiring and wonderful. I don't know. What's up, Garbage all the time? Good to see you, man. Narenye, hey ho, good to see you too. Good to see you too. Mike MCP, don't you enjoy the pre-flop leveling wars that can ensue during the early stages of multi-table tournaments? Oh yeah, I gotta stop touching my hair. I love touching my head. We're gonna stop doing that. Okay, guys, we are going to be right back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get. Yeah, I am on break. I'm gonna get a little stretching in. We'll be right back. Okay, let's take a look at chat. Yeah, Iron Fist, you're supposed to. There's a really good book about taxes for gambling. I don't know a lot of pros who don't have it, like, problems with it. Garbage all the time. Good to see you. Ooh. Too many push-ups, guys. So, Connor, dude, billion or bust, huh? Just, good to have, good to have an exit strategy. Over under 3 years before they bring back Full Tilt and Poker Stars. Well, I think that Poker Stars will probably be in New Jersey before 3 years. Here in Vegas, I'd probably take the over. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make this fold. Just let me drive. I'm glad to hear that you're making that you're having some success in those MTTs. I'll definitely take any credit you feel like giving. Yeah, it's no open limps, no awkward lines, making those C bets. That's about what it is. That's about how you do it. And we got Best Star. How you doing, man? If you're in chat, hello. Whew. Too late with the car commercial. I wonder who it was. Anyone else recognize anyone else in the ad? I didn't know. What's up, Bad Happy Gamer? What's up, GOC? Let's see what you say, GOC. Cashed in one multi-table tournament. Nice job. Made the final table in another one. Very nice job. This one only paid 4 places. Well, nice job anyway. What's up, Jake Karma? Good to see you in chat, man. Ivy should be king of the world. Good to see you, Mathematics. Good to see you, C-Pal and ZASD Fun Real. Okay, so Pocket Kings, that's definitely one of those hands that can make a really, really strong, really, really strong second best hand. So we will play it. Obviously, it's second best in poker. So we would be making it 3x, 120. We'll add the open limp, which is 40, for 160. We really want as many people in here as possible. This is good. You know, people always complain, oh, I got pocket aces and everyone's in. That's horrible. Nope. No, it's not. It's actually really good. Except then a flop like this happens, 9 jack queen of hearts, and you're kind of looking at your overpair thinking, ugh. So we'll see. We're done with it. Absolutely done with it. We just have no outs here. That's pretty funny, 9 iron 12. No, I didn't get that irony. For some reason I thought, yeah, I didn't know. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 9 iron. I think Chrysler is an American company. I thought it was. I thought it was one of the big 3. I guess Italy-based Fiat was buying up the remainder of Chrysler. So are we saying that no? Chrysler's not an American, and it's not one of the American 3 anymore? Still called one of the American 3 right here on their wiki. It's a lie, huh?
I don't know. Who cares? I just don't know who the other people are.
Yep, I see you over there, Bastar. Hopefully we, let's make it all the way through. Let's make it all the way through. I had a Chrysler Sebring. It was probably one of my favorite cars. Thanks, like mode. I try to be here for you. You know, anything. You know, I actually really try to be as approachable and as easily, as accessible as possible. I mean, I've got my email and right on my website. Try to get back to everybody. What's up, Hip Ain't Cheap? It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. CJ's, nice to see you in chat too. Yeah, 912 looks like you're right. Those damn Italians. They took our jobs.
Claimed our pizza.
Claimed our pizza. Pizza's an American invention, right? Pretty sure.
Yes.
Pretty sure. It is, right?
Yeah.
Is pizza an American invention? Okay, I gotta focus on poker. I'm getting ahead of myself. We don't get pizza until the win. Jap Bojum, I've been reading Poker Tilt and I love it, he says. So cool. I've watched some old footage of those days. Do you remember the big breasted blonde that said hello to TJ Cloutier in the Razvan in 04? Hilarious. How could I forget? What was her name? Yeah, she like ran up to him and then just like flashed him, actually. She actually like pulled out her tits. But they edited that out in the ESPN. They edited that out. And he was really like, what are you doing? He didn't know her. He was really kind of pissed off at it. I mean, his wife was right there in the audience. It was kind of classless. But, Gladiator Roman. Jay Carver raised Queen 10 suited under the gun with 6 people, and he had 25 big blinds. Well, Gladiator, all I would say to that, I'm going to play Queen 10 offsuit in honor of our friend Jay Carver. I would say to that Gladiator, he is the player he is because he makes the decisions he makes when he makes them. Certainly, if he had all the time in the world to review a certain hand and think about it, maybe he would make something else. But for whatever reason, it felt right at the time, and it's hard to argue with the success that Jay Carver's had. So even though he makes some of those weird plays, sometimes they work. It would have worked right then, guys. I would have just taken down a pretty nice little pot if I decided to put it all in with that 4-outer. I liked Birdman okay. It's kind of interesting, guys. It wasn't until about 25-30 minutes into it that I realized what they were doing on the whole editing cinematography. It was kind of new, kind of different. It would have been my pick for Best Picture. Certainly would not have been that. Okay, Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian, San Antonio Spurs assistant coach Becky Hammond. Thank you for digging that up, J. Peglo. D. Peglo. DP Glow? DP Glow? DPE Glow? DP Glow. Not sure. King of Denmark, but there's only one king here because it's Jay Carver. And check raise. Dutch, how's the rest of the young guns doing? Shoot. I don't know if I can call myself a young gun anymore. I feel like I've taken a few bullets from those guys. Alex Voneth, how are you doing? Alex, welcome to the twitch.tv stream. Between Theory of Everything, JD, and Birdman, I don't know. I liked Theory of Everything quite a bit, but Birdman was good. I mean, Birdman was good. I just didn't think that it was like Best Picture good. We're gonna go ahead and make this call. Ace 10 suited. We don't really need to pump up the pot anymore before seeing a flop, and we're really looking for something like that. That's just a beautiful flop for us. So we'll go ahead and check. Give Rod Owens a chance to c-bet. And we'll go ahead and re-raise to 486. We'll make it 3x. 3 times his bet. Give him about what would it be? 3-1 to make the call. Gregor25 says, well, no, it's just owned by Italians. It's still an American company. Chrysler is still an American company, just owned by Italians. I don't know. I don't know that it really matters. It's a cool commercial. When I saw the commercial, I thought it was kind of inspiring. I was like, yeah.
What, the Chrysler one?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty lame.
You thought it was lame?
Well, I only could watch it once. I can't watch it over and over again.
Eximo thought it was lame. I thought it was inspiring. I was looking at it thinking, I gotta go
talking
grab a
about this commercial for
Chrysler.
real?
I gotta go grab that Chrysler.
Anyway.
Yeah. Gladiator Roman says, Queen 10 suited under the gun is a fold if you're playing 6 people and have 25 big blinds. Yeah, Gladiator, I think I'm probably inclined to fold it, but at the same time, I mean, an under the gun raise that's the new button raise. You know, you do have fold equity. When you raise under the gun, it looks stronger than when you raise on the button. Everyone who calls you has to worry about someone behind them putting a squeeze out. So I don't hate it. You know, I've definitely raised with worse under the gun. But I would say that if let's say that there was a perfect way to play multi-table no limit hold'em tournaments, if there was like a computer program who had it all figured out, kind of like a deep blue version of poker, you know, like for poker, deep blue for poker, and he's looking at Queen 10 suited with 25 big blinds under the gun. Does he raise there? Probably not, but it's probably not like 100% that he folds. He probably has some percentage of time where he does raise, and that percentage probably is lower than the percentage that Jay Carver would raise with it or that I would raise with it. So I'll give you that for sure. No one's ever going to look at a Queen 10 suited fold under the gun in the circumstances you're talking about and say, oh, what a horrible fold. You know, Donkey Pro is not going to say, come on, you never fold Queen 10 suited there. But, you know, I think that a raise sometimes, if he thinks that he's got fold equity, if he thinks he's going to be able to get it against one person with the pre-flop aggression, take it down with a C-bet, I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. I mean, you're not trying to wait. Well, you're not trying to wait for, you know, you're not trying to just wait for cards. You're trying to wait for spots, and he saw a spot. Most of the time in No Limit Hold'em, especially that deep in a tournament, you never have to really turn over your hand. You never have to turn over your cards. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at the. We'll take a look at the Twitterverse. Jack 2 offsuit. It's a fold. Oh man, that's a pretty bad beat, Jackosaurus. That's a bad day. Rumpelsink lets us know pizza actually originated in Greece. Pretty sure that is not true, check raise, but I haven't talked to Scott Fishman for about 2 years, so I could be. I don't think so, though. I very much doubt it.
Remember Scott?
According to check raise, the rumor is he had to sell his kidney to pay poker debts. Oh, Michelle thinks that's Michelle thinks that's very funny. Okay, the Pocket Jacks versus the Jack 10, Fortune Life. Getting it in there with her top pair weak kicker. Getting in 80 something. What would that be? $80 big blinds with Jack 10 suited. I can't really blame her. Thanks, JD. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. I thought that you guys were doing your Pikes Poker group tonight, Justin. Um, yeah, not a good year for Ivy, huh? Flipper Fair. Not a good year for Ivy. Besides the what was it, Crockett Casino, actually winning a judgment for all the money he got in that Baccarat game. Now it's looking like Borgata is going to be able to get it back from his time in Atlantic City. And then if you actually look at the high stakes poker database, you look at the biggest losers of the year, and who's up there? Phil Ivey, number one biggest online loser of the year. Not a good year for Ivy, but you know what? Being Phil Ivey broke is much, much different than being, pretty much anybody broke. He's going to be just fine, I am sure. It's funny, 912. I actually agree. I met over at Caesar's Palace. Actually, I was walking through one night, and there was this crazy 50-100 game going. I sat down, and a few minutes later, I guess about an hour later, these two guys from LA sit down, and they happen to be music or movie producers out of LA, Adam McKay and Chris Hitchen, sitting there in the in the Caesar's poker room. It was so cool. And let's see, these are the producers behind pretty much everything Will Ferrell's done, right? So Guy Sanchez Productions, they are Guy Sanchez Productions. They sit down at the poker table, and we strike up a conversation. I find out that they're in the movie business, and Adam McKay asks what my favorite movie was of the last year, and that's what I tell him. I'm like, you know what? I know it sounds kind of silly, but I think the best movie of the last year was Guardians of the Galaxy. I was so surprised at how much I enjoyed it. I just thought it was great. Everything was good about that movie. So I think, just once I would like to see like a summer blockbuster popcorn flick actually win Best Picture, because I feel like 200 years from now, if people are going back in the history of film and cinema and saying, well, what was worth us watching now? I think I would like them to watch Guardians of the Galaxy before Birdman. So
if you're in Washington, it's a felony to play, right?
Yeah, Class C felony.
Zerk Stream, he's from Washington, and he wants to know where he can put $20 down, and I gave him a sad face.
Online poker is illegal as a player in Washington. I mean, it's illegal most places as an operator and a promoter. We're going to go and fold the Ace-5 offsuit. But in Washington, they actually made it a Class C felony, so it's right up there with possession of child pornography. Imagine, you're sitting there in a jail cell, and the guy's like, well, what are you in for? Putting $20 on Bovada? Can't do it. And why can't you do it? Well, thank the Washington politicians out there who got lobbied by the Indian casinos. The Indian casinos saw online poker as a huge threat to their bottom line. They were like, we got to do something about this. GOC says, what is a decent ROI and in-the-money numbers for multi-table tournaments? GOC, that's a very good question. I would say, first off, if you have a big enough sample size, anything that's plus, in the positive is going to be better than average. Keep in mind that the majority of poker players are going to be losing poker players. So, something like 60-70%. There's only going to be like 30% that are actually even break even or winning. So if you are break even or winning, you're doing better than most. I don't really think there's many people out there, period, who are going to be able to sustain more than like a 40 or 50% ROI over a long sample size against tough competition. There's going to be certain situations, certain tournaments where your ROI is going to be higher. But if you look at like guys who have just blown out the ROI percentages, the Ivies, the Helmuths, the like Mike. Mike Mizrachi, I think, had like a 900% ROI in the WSOP. I don't think that's really sustainable. I think that for the top guys, like those guys, you're probably looking at an ROI percentage somewhere over. They probably have a triple-digit ROI, but that's obscenely good. They're probably looking at like 150% ROI, maybe 200% ROI in certain tournaments. But if you put anybody like any one of those in a tournament like the One Drop, for example, where it's a small field elite competition, I don't think that their ROI is ever going to really even be over 25%. In the money percentages for multi-table tournaments, anything over 20 is going to be pretty good. Most tournaments are going to be paying 15%. So if you do, if you could do, the problem is when you do much higher, a lot of times it means that you're not taking the type of gambles and you're not taking the kind of aggressive stance that really counts for slugging percentage. I kind of feel like between in the money percentage and actual like win percentage, the win percentage is a much more important stat. It's much more. It's kind of like what's a more important batting average or slugging percentage, right? Well, in poker, especially multi-table tournaments, poker tournaments, slugging percentage is so much more important. It's important that when you cash heavy. You can have a 25, 26% in the money percentage and still just be buried overall. If you look at some of the guys who have the highest number of cashes in the World Series of Poker without actually having a bracelet, if you actually start looking at their numbers, their in the money percentage is super high, but their ROI is pretty low. So hope that answers your question. GOC kind of went a little bit too far into it. Yeah, Gladiator, thanks for letting us know about Jay Carver's play. We'll give it some think. Mickey Towers, good to see you, man. You know what? If the cat decided to fall into the tub, shame on him. Trying to make me sad, Mickey Towers. Yes. That was a very bad day. Very bad day. Maybe like my worst day. Whew.
What? You talked about your kitty?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Talking about the kitty.
I didn't know that. Anyway, so what's going on with your poker there?
I'm doing well. 9,477. Take a look at the info panel here. We're looking at 23 out of 113. Still in the rebuy and add-on period for another half hour. Once that add-on period hits, we'll quickly be getting into the ante round, and that's when we get to have some fun. That's when our VPIP is just going to go off the charts. 9-9-12. What was Adam McKay's opinion on Guardians of the Galaxy? He said he agreed. He said it was really, really good. It wasn't his favorite movie of the year. His favorite movie of the year was Whiplash. And
I love Whiplash.
That was a great movie. That was a great movie.
That's a good movie.
It's also one of those movies that was nominated for Best Picture, and I would have picked it over Birdman. I liked Boyhood. I thought that it was one of those movies that...
Boyhood was crap.
Michelle thinks it's crap.
Correct.
Michelle thinks it's crap. I said, no, don't you understand what they're doing? It's completely original. It's never been done before. It's a completely original idea in Hollywood that... you know how hard that is to do something that no one's ever done? And she looked at me and she said, 2 words, Harry Potter. And I was like, well, that's a good point. That is a good point. Bastar says, looks like Rand Paul is in favor for online gambling. I thought it was kind of funny because I read an Onion article the other day where it said Ron Paul is waiting until a true libertarian runs to throw his support behind a candidate. And he was explaining that he can't really get behind any Republican candidates. He's going to wait until a libertarian candidate gets on board. I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd read. It doesn't surprise me. I feel like Rand Paul would probably be in favor of online gambling. He'd probably be in favor of drug legalization, or at least decriminalization, right? Zerkstream. What's he sad about? What are you sad about, Zerkstream?
Sad about Washington's law.
Well, Zerk, don't be too sad because you actually have a lot of really cool places to play in Washington. You can, Indian casinos are a very short drive away. You've got bar leagues in pretty much every city in Washington. You can put together home games. You play poker like it was played back in back in before online poker came around. Play poker like it was meant to be played with people when you're staring them in the eye and you got it, kid. Stuff like that. That's how poker was meant to be played. Online poker is just it's just another way to pass the time. And
Action Ring asks if Oregon has the same laws. I think we should clarify that it's against the law to gamble online in all the states but the 3.
Well, I'm not sure if that's quite true.
Okay.
Oregon online poker laws. There's a couple of sites that do a pretty good job going over the each state's gambling law. That's the thing about online poker, right? Is gambling has traditionally always been a state by state issue. This is why you have states like Nevada, which have pretty much all classes of gambling: blackjack, slot machines, progressive video poker, online poker, but they won't have the lottery. Then you go over to California, and they'll have they'll have the multi-state lottery, and they'll have tribal gaming, and they'll have certain cities that can have multiplayer, like peer-to-peer, blackjack and pie gow and poker. But you won't be able to play like slot machines at the Commerce, things like that. Every single state generally has their own laws when it comes to gambling. And they're all over the place. You'll have some states like Hawaii and Utah where any type of gambling is just completely prohibited. You'll have some states which even won't allow you to win a sweepstakes like Publishers Clearinghouse because they say, okay, well, that's kind of gambling. And you're like, well, I mean, it's free, so you're not actually putting up any consideration. There's states that have said, you know what, just your time is enough consideration. So, if you look at like, every year when they have those like March Madness bracket competitions, right? Where, if you do a perfect bracket, Warren Buffett will give you $1 billion, that kind of thing. There's some states that you just can't even fill out a bracket. It's free to enter, but there's some states that are going to say, you know what? Nope, this is still gambling because just you putting in your time to be able to win something of value is enough consideration to make it gambling. Most states aren't that strict. But the point is, every state is going to have their own state law when it comes to gambling. Now, there are federal laws on gambling, too. Back in the 70s, to combat mainly sports books, it was kind of a mob law. A lot of bookies were going offshore to like Costa Rica, Panama, all these Latin American and Caribbean countries, and they were accepting books. They were accepting bets over phone lines, right? And they'd have a bookie in New York who would take a bunch of action, or they'd have a bookie up in Minnesota who would take a bunch of action, on a game between his friends, and then call it down to the main guy in Costa Rica. Then he would go collect the money, whatever. And so they came up with this thing called the Wire Act, and this was it's a federal law, 18 U.S.C. Section 1084, which basically prohibits any sort of transmission of any sort of transmission of a bet over like a phone line, a wire. And back before the UIGEA came, the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act. Yeah, before the UIGEA hit, before Black Friday hit. The Department of Justice was using the Wire Act to go after not only sports books and online casinos, but that's the act that they actually went after Dick Shit. And that's not that's his name. His name is Dick Shit. And Anacat Dick Shit. That's the guy who started Party Poker, made $1 billion on Party Poker. What's his first name? Anurag Dick Shit is an Indian businessman who, in connection with the online poker company Party Gaming, entered a guilty plea to one count of online gambling in violation of the Federal Wire Act and received a $300 million fine. So, Mr. Dick Shit pled guilty to violation of the Federal Wire Act for online poker. This was back before UIGEA. Now, since then, the Department of Justice has come out and said, well, you know what? We don't really think that the Wire Act federally, really applies to online poker anymore. We think that the UIGEA applies to online poker, but really it's up to the states. But they did at one point think that it applied to online poker. Now you got Sheldon Adelson, who's trying to put forward this Restoration of America's Wire Act, and what he's basically trying to do is spell out very specifically, this applies to online poker. Truth is, it probably does apply to online poker. If you read the language of the bill, I mean, the plain language is basically that, yeah, online poker would be covered under the Wire Act. I don't really understand why someone in the Department of Justice decided that it wouldn't, but it doesn't matter because the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice, isn't they're not really the ones who decide whether the law applies to poker or not. The people who decide whether the law applies to poker or not is a jury. They're really the only one. They're just there to decide whether to prosecute or not. And so that law that said, okay, Wire Act doesn't apply to online poker anymore. Sorry, dick shit, but we're gonna keep the money. It's not like they gave him back his money. It doesn't really mean a lot because they can pretty much change their mind at any time. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. Unspotted asks, Dutch, how much have you watched of Jay Carver? His stream is so good, and yours is a close second. What I love about you guys is one table. It makes a world of difference in these streams. By the way, I love Rand Paul. Thank you, Unspotted. And I love Rand Paul, and I love Jay Carver too. I think that his streams are really good. He's got a lot more experience doing it, so it's definitely something that there's a pretty there's a learning curve to it. I feel like my streams are getting better every time I do it. I'm learning a lot about how to stream, how to make it interesting. So I appreciate it very much, and I definitely attribute Jay Carver for setting the stage and making this Twitch poker on Twitch, making it even seem possible for guys like me to come in and say, you know what, I like what Jay Carver's doing. I think Somerville's onto something. I'm going to do it too. So I'm happy to be a follower. For sure. We'll go make it 3x here. Under the gun with ace king offsuit. What would our opening ranges be here? What kind of hands would we put us on if we're across the table? If we're, give me the loot. They're saying, okay, well, Dutch, it's early on in the tournament. He knows that all he's really trying to do is play his top tier hands. So I think Dutch probably has aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace, king, tens. Maybe ace, queen suited. That's about it. Okay, so we got 2 people in here. We're going to go ahead and fire out a C-bet.
To play free on poker, can you play Poker Stars and free play money on in the States?
Yeah, you can play for free.
Okay.
So Fortune Life made the call. Ace King offsuit is basically the same hand as like if we had like pocket threes here or pocket fives. We'll go ahead and make another check. We actually figure that we're probably ahead here. And you know what? We're going to go ahead and show you what she called with. I'm going to guess ace queen, ace 10, or king queen. Let's take a look. Oh. Nope. We put her on the wrong hand. It turns out that she had the old 5-3 suited. Can't really blame her for making the call on the flop. I kind of actually, instead of calling on the flop, if I was in her spot, I think I would have raised. But what I can blame Fortune Life for is making the call to begin with. 5-3 suited isn't really the kind of hand that you want to be playing in that kind of situation. That being said, though, 5-3 suited against an under the gun raiser, the kind of hand that she kind of put me on. 5-3 suited is the kind of hand that's going to be able to make a really, really good nutty first best hand against a very strong second best hand. I mean, if it came, ace 2-4, if it came, king 3-3, king 5-5, ace 5-3, all these types of hands, ace king, 6, and she makes a flush draw, that kind of thing, she's going to get a lot of chips off of me. So I don't hate the call. I hate the 5-3 suited call less than I would hate like an ace-6 offsuit call. Well, worked out pretty good for us. Mickey Towers, would I say that Jamie Gold was the absolute worst, luckiest one? No, actually I don't. I think that Jamie Gold, was, in my opinion, I think that he played better than Yang. What else do we got? Yes, we can. Zergstream, you can play for free with Stars Money. Good to see you, Kay Bennett. Good to see you, Stony553. Always good to see a subscriber joining us in chat. Thank you guys for spinning by. Okay, 10-6 suited. We're going to go ahead and make the call here. We're getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 to 1. Kind of sketchy. This is the kind of flop we're looking for. I don't really think that we can expect anybody to bet for us. So let's just go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet. No one actually had the pre-flop aggression. So we'll fire out 200. Hope that we get a little bit of action. If we get raised, we're going the whole way with it. And we might get another lesson, yet another lesson in reverse implied odds if we do get raised. Can't fake it. Thinking about it, we do get raised by can't fake it. So we'll just go ahead and we'll go ahead and make that 3/4 of the pot. If can't fake it wants to go the whole way with it, we will definitely go the whole way. One thing that I'm kind of thinking is there's a lot of flushes that are beating us, a lot of ace high flushes, but there's also a lot of flushes that we don't necessarily want to get chilled action with. We're not folding here. I'm just kind of explaining the thought process. What are the chances that we're actually ahead here? I feel like we're ahead more than 50% of the time. I feel like a lot of times we're looking at like a king with a diamond, or a queen with a diamond, some sort of ace, ace of diamond draw, or something like an 8-9 of diamonds, something like that. Sometimes we're just waxed and completely fucked though. So let's see. No, we're in good shape. Hold. Okay. So can't fake it. That is some reverse implied odds right there. I don't really like the way can't fake it played it. Honestly, I think that can't fake it probably would have been better off getting the last of her chips in on the turn rather than the flop. So Freddie Vaughn 420, thank you very much for joining the stream, man. I'm a DEA fart. Nobody has enough where they don't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. CPAL 90, but you can still take bets with a phone now. I don't know if I missed that, but I know books here in Costa Rica that do it. CPAL 90, no. You can't take bets over the phone from American Action. If you're in Costa Rica and you're taking a sports bet over the phone, you're in a direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 1084. There's been lots and lots of people put into prison for that, for violating that act. So no, you can't do it. Hey, Dutch Board, I got a question for you. What's your typical day entail on the days you stream? Well, Stoney, I roll out of bed, I stretch, I make myself a smoothie, I sit down, I turn on the webcam, and I go for it. That's pretty much my typical day. That is what it means, and I'll tell you.
How many chips you got there? What's the lobby look
A lot.
How many people are
We have a lot of chips. What's up, Papist? Good to see you, man. RixD33 asks, Exmo, what is your stream? This is basically her stream, too. I would like to see Exmo do some streaming. I would like to see Exmo in front of the green screen doing some streaming of League of Legends or World of Warcraft. We've actually been even thinking about maybe putting her on for a poker stream, and I just kind of be watching as a coach and giving my 2 cents after every single hand. So let's take a look at the lobby, I suppose. We'll go ahead and bring up the lobby for you guys. We are 16th out of 120, doing just fine here. This is exactly how we want it to be going. Another 15 minutes. Another 15 minutes until the rebuy period is over, and that's really when the tournament really starts, right, guys? So 17 out of 119. There we are. Dutch, 14,789. First is Jesus Lover. Next is El Guapo, Poker Steve, Diego. We hear that Sam Trickett, not Sam Trickett, Sam Grizzle. We think Diego might be Sam Grizzle. We don't really know, though. We've got a hand we are playing here. I'm sure that plenty of people will disagree with this one, but Ace-6 of Diamonds is the kind of hand that can make a very, very strong nutty type hand against a second best hand. Let's rewind for a second and think about that 10-6 of Diamonds that we had. The Ace-7 of Diamonds would have really messed us up. So, yeah, Rick's D33. I think maybe we need a better camera, or we need to perhaps not use USB 2.0 for a camera, because I think that the USB 2.0 has a built-in delay. We really started getting a lot of audio lag. We tried to add her to the stream the other day, though. One day it's going to happen. So, once again, what kind of hands are we playing? What kind of hands are we playing at this point? Early on in the tournament, pre-rebuys, we're keeping it to our upper range of hands, 10, 12, 13% VPIP. We're really only playing the Ace Kings, the Ace Queens, the Ace Jack, Ace 10, pretty much any ace suited we're going to be playing. Pretty much any pocket pair we're going to be playing. K Bennett 423 says the luckiest amateur to win the main event, in my opinion, hands down, is Moneymaker. You might be right, K Bennett. I like Moneymaker. I think that no one. That's the thing, is no one can luck their way into the main event. It just doesn't happen. It's too long of a tournament. It's too good of a structure, and it's too deep a stack. So, Moneymaker. If you look at the player he was before the event, and you look at the player he was after the event, it doesn't really tell you the whole story, because during that event, he played good. During the event, he played pretty good poker. He played very aggressively. He played without fear. Except for that hand where I had put him all in with my king-queen offsuit against his pocket threes, and he made like the gutsiest call, and his hand held up. Except for that hand, up until that point, for 4 days, he had never had all of his chips at risk. He had never been all in. You really don't see the whole story when you're watching the ESPN broadcast. You really don't. It's impossible to really understand the Moneymaker tournament story, because hand for hand, I think that he played it really well. And every champion that we've had at the World Series of Poker main event, at least for that week, they played like a champion. And afterwards, before, sure, their games fall apart, but that's the magic of poker. If you raise your game to the highest level that you can win the main event. You can do it. It doesn't matter that you're not a great player right now. It doesn't matter if you fall apart after. What matters is when you sit down at the table and you are at the table looking around, you're paying attention, you're in the zone, and you're elevating your game as far as you can. That's what matters. And that's what pretty much every champion we've seen has done. What's up, 609? What's up, Brad Man? Brad Man says, and yes, 609, I am a very lucky guy. Brad Man 99 says, I love poker and I think it's a great game. My biggest struggle is that I find, like the stock market, it can be very streaky. When do you think is a good time to withdraw funds? Do you set peg points for yourself? Just trying to maximize realized ROI. Thanks. Well, Bradman, if you have an ROI that's black, then you're already ahead of the game. Nicely done. I would say that yeah, you should probably have peg points for yourself. Kind of come up with what your goal is in poker. I mean, you don't want to be one of those guys who is just like, okay, my goal in poker is just to keep on making more and more and more and more money. Because there's not going to be really an end to that. You want to use poker as kind of a means to an end rather than a means to itself. If you think, what's your goal in poker? Well, my goal in poker is to win all the chips, win all the money. You know, my goal in poker is to play the absolute biggest games I can find and crush them and keep on crushing them until there's no bigger games left. I want to make $1 billion at poker. You know, you get into that kind of mindset, and it's not going to end well. You know, the billion or bust mindset is not going to end well. You're going to be like, you know, you're going to end up like Gus Hansen, being able to crush until there's going to be a game that you can't beat. There's going to be a game that's too big for you. So definitely, I think, you know, making sure that you actually withdraw your winnings at some point that's a good idea, and you should do that. Wow, this is kind of a weird one, guys. Pocket nines on the button against an open limp. We got Fortune Life open limping. Let's go ahead and we'll just, you know what? We're going to go ahead and make a pot-sized bet here. The reason we kind of like the pot-sized bet is because we know Fortune Life is in with all sorts of stupid shit. So, you know, this is kind of what we want to happen. If Winco fires out a check raise, we're obviously done with the hand. It's a pretty ugly flop for us. Not fun. Not fun to lay it down. We'll go ahead and give Winco credit for being able to beat a pair of nines. What game streams, if any, do you Twitch on Dutch? Asks Beantown Red. Beantownerd. I've done Hearthstone before. Big fan of Hearthstone. Plan on doing a little bit of Magic Online. Mickey Towers, what do you think about face concealment at the table? Sunglasses, hats, scarves. Are people focusing on the wrong thing by wearing all these things? Well, Mickey, I'm okay with it. I will tell you this. It's more important at a poker table to be able to pick up on the tells of your opponents than it is to be able to hide your own tells. That being said, there are definitely tells that that you just aren't going to be able to control. I mean, even if you standardize all your timing and your motions and everything, you're just not going to be able to control things like pupil dilation. You're not going to be able to really control things like like pulse rate. And if your artery is just banging every time you get pocket aces, I don't really see any harm in wearing a scarf. And if your eyes dilate every time you flop a set, and you've got these bright blue eyes, and I can see it from the all the way across the table, I don't see any problem with slipping on the Blue Shark Optics sunglasses. I think face concealment is okay. I don't really think that there's a good way to change those kind of physical manifestations of strength or weakness. But that being said, Mickey, you are right. People who are trying to hide themselves are kind of focusing on the wrong thing, because it's so much more important to be able to read your opponents than to hide your own actions. And I think that there's a false sense of security that comes when people bundle up and hide behind their hoodie, their sunglasses, their scarf. What ends up happening is they think that they aren't giving off any tells, and they give off some stupid elevation tell whenever they put out their chips, or they give off simple betting pattern tells. So it's very easy to fall into a false sense of security. I can't tell you how many times I see someone who's sitting there all bundled up with with their sunglasses, and then every single time they hit a really big hand, they're like and it's like, oh, okay, you've got that little micro expression on your mouth there. Okay. They hit a set. And they're all like bundled up, they got the hoodie and the sunglasses, and you can't see what they're doing. And they're like, so, it's easy to give yourself a false sense of security. I think it's more important to control what you can control and pick up on your opponents. What's up? Hi, I'm Chobo. That is a lot of emoticons. That is a lot of emoticons. $609. What game is he talking about?
We're talking about like Hearthstone. He wanted to play Hearthstone because he used to play a lot of Magic, and his friends say, "Stay away from Hearthstone."
Oh, Hearthstone's great. Hearthstone's great. 609. It's better than Magic. I mean, it's not as deep of a game, but it's definitely a better feel-good game than Magic the Gathering is. I love Magic. I've been playing since Revised. I had 2 sets of Power 9. Sold them both to get my first car. When I was 16. I love Magic. I think it's such a deep game. That being said, every single time I ever enter into a draft or a sealed deck on Magic Online, I feel kind of sick about it because I know that just every time you open up a pack, you're losing money. It's a huge time leak, but it's an even bigger money suck. It's near impossible to go infinite when you're playing Magic. That's one of the nice things about Hearthstone is you don't have to feel bad when you play an arena draft. You don't have to feel like you are, spending a little bit of your future children's education money. Or you don't. It doesn't make you feel kind of dirty when you lose. So Hearthstone is great. I feel like Hearthstone has all the gamification elements and the lighthearted, happy feeling that I wish Magic had. I feel like Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast has just really dropped the ball with Magic Online. It makes me kind of sick because they have this just huge, cash cow type company where they're literally printing money, and they just can't seem to get it together. But that being said, I'll probably stream some Magic Online. I do like it. I've got myself a nice little vintage set on. Once the vintage. What was it? VMAs came out. I went out and got an online digital Power 9 set. So I've got a nice vintage deck. Sometimes I'll jump into Pauper. The standard meta game and the modern meta game changes too much for me to really keep up with it. But Pauper's pretty steady. Vintage is pretty steady. So Anaconda. Hello, Anacondal. Bony fish, a turtle, and a pork. I like that. I like that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make the check here. Winco, open limping. This is why you have the bony fish, Winco. It's still, it's not as big of a mistake to open limp at this stage as it is going to be in about 10 minutes when the antes finally kick in. Still a mistake, though, in my opinion. I don't think that you should really be open limping at all in tournaments, even at the the 10-20 level. I don't think that open limping is a good idea. Again, there's a big difference between open limping and limping behind someone who open limped. It's okay to limp behind someone who open limped. It's not okay to open limp in a tournament. It's not okay to open limp in a cash game. At Dutch asks, cash games or tourneys, which do you prefer more? Well, I would have to say I prefer tournaments more. And it's not even close. Phobe says, the best goal in my opinion is to always be trying to learn and better your game. The money will come after that, but everyone has their own goals. Good point, Phobes. MPLO215, do you practice law anymore? Nope. Never really did practice law. Not really interested in being a lawyer. I did get that law degree. Sometimes I have to brush it off when I am looking at some laws, or other times, but no. Okay, so Professor 2.0 making the open limp. I don't like it. Don't really love making the call with 9-2 off suit, but getting 5-1, and being up against two guys who a random hand. Oh, goal 34 ice. Thank you so much for the sub. First sub of the day, goal 34. Fist bump. Welcome to the crew, man. Uh, I wonder. I don't know why it didn't show up in the. It didn't show up in the chat, Gold 23. I don't know why, but thank you so much. We really appreciate you subscribing. We're gonna go ahead and hit you up with a little subscriber perk.
Maybe in your options you turned it off.
There's no
really?
options.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and find out Gold 23 why it's not coming. It's not coming along, but I'll ask Twitch why we're not seeing our subscriber notifications right here in chat. It kind of makes me mad. But we are going to hook you up with your first subscriber perk. It's going to be the DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt. This is a book that I spent more than a year writing. 270 pages of great poker content. It's not really a strategy book, but there's some good life lessons in here. And every once in a while, there's some good there's little nuggets spread here and there. Definitely at least check the afterword. The afterword includes a pretty decent physical poker tell that I think is worth the price of admission. So thank you so much, and I'll tell you what, Gold 23 Ice, anything that I can do to make that subscription a better value for you, I want you to let me know. You basically, you are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
You did put a 3-minute delay on there, right?
I did, yeah, 3 minutes. Piscine, did you ever think about putting music on the stream? I've thought about it, Piscine, but the problem with putting music on the stream, first off, you're really limited to what kind of music you can stream without breaking copyright law. You're looking at music that's already been cleared for Twitch. You're also turning off a good chunk of your audience. There's 240 people watching right now. I'm gonna take a little guess and say that not all of you are gonna really like the music that I would be playing on my stream. We're gonna lose some people. So I don't know. I think that if you wanna listen to music, get your own Spotify, listen to it while you're watching. I think for you to be able to put your own music in the background is probably better than being forced to listen to whatever I want you to listen to. So we go ahead and click on that add-on button. A big mistake not to take the add-on. Not as big of a mistake in this, since the buy-in is will get you 4K. The add-on only gets you 4,500. Sometimes you're going to see tournament structures that really encourage you to add on. There's the spring championship coming in on WSOP.com that we'll be playing, and I think the add-ons for those things are actually double what you would get with a normal buy-in. So wow, yeah, thank you so much, Goal34. I very much appreciate it. And Papa says, speaking of tells, as a new player, only won a couple of small online tournaments so far. How much attention should I be paying to better player tells, given that a lot of the time they are probably trying to deceive me with what they are doing? Should I just go with my gut, or is there something else I should be doing, not doing? Papist, you should be paying a lot of attention to player tells. You should be paying a lot of attention to betting pattern tells. Reversing tells isn't really that profitable. I wouldn't suggest that anybody go out of their way and think, okay, I'm going to learn all the tells so I can throw false tells out. You really should be focusing on the weaker players at your table. So anybody who would even fall for a false tell, those are the kind of players that you want to stay away from. Also keep in mind that when you exhibit a false tell, you have to be real sure about what you're doing and how it's going to be interpreted. A lot of times you can end up just leveling yourself. Don't forget, too, that you can end up exhibiting a real tell while you're trying to exhibit a false tell. And that's just a disaster. So, conceal, don't reveal. That's what Joe Navarro says, and I agree. So does Zachary Elwood. Guys, we are on break for 2 minutes. I'm going to step away, eat a little bit of lasagna. Michelle cooked up for me. And I'll be right back. And we're back. Back with the 2-4 suited. Feeling good about it. No, we're not really feeling good about 2-4 suited, guys. We make the fold. If the antes hit, if we're 8 minutes into the future here, we probably actually would have made that raise. We don't really have to have much to be trying to make some anti-steals. Taking flops in position. If everyone folds to us here, we're going to go ahead and raise, though. We'll make it well, okay. Guys, if you're watching and you haven't clicked on that follow button, please do. It's just right there. Easiest way to support the stream, easiest way to support what we're doing here, so please don't be shy with it. And let's get back to the chat. Nine Iron 12 says plus 1,000 and no music. Just play your own. Who doesn't have music these days? I mean, I agree. I feel like every once in a while, like the other day, I was just kind of lurking on some other Twitch channels. I came across Primordial AA, and he's a good poker player, right? Has a pretty nice looking stream, but then the music started blaring. And I was like, wow, this is kind of offensive music. It was pretty bad. Just went right on to the next thing. Hey, Dutch, by the way, I bought Verbal Poker Tells after you recommended it. And I was completely blown away by how much I was missing and not paying attention to. Great recommendation. Thank you. You're welcome, Mickey. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm going to go ahead and actually copy that. And I'm going to send that over to Zachary Elwood. Mickey, if you haven't read his first one, Reading Poker Tells, read it. It's just as good. Definitely, those books, in my opinion, take the Poker Tells literature to the next level. Okay. 609. That is a good music. Request. Let me see if I can find a little Miley Cyrus. I'll pop it in the background for you. No, not just.
We should get the Frozen soundtrack. Oh, the subscribe just came up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That late,
Yay!
huh? Yeah. Force 8. Yeah, that was the worst. That was the worst WSOP ever. Yeah, you get the Pirate Bay. You get the Pirate Bay logo, Gold 34 Ice. No copyright infringement there. It is in the public domain. That would be pretty awesome to get sued by the Pirate Bay. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh man, 609. 609. That's the first time I saw that bluff interview. I would have been forced to mess with a paranoid guy, like jokingly leave a deck of marked cards in his room.
That would have been really funny.
So we're not really changing the way we play here. We're probably going to make this fold another 4 minutes. Another 4 minutes, guys, and you're going to see a VPIP explosion. VPIP explosion. The antes are going to hit, and everything changes. God, with all these people in it, now I'm kind of thinking maybe we make the call. Getting somewhere around 6-1 plus implied odds. We'll just fold.
have a date for us.
What's that?
A date for us.
Who's Play Money? Must have missed it. Yeah, I like Grip's channel. I feel like anytime you're streaming music, you're gonna lose some of your audience. So I don't do it.
Who's the author of Reading Poker Chess? Can you type it in the chat?
I will. We do. Varel Hicks.
I wish I could see it.
Vera Hill Excess. Fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for your support. We're going to ship you that copy of Poker Tilt for your iPad, your Kindle, your Nook, whatever it is. I hope that you enjoy the read. That's just one of many sub perks we're going to be bringing you, man. Yeah, I don't know. Vera Hill Excess. I'm not quite sure why, man. I'm not sure why it's taken a long time for it's taken a long time for the actual subscribe notification to come up. But thank you so much, man.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
I don't know either. I'm kind of concerned about it.
We'll give it. I'm sure they know it's happening.
You think so?
Well, Butters earlier didn't work, so at least yours is working.
Yeah, that's true. Today we went and subscribed to Butters' stream,
Emails aren't working.
and we didn't even get it wouldn't even take us to the subscribe page. It gave us a gateway error. I was like, wow. Vera Hill XS, that's how I think that you're going to say that, right? Vera Hill, thank you very much, man. I can't tell you how much it means to me. I know how easy it is just kind of sit back and enjoy the show for free, but for you to actually go into your wallet, for you to actually pull out the $4.99 and say, you know what, I'm going to support this guy. I'm going to give him some money for putting together the stream. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to do it. You are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting us here. And we're going to do everything we can to make that $4.90, $4.99 worth your while. It's going to be the best investment in poker you ever made. Besides the perk sub of getting that DRM free copy of Poker Tilt, we're also doing a lot of other stuff, a lot of other really cool stuff just for subscribers. Take a look at our poker clinic tomorrow that we're going to be running. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be talking about. I'm kind of leaning towards a little bit of probability theory. I think that we're going to pull up the old Bayes theorem and talk about that.
When is the viewing party?
Tomorrow at 3 p.m. I think is when we're going to start. We might start a little earlier. I'll go ahead and email you subs and let you know.
For goal 34 ice.
Yeah. So goal 34 ice. HPT viewing party is going to be on Monday.
And you're doing it
and Thursday.
Okay.
And Poker Clinic tomorrow. So, yeah, guys, so next week we're going to be doing the HPT viewing party, sub-chat only. And if you miss it as subscribers, you can go back and you can watch the past shows right here on the Twitch stream. You can watch any of our old streams, so stay tuned for it. It's gonna be good stuff, and this is how we're gonna try to get you guys the most value. Next week for our HPT viewing party on Thursday, we're gonna actually have Rob Perlman come in, Rob, and he is going to sit there and analyze the HPT that he won right here in Vegas down over at Red Rock. And it's going to be pretty cool. Not only are we going to be able to do the same kind of analysis that we've always been doing, but we're going to be able to do it with the guy who actually won the event. So we're going to keep on trying to roll out those kind of HPT viewing parties where we've got guys who won. We had a couple of other people who we have soft commitments from to come on for the viewing parties. I'm really excited about it, guys. I know that we're going to be able to get better. We're going to get better together. So we'll go ahead and make this 500. We don't need much, guys. We don't need much. I mean, once those antes hit, our VPIP explodes. Just like you saw, we had Winco in the big blind. We'll go ahead and make a raise with any 2 cards. We don't even have to look if we were in a live tournament. We pretend to look, but a lot of times just looking gets in the way, because then you look down at a 7-2 offsuit and you say, this is a good spot to raise no matter what I've got. But then you look down at like the worst of what you have and you lose your nerve. Keep in mind, guys, keep in mind that in these tournaments, most of the time you don't have to see you don't have to show a hand. I mean, look what I'm talking about here. Let me go ahead and get back to our hand replayer, right? We see that ace-10 offsuit, no showdown. We see this hand, no showdown. We see this hand, no showdown, no showdown. There's a showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no showdown. There's a showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no showdown. Are you seeing a trend here? Look at all these hands. There's a showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no showdown. If you see the trend, what you're seeing here, by the way, we've got a hand that we want to play here. This is a good hand to play. Let's go ahead and pot it. If you see what I see, what I'm telling you guys is that you don't have to have hands to win No Limit Hold'em tournaments, because you don't have to show them. If you look at Dan Harrington, who won the main event back in, 1994, went back-to-back final tables in 2003 and 2004. One of the coolest things about Dan Harrington's game is called Action Dan, because he has this image of being so tight. So it's, one of those things. By the way, good to see you, Jesse Caps. No spoilers tonight, Jesse. No spoilers tonight. It was maddening when you came in. You came in last night. Like we were on a 3-minute delay, and you were like, "Oh, sorry to see you bust." And then I'm like, "Oh man, if you're watching ahead of the other streamers, don't give spoilers. That shit'll get you banned over at Jay Carver's." But we'll never ban you. We'll never ban you, Caps. We love you, man. Okay, so 404. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pot this. What I'm telling you guys is about Action Dan Harrington. Some people talked about his main event championship. Was it 94? I think it was 94. Some people talked about that main event championship that he won. And they said one of the most amazing displays of No Limit Hold'em they'd ever seen, because he never turned over a hand. He went 4 days without ever turning over a hand. And that's what it takes. That's what it takes to be in these No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Is, you do. There are going to be some times when you do want to turn over a hand. That gets you a bony fish if you didn't already have one, Winco. You don't open limp, under the gun +1 when the antes have hit. There's going to be times when you do want to turn over a hand, because you're going to want to extract maximum value out of a second best hand. And certainly when the guy said, "Oh, it was amazing, he didn't turn over a hand for 4 days," obviously he was, kind of exaggerating. I'm sure that there were plenty of hands that Dan Harrington had to turn over, plenty of showdowns that he won. But the point is, when you're in a No Limit Hold'em tournament, you're not waiting for cards, you're waiting for spots, because most of the time you don't have to actually win a showdown. You don't actually have to show your hand. So what difference does it make if you've got 7-2 offsuit or ace-9 suited? It makes no difference. Okay. Yeah, so Gold 34 Ice, it should be...
I'm emailing him.
Okay, yeah. So the download link is actually on my site. So just, look in your inbox. Okay, so and Narenyi, 3 p.m. In which time zone? It's going to be Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing it Vegas time, my own time. Hopefully that works for you too. If not, though, since you are a subscriber in Narenyi, you're going to be able to actually watch the streams anytime you want. This is one of those subscriber benefits. We're going to go ahead and get Professor 2.0, the bony fish, for making the open limp there. Don't open limp in a tournament, you guys. Don't open limp in a tournament. Maybe that's what we should do. maybe the poker clinic tomorrow, instead of being about Bayes' theorem and probability theory, maybe we should talk about the C bet, the open limp, and why. Oh, you guys, 505 MMA, fist bump, buddy. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much. Sub hype. Thank you very much, man. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the little warm welcome right here. We're gonna ship you that copy, the download version, just as a sub perk. We're gonna go and raise with this 5 deuce suited. Keep your eye out for that 505. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. It's just gonna be one of the mini sub perks we're gonna try to bring you. Basically that $5. What does that get you? Besides just being able to help a player out. So we're gonna go ahead and c-bet half the pot. Keep in mind that an ace jack, man, that's a scary flop. Scary flop. But if the flop scares you, it scares them too. Do we continue with it? No. Now we're done. Fortune Life made the call, and we're done. So 505 MMA, basically, besides just supporting the stream and supporting useful content on Twitch.tv, supporting poker on Twitch, and helping a player out, you're also basically buying a poker coach and poker mentor for life. Triple bracelet winner. I'm in your corner. Any question you have about poker, any question you have about anything, hit me up. Dutch@dutchboard.com. I'm here for you, man. And anything I can do to help you out on your journey through poker and your journey through life, let me know. Anytime you're in Vegas, let me know, and we'll go grab a beer. I'll say thank you face to face. So thanks, man. I really appreciate your support. You are awesome. All of you subscribers are so great. You guys are the reason we're here. And thank you, anybody who's not a subscriber. We appreciate you being here too. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of your Friday night with us. We're trying to get better at poker. Every single tournament, every single hand, we're learning a little bit. Hopefully, we're showing you how we do it. I'm sure that there's going to be moves that you disagree with, but the concept is sound. I know it's sound because I've won 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. If you take a look at our WSOP stats, they're pretty sick. I'm sure that we're running a little bit above expectation. Look at that King 9 offsuit, Queen 7 suited.
I like their fish.
Oh, that is a cute fish. That's a great fish. Tortoise fishy. I love that one. Ace 3 offsuit. We can make that fold. We've got River Fishy Poker giving us a little Twitter mention. Thank you very much. Watching a little Twitch with Dutch Boyd.
I didn't get the last sub, so can you tell me who it is?
Yeah, 505 MMA is the last sub. Oh, Coonsy08, man. Fist bump. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and give you the warm welcome here in the chat. I can't tell you, Coonsy. I'm going to give you the same spiel. I never get tired of saying it. We're going to go ahead and ship you that sub perk, the download link to the DRM free copy of Poker Tilt for your Kindle, your iPad, your Nook, your desktop. After you're done reading it, hopefully you enjoy the read. Let me know what you think, and you can give it to whoever you want. It's DRM free, so I'm not trying to hold anything back. And Coonsy, same thing. You are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting it. I know how easy it is just to sit back and enjoy the free content. I really do. So for you to actually pull out the wallet and say, you know what, I'm going to support this stream. It's basically you don't have to buy an album to listen to a song, right? So we do it anyway because we want to support the content creators. Thank you so much. I'm really going to do everything I can. We'll fold this. I'm going to do everything I can to really make it worth your while and make that subscription the best investment you've made in your poker education. Thank you, Coonsy, and thank you all of you subscribers, all of you supporters. Thank you guys so much. I gotta get some water.
Shoot, I wrote it down. What's the iPad?
Oh man, Jesse Caps. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the crew.
Oh my
We're gonna go ahead and send you the link anyway, Jesse. I know that you already have a signed copy of the book that I brought for that birthday game where you destroyed me over at Caesars. But buddy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing, Jesse. And I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that you get as much value as possible out of that subscription. Thank you, man. You know, there's a lot of guys here, Jesse, that come and chill out and hang out, and and they don't subscribe. You know, it means a lot. It really means a lot.
Is that the last one on caps, or is there another one before caps?
We had a nice uptrain there.
Yeah,
We had Kunze 08,
Kunze 08, I see it.
505 MMA.
I see them. They're all coming out at the same time.
Yeah. Look at that. It's taking a long time.
Okay.
Okay, so we make the 600 here.
What's the iPad download again? Do you remember?
iPad is EPUB.
EPUB.
Yeah, and so now 23 making that min raise. There's just really no way we're ever folding. It kind of sucks that we kind of got into this weird spot where now we have to basically play a hand against 23. I'm pretty tempted to go ahead and just make a call here, do a little float. Let's do it.
June has to pee. I'm gonna take you, baby. Hold on.
We'll float. If he checks, we fire out. Wow. Let's fire out anyway. Made it less than a third the pot, huh? Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Oh, we've got a little dog here who needs to go out.
I'll take it in 1 second. I just need to take this. I know, it sucks. Come here, baby.
Craig and More 12, thanks for joining the stream, buddy. We're going to go ahead and we'll raise this too. We'll raise this one too. 2.5x is our pre-flop standard raise amount. Really, we're trying to get it heads up with the pre-flop aggression so that c-bet can get on through. Sometimes we actually do hit the best hand. Wow, look at Fortune Life firing out that little blocker bet. Not today, buddy. Not today. You're not going to be able to see a turn for 240. Not when we just flopped top pair. Your Queen 10 or your Jack 10 is not going to get there, my friend. 7 deuce offsuit against Winco. Do we do 3 in a row? I mean, do we do 3 in a row? We're doing VPIP. Hey, G Salas. Yeah, and if you don't get it in your Twitch, I mean, Twitch has really been messing up on us, guys. So if you don't get it, check your other inbox in Twitch. And G Salas, you can also email me, dutch@dutchboy.com, and I'll make sure that you get it. So as soon as the stream is done, if it doesn't show up, in your Twitch mailbox, just email me at dutch@dutchboy.com. I'll ship it over right away after the stream. So Verihill XS. So you're going to want to look in your Twitch message box, right? If you look on your profile, your panel, or something. Once you log into Twitch, you should see you should have a Twitch mailbox. If you have any questions over Ray Hill, just email me, dutch@dutchboy.com. After the stream's over, I'll go ahead and ship you all 3 versions, and we'll get you sorted out. 505 is New Mexico. G Salas.
Oh, okay.
And Verihill XS doesn't know where to look.
Okay.
Flatty 28, glad to hear it, buddy. Galaxy 6, nice job. Gotta get some water here.
Somebody.
Are they actually on the Galaxy 6? Or is it just a joke? Pieman's 333. Glad you asked. Poker Tilt is more an autobiography, kind of talking about poker, kind of talking about coming through. I'm going to go ahead and make that $600 in tournament dollars, 2.5x. There's some poker strategy. It was meant to be a poker strategy book, but I kind of let the bio get away from me. It was basically going to be, like a chapter or two about an introduction, and then I just didn't stop writing. And so we made it just the autobiography. I'm working right now on the strategy side of it, and it's going to be called Poker Tells. I would love for it to be done by Christmas. It's not going to write itself, though, so it's going to take a lot of time. And one of the sub perks I'm going to try to get you guys is I'm going to go ahead and... what do we do here? I think we're just done with it, guys. I think that we just check. So, Poker Tells, hopefully that'll be out by Christmas. It's going to be the strategy side of it. And one of the sub perks that I'm going to be giving you guys for the subscription is I'll send you some advanced chapters to make the fold. Yeah, sick QQ kills. I mean, we're sitting here. I've made the point a lot. Once those antes hit, our VPIP just goes through the roof. Our whole game plan changes. Before those antes hit, we were playing it pretty snug. We wouldn't look down at 7-2 offsuit and ever think, "Hey, this is a good one. Let's go ahead and this is the spot we're looking for." We'd never think that. Once those antes hit, though, man, it's game on. And if they're gonna try to play back at you, they're gonna have to try to play back at us, and you're gonna have to realize, okay, sometimes we're gonna make those floats with the jack high. Sometimes we're going to just make the check raise with the 8-3 offsuit. That's poker, and poker, especially no limit hold'em tournaments, is all about winning with the worst of it and getting paid when you have the best of it. It's not that it's not that complicated. When you have the worst hand, can you get them to fold? How can you get them to fold? What kind of lines do you have to take to get them to fold the best hand? When you've got the best of it, can you get them to call? What kind of lines do you have to take to get them to call off a good chunk of their stack? It's really as simple as that. But most of the time, you're never even flipping over a hand. Most of the time. So thanks for joining us, sick queen kills. I don't think I can't remember if we've seen you in the chat before, but definitely appreciate you joining us this Friday night as we're trying to show you how it's done. They say poker's a skill game. We've got the 3 bracelets, so we're gonna go ahead and say maybe we might be a little biased, but of course we agree, and we're gonna show you what we think is the right way to be playing no limit hold'em poker tournaments. One thing that you do not do is limp under the gun once the antes have hit. 20 underscore 3, the quickest way to get that bony fish right there. The quickest way to get that is to make those open limps. Gimme the Loot has been doing some pretty good squeezing. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a time when there were a couple of limpers here. Gimme the Loot made that squeeze play. I almost kind of feel like we could probably get Gimme the Loot to fold if we made that 4-bet. We're just going to go ahead and let them do it. There's that idea in poker. Actually, it's coming out next issues in the next issue of All In Magazine, which I write for All In Magazine now. And my first article was about the C-bet. It was about how important it is not to give up those continuation bet opportunities. My second one, though, is about something I call implicit collusion. Kind of borrowed from a concept that Amir Vahidi used to have called the jungle rule. So basically what it means is if there's a player that's good at your table, not Fortune Life, not Winco, not 23, but Gimme the Loot could be good. Gimme the Loot could be a real good player. I mean, he's been making a lot of squeeze plays. We haven't seen, we've played enough with him so far that if he was making obvious misplays, he already would have gotten the bony fish. So when he makes those kind of squeeze plays, we don't have to play back at him. We can go after the soft spots, not the big ones. Let's go ahead and make that pot size bet. Do. And Boyd Crowder, yes, I have thought about doing some sub-private tourneys. Greg, of course, I'd give a shout out to Angie. Thank you guys so much for spending some time this Friday night hanging out with us on the stream. Really appreciate the eyeballs. Your time and your attention is the most valuable thing you can give us. Unfortunately, we can't pay rent with time and attention. If we could, we would. Okay, so we go ahead and fire out half pot. And if they want to continue with the hand, it's probably going to mean that they have a queen, or some. You know, I could see them. I could see them continuing with like a pot, like pocket sixes or something like that. Wow, look at this. Now it's kind of hard for Fortune Life to really put us on. Now if Fortune Life has pocket sevens, he's folding, I think. So that's how we do it, guys. Brad Band asks, it seems like a lot of folks are really focused on whether or not someone is a reg, but as someone who doesn't have the time or patience to commit that much time to poker, do you think players like me can reach that level of skill consistency? Bradman, I do. I do think so. I feel like I actually feel like the best poker players in the world probably aren't playing regularly. They're masters of other industries, you know. And intelligence is transitive. If you can do really well at poker, the fact is poker's a tough game. It's a hugely negative sum to begin with. So if you can beat poker, you can probably do other things even more successfully. So every year you see guys come out and just kill it, like David Einhorn, the hedge fund manager. Every time they have the one drop, and you've got some billionaires come out and actually show that they can hang with the top poker players in the world. Look at Andy Beal. He's right up there. So of course you can reach that level of skill and consistency without doing it all the time. It really is just one of those things where you are as good as the hand you're playing now. What's up, C-Mac, Iceman Kiwi? Good to see you guys. Very much appreciate you guys joining the stream tonight. Kragan Moore 12, yes, all three bracelets are in Hold'em.
Yeah. Who's that one kid that won the Venetian and attributed your site for it? Who was that?
I can't remember.
It was on your Facebook.
I did have some something on the Facebook. We had one of our watchers just take it a Venetian tournament. Who was that? I can't remember if I know his. I don't know that he mentioned his username. Oh shoot, that's Twitter. Let's look on Facebook. It's on Facebook.
I'll tell you who it is.
Okay, so we're making this 700. It's kind of awkward because what ends up happening. I think that we're going to change this, you guys. We're going to change our pre-flop raise amount in future WSOP.com tournaments, because what ends up happening is we're making it 700 at the 142.80 level and 700 at the 15300 level. So I think that we probably should lower this down to like 680. Andrew McKenzie. We had Andrew McKenzie, who just took down one of the Venetian no limit tournaments. Actually said that he got a little bit of got a little inspired by watching some of our streams, and realized not to give up the c-bet opportunities and to keep the pre-flop aggression high, and actually took down one of those Venetian deep stacks. While we can't really support his support of the Venetian and Sheldon Adelson, we definitely appreciate the shout out and the credit that he gave to us as far as helping improve his game. Definitely, obviously, you're the one behind the table and the cards. You're the one making the moves. But if you feel like you got something from watching us take down some WSOP.com tournaments, I really appreciated the shout out. Same to you, Willie. Willie Clemente out here in Vegas. He's been crushing it out here, and he gave us some shout out and a little bit of credit too. I actually really appreciated it. And if watching us take down these WSOP.com final tables has helped your game, I'm really happy about that, Willie. I want to see all of you guys. I want to see all of you viewers do really, really well. and all I'm really here to try to. I'm not holding anything back. You know, if you guys have watched the stream, you know that I'm not saying, oh well, I'm not going to tell you that little piece of that little nugget. I'm pretty much. I kind of feel like I'm really not trying to hide anything. Phil Hellmuth. It's not true though. There's a lot of guys here who can play and play really well. So what do we think about this? This is a huge over shove, right? We're making it 2.5, and then he just comes in with what is that, 30? A little over 30 big blinds, just shoves. He probably has like an ace king, ace queen. But we're not calling. We'll go ahead and fold. I don't like the shove though. I feel like Sticky Stacks is shoving way too much. And even if he thinks that we're bluffing, keep in mind that he's got 4 other people at the table who can just snap him off when he waits. When they wake up with aces or kings. Don't love it. We got Todd Brayfogle giving us a little Twitter shout out. Let me take a look at what you got here. Of course. Todd, if you're watching, Mr. Shark Slayer, definitely shout out to you. He's on the Check Shove poker team. I'm part of that as well. He's a little bit of a bigger part than I am. I think he actually is the one who like put together the patches and the logos and everything, and put together the pretty cool hoodies. I just show up and play. But pretty cool guy. I got a chance to meet him for the first time out there in Minnesota. I thought he was pretty cool. Of course, JD Cole, one of our subscribers, was like, when you see Todd, you punch him in the nose for me. So he's definitely a polarizing figure in poker, which I can definitely relate to. Leandro Ashby, thank you very much for joining the for joining us on the stream. Definitely, if you see some hands that you disagree with, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that raising with 10-6 offsuit or making a squeeze with 10-6 offsuit is always a good idea. We get away with it. You know, you're not going to read in a book, oh, if you have 10, these are the types of hands you should squeeze with, 10-6 offsuit. These are the hands you should raise with, 7-3 offsuit. But we're not waiting for cards, man. We are waiting for spots. So that's how you win tournaments. But wouldn't it be cool, Mickey, if he is? Wouldn't it really be cool if that was Phil Hellmuth spending his Friday night watching his buddy Dutch take down some tournaments on WSOP.com? I like to think it is. Okay, we'll just check. You know, I don't think that there's really any reason for us to try to move Winco off of a hand here. I don't think he's moving. But we will fire out a little bet here. The more that you get someone like Winco to put in pre-flop, the less likely this bet is going to work. So a lot of times we like squeezing. Right now, not so much. We'll just give it a little check. We've got some outs. That's not one of them. Can we get him off of it? I don't think so. I think he's going to be a calling station. I don't think that he's going anywhere. Yeah, we fold. Thank you for letting us fold with dignity, Winco. Thank you for not making us expose our hand. Yeah, I would say this, guys. In No Limit Hold'em, there's no such thing as a bad hand. There's no such thing as a bad hand. All there is a bad spot, you know? River Fishy Poker, yeah. Definitely planning on playing that Colossus. Thank you for joining us on the stream. I think that you gave us a little bit of a tweet shout out, right? Thank you very much for that, man. 10-5 offsuit.
Interested in your schedule? It's linked below.
On Twitter?
Your WSOP. If anybody's interested in your chat.
Yeah. Guys, if you guys are interested in what my WSOP schedule is this year, oh man, we're doing some bracelet hunting this summer, guys. It's going to be awesome. Planning on doing a lot of Twitch streaming too. Even though we're going to be playing pretty much every day, we'll try to get on the Twitch stream, on dinner breaks or before the events start, after bust outs, after the inevitable bust outs. It always hurts. Never gets easier. But we'll be doing a lot of Twitch streaming all through the World Series of Poker, including Twitch streaming that 1K online WSOP.com event, which is going to be just amazing. It's going to be insane. And that Colossus is going to be great. And I will be playing that. Riverfishy, if you want to take a look at Riverfish, if you want to take a look at what our WSOP schedule is, it's actually in the panels below. You can also just check it out on DutchBoy.com. 609, I think it counts. Yeah, you're welcome, 609. just kidding, man. CB Rufio says, watched your 06 final table recently, and I've seen your 14 FT. Crazy how the game has progressed. To weigh in on Hold'em's evolution, what did you do to adapt and keep at a high level? You know, CB Rufio, one of the main things that you can do as a poker player is to realize that you can always improve, no matter what you're doing. Oh wow! Look at that little, cooler hand. Is it really a cooler? I mean, Sticky Stacks got it all in pre-flop. I bet that what happened. We're gonna have to replay because I was paying attention. But I bet Fortune Life made a raise, right? Probably didn't open limp with that. Probably made the raise, and Sticky Stacks just 35 bigs. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what that hand history said. That's not what we're looking for. Where's our... There we are. Okay, so on the flop, it was already in, so yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it happened. If we take a look, Fortune Life, who has been doing a lot of open limping, now she decides to raise more than 4 times the big blind. We're looking at 4.25 times the big blind under the gun. This is a huge mistake, you guys. Fortune Life here is basically what's happening here, right? Is Fortune Life is adjusting their pre-flop raise amount based on hand strength. This is a betting pattern tell. So when she makes it 4.25x, generally anytime someone varies their pre-flop raise amount, if they are making it 4.25 sometimes and open limping other times, making it 2x or 3x, and then all of a sudden they make it 4.5 times, that 4.5x, usually it indicates that the bigger the bet size amount, the stronger the hand. Okay, this is why when you see us play, we don't vary our pre-flop raise amounts. That is within the level that we're playing at. It doesn't matter. Like right now we're at the 150-300 level. If we're raising here, which sometimes we do, we sometimes raise with 7-2 offsuit. If we were to raise here, we would be making it 700, and it wouldn't matter what hand we had. Our pre-flop raise amount is staying at that 3.3% or 2.3. I'm sorry, 2.3 of the big blind. It's going to be based on the big blind. It's not based on hand strength. Once you start adjusting your pre-flop raise amount based on your hand strength, you fall into these really big mistakes that we just saw here with Fortune Life, right? So Fortune Life makes it 4.x. At this point, Sticky Stacks can even pretty safely fold pocket tens. This is a situation where Sticky Stacks does not need to go broke. If anything, call and hope for a favorable flop because Fortune Life isn't folding. You have no fold equity here, Sticky Stacks, and yet what do? We get a call by 23. So I wonder what 23 had. 23 must have had a pretty big hand too. Ace Queen maybe, maybe like pocket jacks or pocket nines. Sticky Stacks goes for the squeeze, just over shipping, and this is too much. It's too much. He's making it so 4, 8. So he's making it like 3 times the pot, 30 something, more than 30 big blinds deep. It's too much of a shove. It's an overshove. It's an overship. So who played this hand bad? Well, both of them played bad. Fortune Life played the hand bad because he made it. He's adjusting his pre-flop raise amount based on hand strength, and Sticky Stacks played it even worse because, for one, he didn't pick up on that. For two, he overshipped his. He way overbet with his pocket tens. So, yeah, and there it was. Look at that. That is some bad poker all around. The only person who I can say really played it well is probably 23. So let's get back to business here. 9 Iron 12 says cash 2 tourneys out of 5 tonight, but running 2.5 times below expectation. I'm sorry to hear it, 9 Iron 12. I don't know what the expectation is. 40% in the money percentage is pretty good. Expectations kind of, we're gonna actually talk about expectation in one of these poker clinics, because it's one of those things that you can only ever estimate. You never really know what your expectation in a given situation is. You can't know. Things change. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we'll fire out with the old King Jack suited under the gun. Keep in mind that under the gun raises definitely always look stronger than like cut off hijack button raises. Pretty good flop for King Jack suited, guys. Pretty good flop. We'll go ahead and make it a half pot. We would make it 700 if we were up against one of the blinds, but given that the guy behind us is, we'll go ahead and fire out another. Well, I almost think that we could check to him. I almost feel like we could check to him, and yeah, we're not going anywhere. We don't really love it because we're kind of worried about the 5s or the 4s, but whatever. Okay. Thank you for the stack, 23. I don't hate the way he played it. 23 was definitely here to play. I think that I think that he did just fine. Wow, so look, we're third out of 89 players. You guys want to see the lobby? You guys want to take a look at what we're actually playing for? What's the... Okay, grand, that's good. $1,000, that doesn't come for free. Okay, so we have Scorpio 29 here making a limp on the small blind. We went ahead and fired out and made a little raise. Now comes King 8-3, so we actually hit the flop. We continue with our drive. Scorpio makes a check raise of a pretty big, actually. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and make the call here. I'm not going to just assume that Scorpio 29 has a king in her hand just because she check raises and tries to outplay us on this flop. 45-25. You better believe it, Scorpio. We'll make another call. And 3. Not great. One thing it does is if they had an 8 with a better kicker, now we don't have to worry about it so much. It's likely here that they have a king, but I think that we win this about 40% of the time. So yeah, nice try there, Scorpio. Nice try. We're not going to. You're not going to get us off a middle pair there. Nick 101011. Good to see you, man. Huck Weed. Good to see you, and Con Fizzle. Good to see all of you in the chat with us. Yeah, right, Anaconda? Right, Anaconda HL? That is a play money-esque raise. Make the fold. Look, Fortune Life making a min raise here under the gun. We know that Fortune Life doesn't have kings, right? I'm tempted just to fire it up, but we'll wait. We'll wait. Oh yeah, the Bob Hatter. He's not here tonight. He shot us on Twitter saying that he was going to have to miss us tonight, but he did want a shout out. So shout out to the Bob Hatter. We miss you, buddy. We wish that you were here. Look at that. Ace-6 suited. He just goes ahead and fires out 2x. We're going to go ahead and make this player note on Fortune Life. Adjusting his raise amount based on hand strength. Go ahead and fire out 900 here. And what was that player's sticky stacks? That's right. Over ships. Put in 30 times a big blind. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make another 900. 6, 7, 8. Try to always standardize your timing. Live, it's even more important than online. One of the biggest tells that you can pick up on live opponents is how long it takes them to actually put in their chips. 7, 8, 9. So when you're playing live and really trying to focus, try to standardize everything. Give yourself a nice little count. Okay, you know what, Winco, we'll go ahead and gamble with you. Hopefully you don't have that 8. You do have that 8. Not only do you have the 8, but you also have the ace to go along with the 8. So we're sitting here with like 2 outs. Ugh, that was gross. Gross. At the very least, we call there thinking that we have 5 outs minimum. A lot of times we're able to get him in a real dominating spot. Sometimes he's got 5-6. Sometimes he's got 5-4. Other times we are able to get him in just with a flush draw. Okay, so do we make this call? I don't think so. We're not really hitting our we're hitting our set 12% of the time. What is it, 8.5 to 1? I think so. We really have to be confident that if we do hit the set, we're going to be able to stack the guy if we make that kind of call. It's not so bad to we can also sometimes win the pot unimproved. But I feel like Scorpio 29 feels kind of like he's drowning right now. So let's just go ahead and get out of his way with those pocket 6s. Play Money Pro. Vegas is always a good idea. Cushion Vanilla 619, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Rumble Sync. That is a Grand Don't Come for Free is an album title. It's The Streets. Little Skinner, man. I'm a big fan of The Streets. That original Pirate Material, great songs on there. That was such a wonderful album. Grand Don't Come for Free, I feel like wasn't as good as original Pirate Material, but what is as good as the original Pirate Material? Good ear, Rumpelsink. What's up, Huckweed? So Unspotted 99, what is a hijack position? So good question, Unspotted 99. So basically, you've got these different positions at the table named, right? So this is the button, small blind, big blind. Right now we are under the gun, okay? So this position right here to the right of the button is called the cutoff. And the position to the right of the cutoff is called the hijack. I mean, it's just what people call them. These ones don't really have names. Under the gun +1. Under the gun +2. Sometimes you'll hear middle position 1, middle position 2. Middle positions don't really have names yet. They will. I'm sure that eventually they will. I would love to give them names. So, Phobes says, beautiful play, Dutch. I don't think that Phobes is talking about... unfortunately, I don't think he's talking about the Ace-5. I'm not sure which hand he was talking about just now, but thank you, Phobes. Keep in mind we are at a 3-minute delay, so I don't remember. We're probably talking about the 8-5 offsuit. Maybe talking about the King-Jack. I feel good about the 8-5. Okay, so let's go ahead and pot it right here. We'll go ahead and do a little squeeze play against Winco. We know Winco just doesn't have much. If we can get through Winco, we can usually get through the others. Yeah. 8-2 offsuit. Good for another win, guys. This is how you do it. Piemans33 asks, in your opinion, is there more money to be won in tournaments or everyday cash games? It's not even close, Piemans. It's cash games. Bryant Capano, if she shoves the river for 17K into 18K, do you call with a pair of 8s? I would definitely think about it, Bryant. I'm glad that we didn't actually have to make that decision. It's going to be kind of hard for us to put her on, it's going to be kind of hard for us to put her on a king there. It's also pretty hard for us to put her on a 3. And, the way the hand went down, let's go ahead and pull up that hand history. The way the hand went down, when she check raises and then continues with her drive on the 7 board, at this point, I mean, we don't really put her on a king because I kind of feel like, if she had just like a naked king, I think that maybe she checks for pot control on the turn. So a pot-sized bet on the river doesn't really make sense for a king. What does a pot-sized bet make sense with? Maybe king 3, maybe 8-3, maybe a set of 8s where she has 8s full, maybe a set of kings where she has kings full, maybe quad 3s. That's about it. Because when that 3 comes, I mean, that has to scare her too, right? So what would she be making a pot-sized bet all in for the rest of her chips with? Is she really doing that with a king? I don't think so. We can put her on a range of, okay, these are the hands that are beating our 8-5 at this point. And what's not beating us? everything else, you know. So there's like maybe, you know, 12, 13 hands that we can put her on that, you know, kind of that outline would kind of make sense that are beating us, and then there's 1,000 hands we can put her on that doesn't. So I think that we probably make the call if Scorpio just shoves there on the river, because we're ahead. We're ahead. So we're going to go ahead and let her bluff off our chips. You know, bluff off the chips. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. We have a couple minutes here. I'm gonna go ahead and get up, get some exercise. Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you haven't clicked on that follow button, please click on the follow button. Follow us on Twitter. Give us some retweet love. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. And they started without me. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make the fold. Is 808 a what exactly is 808? How does 808 make sense, you guys? Can't fake it, firing out 808. 2.0.
Come over here. Come over here.
2?
Yeah, right.
2.02 times a big blind? Is that what they're doing there?
Sit.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll tell you what, guys. Standardize your pre-flop raise amounts. Don't go to the number keypad when you're I mean, make it standard. 808 doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It has no, like, so you end up, anytime you go to the number pad and adjust your pre-flop raise amounts, you're bound to make adjustments based on your hand. It just happens. We're not random number generators. Humans can't do it. You know, pick a random number between 1 and infinity. Try it right now. 1 and infinity. You pick a random number. You know, okay, I got mine. It's 7. That's what I picked. I mean, is that really random? Between 1 in infinity. Why isn't it in the gazillions? I don't even think you can pick a random number between 1 and infinity. It doesn't even make sense. So Boyd Crowder, yes, we have thought about doing sub-private tourneys. I'm going to actually just type that in. Boyd Crowder, yes, we are. We've thought about it. Yes, we thought about it, and plan on doing them. Doozy. Good to see you in chat, man. Doozy. Fist bump it. How did the week go in Minnesota? Not well. Not well. TYIRL, what happened pre-flop? Thank you in real life. What happened pre-flop was, let's go ahead and fire out 900 here. What happened pre-flop was that she limped in the small blind, and I made it 3x from the big blind. She called and then check raised on that flop. So, nice try. Didn't get through, Scorpio. I can't blame you for trying to outplay me post-flop. I really can't. I would try to outplay me too. Check raising on that flop, it's awfully hard. It's awfully hard to continue unless I have a king or an 8 or a 3 or some sort of pair in my hand. I mean, if I'm sitting here with like Jack 10 suited, which is definitely in my range, and you make that check raise, most of the time it works, right? Or not. A lot of times I'm just gonna float you too, which is what you thought I must have been doing when you fire out on the turn. So. Rafa Vitoy, I really appreciate your thought process here, but I'm going to say it again and again and again that it's a big mistake to check behind in that situation, Raf. The reason is because you are missing out on that continuation bet. You want to merge those C bets unless you have a very, very compelling reason why you don't want to fire out that C bet. If your head's up with the pre-flop aggression, then fire out that C-bet. It's a huge mistake to check behind. So, maybe we can fold when he check raises. I don't think so. I think that enough of the time we're up against a flush draw. But, you can play your way. I can play mine. I can tell you that I wrote a whole article, Raf, about, check raising, or not check raising, about continuation betting and how important it is not to miss out on those C-bet opportunities. It's coming up in the next issue of All In Magazine. It's on the All In Magazine website right now, and I would recommend you read it. Raf, give it a read, because I think that if you read it and you think about it, you're going to change your mind about that Ace-5 hand. I think that no, I don't agree with your reasoning there. I like that you this is what I do like. I like that you're thinking about it and you're thinking, well, maybe there's other ways to play it than how you played it, Dutch, because there are, of course, other ways to play it. And obviously, there's I make a lot of mistakes. You could be right. We could both be right, or we could both be wrong. And it's good that you challenge the way that I play these tournaments and the moves that I make. I do appreciate it, because I know it's coming from a very constructive point of view. That being said, no, I don't think that giving up the C-bet in that situation was a good move at all. And I'm not giving up the C-bet online unless I have a real compelling reason to do it. Live, it's a little bit different, because you can put your man on a hand, right? You can come up with all those live tells where, he's making the check the same way that he always makes that check when he's going for a check raise. He's making the check like he's just going to completely give up, and here I completely smash the flop, so I'm not going to get any value out of it. So there's reasons to check behind live that just aren't there online. You don't have those live reads online, so I'm pretty happy with continuing with the C-bet there. You want to go ahead and not let them think that when you actually hit, you're not C-betting. There's a lot of reasons to make that C-bet, and I would again, Raf, I would really suggest you go to All In Magazine, check out that C-bet article. I think it might change your mind. Jada Genius, is that a comfy chair? No, it's not a comfy chair. One of the things I'm going to do when I get some money, hopefully, is you know what? I feel like we could just pot it here. I don't feel like we have a lot of fold equity, but I also feel like a lot of times we're ahead, so we're not really risking much, and we're letting him know that if he wants to go with it, he's going to have to put his whole stack in. This is a great spot for us to be in, and good game, Professor 2.0. 808 is a drum. 808 is a drum machine, and Hawaii is the 808 state. Matty Matt 316, Bastar, BA Prod, Bat Prod. It's good to see you guys. Good to see you guys in the chat. And we were hanging out in a couple of. I was lurking in a couple of other chats tonight, Bat Prod, that I saw you in. Always good to see a guy who is active on Twitch, and thank you very much for supporting this Twitch stream. I really appreciate it, Bat Prod, and Bastar, Matty Matt, Boyd Crowder. You guys are great. You guys are great. Okay, Pieman's 333 gives some area codes out there. Flip ace, ace, ace in the big blind. We have a bony fish on him. We don't know why. We got the bony fish on card head. We got the bony fish on Winco and Fortune Life. We don't know why. What we do know is that Fortune Life made a min raise with a 6 suited, made a 4.25x raise with pocket kings. So let's go ahead and fire that squeeze play right now. If we can get through Fortune Life, I think we get through Scorpio. Scorpio might decide to just all in it, though, for sure. When Scorpio does this, did it pretty quick. Yeah, we'll just fold. Good on you, Scorpio. It's a pretty big overshove. It truly is. I don't like it. I think that you're risking way too much. And I don't always have nothing. I'm going to be making that squeeze with any legitimate hand as well. So I think about 15-20% of the time you actually just get knocked out right there. So I don't really like it. I think that you would be better off, instead of trying to induce a squeeze play from me or someone behind you, if you had a big hand, I think you would have been better off actually making the raise yourself. I don't like it, but it worked out for you, Scorpio, so good job. It's definitely not the kind of play that I'm going to put a bony fish on you for. Nicely done. You get one, I get one. Now we're even. Yeah, so thank you in real life. I saw one streamer on Twitch here. He uses an actual random number generator to choose his sizes, but he had to put in a range like 50,000 to 65,000. Okay. There's no randomness in the world, but that's probably about as close as it gets. It's about as close as it gets. Maybe there's randomness. It could be randomness. What's up, Texas to Nevada? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Glad to see you doing well in tonight's tourney, he says. Didn't go so swell for me this time. Sorry to see it. Let's see. Did you play this one? Let's take a look. Texas to Nevada. One of our own local Felt Warriors. Were you actually playing this tournament? There you are. Yeah, there we are. 123. Our friend Texas to Nevada. It would have been nice to make another final table with you, buddy. Sorry that it didn't happen this time. Okay, so we're not going to go ahead and give up an opportunity here. The chances of this getting through go way, way, way up when the big blind isn't even sitting in, right? So let's go ahead and make the fire out here. Cardhead goes ahead and calls. Can't blame him. They both go ahead and call. Can't blame them. Do we fire out a half pot? I don't think so. I think we can just go ahead and give up on it. You know, this isn't really the spot that we're looking for. We're not. We don't need a c-bet every single time we are up against multiple opponents. I think that it's going to be hard for us to put, to get either one of them off of even overcards. So I think a c-bet just gets us into trouble here. We tried to just take it without a flop. We tried to take it if we did see a flop. We tried to just get it heads up against Winco or one of these other guys. Of course, if we were heads up with the pre-flop aggression, we're firing at that c-bet 100% of the time. Riverfish Poker, I'll tell you what, I wrote about that hand all in this poker tilt book. If you want the skinny on the pocket threes versus king queen offsuit hand, I'd suggest that you pick up a copy of it. We actually give all of our subscribers as a perk. We give them the we give them the digital DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt. It's a pretty decent read, if I must say so myself. I wrote every word of it, so I'm a little biased. But if you want the whole moneymaker story, the whole laydown of that hand in that tournament, well, I mean, the book starts with it. The book starts with it. If you read the introduction, it's the summer of 2003, and poker isn't cool yet, but it's about to be. Last week, I made my way into the big dance, which is what old-timers call the World Series of Poker main event. Blah, 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 blah. Chris doesn't snap call and agonizes instead. It doesn't matter what he's holding. I know it's a fold, and he knows it too. He is faced with the end if he calls. His tournament will likely be over, and he'll go back home to Tennessee with a cool story. He'll still be telling his co-workers 30 years from now about how he made it deep in the World Series of Poker and went head-to-head with legends like Johnny Chan, Phil Hellmuth, and Dutch Boyd. I start thinking about the next hand, the next round, the next day. I'm no longer thinking about the present hand where I just put in the majority of my stack in on a semi-bluff with overcards, because sometimes you're sure, like right now. I am absolutely, confidently, 100% positive, 100% sure that Chris Moneymaker is going to fold his trashy hand. I call. Fuck. That's how the book starts. And I'll tell you, if you want an insider's point of view, how poker developed, pick it up. Poker Tilt on Amazon. Good Ash 4895 makes a 3x. We'll call. We don't love it. Let's just see what happens. Ace 9-4, not the flop we're looking for. We're gonna go ahead and check fold. E. Gribby says, who needs a poker coach when you have that Dutch Boyd kicking ass on Twitch? E. Gribby, I'll tell you what, if you want a poker coach, hit that subscribe button, because that's what you get for $4.99. You're a triple bracelet winner poker coach. Server of Booze 12. Hey, Dutch Boyd, what do you think about the delayed C-bet on the turn instead of the flop? Don't like it. I think that you should C-bet on the turn. Or I think you should C-bet on the flop. Taser Laser says, can you explain why you fold pre-flop 6-6 when they bet small? Because I didn't really like the spot. I didn't like the situation. We'll go ahead and make the pot size bet here. Fortune Life doing more of those open limps. RTK Abudo says, buy a need for seat chair, Dutch Boy. They're very comfortable chairs. Cost about $500 for the nice extra large comfort ones. I've been kind of hoping that I could get one of those Miller Aarons. Rumpelsink asks, who's your all-time favorite player and why? I'd say probably my all-time favorite is Lane Flack. I think he's one of the funniest guys in the game. Let's see. We got Rosentech. Everyone gets a fishy, pretty much, right? We got 1, 2, 3. I guess not really. I mean, a lot of these guys we've played enough hands with them that they're not getting fish. Good Ash, Scorpio, not getting fish. I'm a DEA fart says, do you remember the very first time you sat at a live poker tournament? Were you nervous? Did you feel uncomfortable? Did you feel intimidated? How many sessions before you became comfortable at the table? Yeah, I remember, and it was very intimidating. Everything seemed to be going so fast, and it was very uncomfortable. Yeah. And Raph, I didn't take it any way except constructively. I really didn't. Let's go ahead and fire out that 1100. Bony Fish, I love Days 21. That Bony Fish means we see them make obvious big mistakes, and we go ahead and we if they're going to make obvious mistakes like open limping, over shoving, then we know that they're going to make other mistakes in hands like this GSX spin. It's never okay to open limp. We'll give you that Bony Fish. That's the kind of thing that makes that makes grown poker players cry when they see a guy just give away equity like that. Allbark says, tightest player raised early position in short stack, so Dutch has no implied odds to win big stack with his 6-6. Also had a lot of players to act behind him, in my opinion. Yeah, Allbark, I feel like that's exactly right. When you're playing these tournaments, all you're doing is you're looking for the right spots. You're not looking for the right cards. You're looking for the right spots. And a lot of times those bigger hands can just get in the way. Yeah, let's go ahead and pot this. Well, no, we're not going to pot this. We're going to make it 1,300 plus 1,200, so we'll make it 2,500. Our standard pre-flop raise would be potting it if we were in the small blind or the big blind, but our standard here is going to be 1,300, 600, 2x plus 100. So our standard pre-flop raise amount is 1,300 here. And then when we have a couple of these open limps, wow, let's go ahead and save a little face by thinking about calling here. But obviously GSX bin set a trap, and there's really no question in my mind who's going to win this hand. GSX bin is going to turn over a monster hand like aces or kings. Although he called awfully quickly, where I feel like if he had aces or kings and we have an ace blocker, I kind of feel like he would at least kind of think about it for a little while to give the illusion of weakness. So who knows? But if I'm going to have to bet on somebody, I'm betting that this is a pair versus pair situation. Both of them probably have big pairs, maybe eights versus queens or kings. We're making the fold, and GSX bin, I think, wins this hand. So good game, flip, A. You're going to need some help. Probably looking at a 2-outer here. Number 4, no cheese, no. As soon as you start getting... Oh, wow. What? How does Cardhead make that call? Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is such bad play. Oh, man, you guys. Oh, man. I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words of that one, guys. Let's review. You can't really blame flip ace for making a squeeze play here, or the shove here. He's kind of thinking that I'm just kind of abusing the open stack, so that's okay. You don't hate that shove. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. You got GSX bin limping with Jack 10 suited, which I hate, and then calling off the rest of his stack, which is more than 20 big blinds. Just calling it off, like quickly calling it off. Horrible. Then ace king suited makes the overcall, which I think if there's a time to ever get away from ace king suited, that would have been it. By the way, we got through with our last with our king 10 suited raise. Now we've got the ace 8 offsuit against Fortune Life and Cheeks K. We'll go ahead. Since if we were up against one of these guys, we would fire out a C bet. Since we're up against two, we don't have to. We'll go ahead and just call, let them fire out a bet for us. Maybe we're able to get them to bluff off some chips. We might be looking at a 9. That's why we're not raising, but we're probably ahead. Let's see. No, ace queen. Nice hand there, Cheeks K. Nice hand there. Good players do get the shark. There are some players who have gotten the shark. Zurza says, can you explain the terms pre-flop aggressor and C-bet? Zurza, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to do better than that. I'm going to go ahead and fire in a link in the chat, Zurza, for the All In magazine article that I recently wrote. It's called To See or Not to See. Let me go ahead and fire that into the chat for you. Check out that article that I wrote recently for All In Magazine. It's going to explain exactly what those are, C-bets, pre-flop aggression, all of that. It's definitely one of those, it's one of the most important concepts in tournament poker. And I'm actually thinking, it's so important, I might go ahead and have a poker clinic up. The poker clinic tomorrow, we might do it about C-betting and pre-flop aggression. Last week we talked about changing gears and chip inflation. Tomorrow we might talk about C-bets because it's so important. There really isn't a more plus EV bet in poker than that post-flop C-bet with the pre-flop aggression when you're up against a heads-up opponent. There just really isn't. Okay, good Ash. We don't like the open limp here. We really don't. We're going to go ahead and make that pot size bet. If you re-raise all in, we are calling you. Let's just see what happens. We don't really want to get too involved with card head. Typical Fish says, is there a reason to play on WSOP instead of other sites? I feel like there's smaller tournaments and worse players. Typical Fish, WSOP.com is the legal online regulated choice if you're living in Las Vegas. You know, there's plenty of other sites out there, but this one is legal. This one is regulated. This one we know that if someone cheats us, they can go to prison. If someone bots us, they can go to prison. This one we know that they're not going to just close up shop and take our money. If Caesars Entertainment goes down, we're going to have bigger problems than whatever money we have in WSOP.com. Okay, so Ace, Queen, Jack. That's a pretty scary flop for us. Hits his range pretty well, but keep in mind what we say. If the flop scares you, it scares them too. Don't give up that opportunity to make the C bet. Wow, now we actually hit. Let's go ahead and just let's try to eke out a little bit of profit here. Can we get him to call? I think he does. He put it enough here that he's looking at it 2-1. I don't think he has the 10, he says. I don't think he has the 10. I do have the 10 Fortune Life. I had the 10-6 suited. You had 2 pair? Okay. This is what he had. He had, probably would have raised that. Misclick. What did he have? He had the old King Queen offsuit. So we got lucky to win it for sure. If we don't hit if we don't hit the king on the turn, we're not going anywhere with it. Keep in mind that it's an awkward hand for him to play post flop when it comes Ace, Queen, Jack. We don't hate the way he played it though. I mean, I probably would have called me too. Fortune Life, not really. I think that I probably would have check raised the flop, and the check raise would have done the trick. Okay, let's get back to it. Going for another final table. We are doing pretty well in the monies in the final tables. And yeah, let's go ahead and fire out 1,300. I mean, the chances of us getting through when the big blind's just sitting out like that is so much higher. So much higher, so we'll go ahead and take a shot at it. Make that fold. If you guys are still looking at that Jack-10 suited hand, I think that's just happened. Yeah, you can't fault Cardhead for making the call because they'd already put in, it was 40K in the pot, and he has to call 2K more. So he didn't make a bad call on the flop. He made a bad call, in my opinion, pre-flop. As it turned out, though, he was crushing them. So. Nick 101011, what is your opinion on Betcoin poker for U.S. players? Nick, what I would say is it's going to be the same as Bovada, ACR, Seals with Clubs, all of those other sites. They're offshore, U.S.-facing, illegal sites. They're unregulated. It's the wild, wild west if you're playing on Betcoin. So I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. And actually, if you look at the players who are playing on it, a lot of them don't even realize that they're breaking the law just playing on those sites. I would think that at the very least, if someone's playing Betcoin on Twitch, that they are probably against the terms of service of the Twitch agreement. So I'm not going to ever play on Betcoin. Least of all, not on Twitch. Bradman, do you think open limping is more acceptable in shorthanded versus very shorthanded situations? Bradman, no. I just don't think it's ever okay to open limp. If your head's up, right? I don't like limping on the button. I like raising the button. And it doesn't get more shorthanded than that, right? So, no, I don't think it's ever okay. It's never okay to limp. Raph says, please, one more question. Why you've called 3 barrels with ace-9 in that spot? What kind of hands you put your opponents on? I would have put him on complete error or a weaker ace where we're chopping the pot. If he has an ace-10 if he has a smaller ace than an ace 9, that jack pretty much means that we're going to chop. So the only hands I'm worried about there, Raph, I'm worried about a 9, right? With so that he has trips. I'm also worried about a bigger ace. That's what I'm kind of thinking there. Okay, 10-2, card head makes a min raise. You know what? We're going to go ahead and see a flop with you, card head. I don't want you thinking that you're going to be able to take our big blind with that lame min bet, but we're not really going to play really after the flop. We're just going to check fold to you unless we hit something crazy. How was that picture of the year? I'm sticking with American Sniper type shit. Yeah, JD, I don't know. One thing, Justin, that was cool about Birdman, right? Is the way that they shot it. How if you noticed, it took me about 20 minutes to even realize that the little editing trick that they were using. I didn't even realize. You'll remember that old Goodfellas scene where they have that long one take, right? And you see that long take. I think that's that. And the fact that Hollywood is kind of a sucker for movies about Hollywood is the reason that we saw Birdman take down Best Picture. I don't think it deserved it. I think that American Sniper was fine, a fine movie. I think that there's a lot of movies that should have taken Best Picture over Birdman. That's my own opinion. I love watching the Oscars, though, Anaconda High-Low. I think... Okay, so what do we think about this shove? 10 bigs. It's a fine shove. This isn't... Can't Fake It so far has actually been playing pretty well, in my opinion. I feel like Can't Fake It is doing just fine. Sitting out, yeah, probably means he's... It probably actually means that his internet went down. Mighty Sourdough says, I'm going to be in Vegas in 3 weeks, staying at the Rio to familiarize myself with the layout come the WSOP. See you at the 3-6 limit table. So the Rio doesn't actually have a 3-6 limit table, Mighty Sourdough, but the Rio does have a 1-2 game that I would come down, I'd play with you. I would love to meet you, Mighty Sourdough, so let me know when you're in town. Hit me at dutch@dutchboyd.com, and we'll set it up. I'll swing by the Rio. Let's grab a beer. I'll thank you in person, like I say every single time. I'll thank you in person for actually supporting the stream, and we'll get to know each other. We'll learn a little bit about ourselves. We'll learn a little bit about each other and some poker. Sounds good. So, yes. Wiscole says, glad to see a good streamer on. Just bagged 92,000 in the Mid-States Poker Tour in Milwaukee. Top 20 stack after day 1. My first ever day 2 of a tournament. My heart is still just pumping. I won't be sleeping for a while. Congratulations, Wiscole. Very, very happy to hear that. I hear that's a really good tournament. So, guys, this is a fold, in my opinion. I mean, I like Ace-Queen offsuit. I feel like a lot of times we're ahead, but we're not really trying to get into a big confrontation with card head. There's a couple of people here at the table that it would just be an ICM disaster for us to really tangle with. Our table is actually very heavy. If we look at the the players left, there's 6 tables left, and we've got some pretty heavy stacks at our table. CPT Cruz is in 2nd place. I'm in 9th place. Cardhead is sitting there in 12th place. We got Chelsea K sitting there in 17th place. Fortune Life. I bet that if you look at the average, so the average stack in the tournament is 33,000. I bet that if you add up the average stacks here, we're probably looking at much more than that. We've got, 200 right here, 250, 260, 270, 310, 320, 330. Yeah, and we're not going to count that. So we got 330 divided by 8. Yeah, so we're definitely a heavier stack. If you look at the lobby, average stack is 34,000. The average stack at our table is over 40,000, and that's just adding them up and dividing them up. Actually, if you compare our average stack with all the others, since that average is lower than ours, that actually means that we're kind of pushing up the average. So our table's kind of dangerous, guys. If you actually look at our spot, we kind of have to. We kind of have to take it a little bit easier than we normally would. We've got CPT Cruz here, sitting here raising what was that, a 4x? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, boys. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make this raise. Ace 3, offsuit. We'll see if we can't get through. CB Rufio saying, Bovada took me 8 weeks to get paid out. That's pretty rough, man. I've heard Bovada pays out. I've heard that Carbon's been taking a long time. Lock is just like, don't even touch it. One thing that I do kind of like about the Bitcoin sites like Seals and Betcoin is that the cash outs happen pretty quickly. So that's one thing I like about them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make a half pot size bet here. We are C-betting. And we don't love it, but we're not going to give up our opportunity to make that C-bet. And since we are out of position against this guy, we're going to make it a half pot size bet rather than what we normally would if we were in position, which would be the same amount that we C-bet the same amount that we raise pre-flop. Bob Hatter, I didn't think that you were going to be here, man. Good to see you. Good to see you, Bob Hatter. Yeah, I didn't think that you were going to be here, man. I thought that you were off for the night.
I did on Instagram because I don't know how to do it on.
On Vine?
Well, I don't know how to, like, Instagram has options to make it brighter.
That's pretty good.
Right?
That's pretty good.
I guess I should have muted the sound, though.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll put it on Vine.
I shared it on Facebook, so.
Raph says, what do you think about ICM in a general way? Independent chip model is what that means for anybody who's asking. Did you want this back? Can I have my phone back? What do I think about it? Independent chip model, ICM. Basically what it means is you got to take it. You have to take a consideration of money jumps when you make decisions. It's basically, it basically means that your chips are worth more or less depending on what stage of the tournament you're in and how many you have. We talk a little bit about that in our first poker clinic rave about chip inflation. And if you didn't get a chance to take a look at that, I would go on YouTube, type in Poker Clinic Dutch Boyd. I exported it out for you guys. So basically what it means is that your chips are worth more or less depending on what stage of the tournament you're in and how many you have. And that's about as far as it goes, right? I mean, you pretty much are just looking at situations where most of the time you're looking at like bubble considerations, bubble play. Like if we're 9th out of 51 right now. It pays 20. So if we were on the bubble or even close to it, like 22, 23 players, with Captain Cruz behind us, we wouldn't really want to be playing a lot of hands with him. That's basically what it means. God, it's so very, very tempting to just fire out a pot-sized bet and take that right there. Oh, wow. What do we do here? Can we get Captain Cruz to fire out a C-bet for us? I don't think so. So let's just go ahead and see if we can't take it. We don't want all three people to fold, right? I mean, we just flopped a monster, but at the same time...
Cracked.
At the same time, we can't expect them to bet for us. No one has the pre-flop aggression there. It would have been okay to check, but I also think by betting, we give them an opportunity to raise. And betting kind of underrepresents our hand. If we go for a check raise there, or if we check call, check raise on the turn, all of a sudden sirens start really going off in any aware opponent's head that, oh no, Dutch probably has a monster here. Why is he slow playing? So generally, I don't think that I think it's a mistake to slow play in these situations. I think that you end up losing a lot of value. The fact is, I don't think they're really coming on board with a lot anyway. Noxy, bro, when I say don't use the number pad, what I mean is don't adjust those last digits. A lot of times you do need to go ahead and make, if you're going to make it 1700, you can't not use the number pad. So. Flatty says, I'll be back home to Vegas Sunday, and you can thank me in person. I'll take a beer. I've subbed under 2 different names. I think I'm going to have to break down and sub from this account. Sounds good, Flatty. Sounds good. Okay, we're going to make the fold here. 16 bigs isn't really what we want to make the call with. Bob Hatter. It's a decent film. If it was fiction, people would have thought that it was a good 80s action film. Yeah, you guys hear it too. The Bob Hatter, you heard about Jesse Ventura suing that guy, right? Chris Kyle, just suing him into oblivion. And then when we'll go ahead and make that raise. 2,100 is going to be our amount at the 500,000. We're going to wait until it gets to 1,000, 2,000 before we're making it a flat 2x. You heard about Jesse Ventura then, right? Just suing him for libel, and then he finally he dies, and Jesse Ventura decides, you know what? I'm still going to sue him. I'm going to take every penny that I can from his wife and his children. I was so disgusted by that. I feel like Ventura really missed the whole point, and fuck him. That's what I felt like. Anyway, Poker Polarized says, do you know my friend Jordan Christos? Very well. Jordan's a good guy. I like him. He's cool. Jordan actually bought me a keyboard to play along with him on the drums. I love Jordan. He's one of my all-time favorite people. One of my best friends in poker. So yeah, I know. JC and Blue got John Hawley giving us maybe Han Jolly. You keep hearing about poker on Twitch, giving us a favorite. Thank you very much, bud. Really appreciate it. And JD Cole, you in timeout. Sometimes it feels that way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Capped. Very sorry to hear it. Don't give any spoilers if you see me get knocked out. I'm sorry to hear it though, Cap. You should keep on streaming, Caps. It's early. Crazy Bobo. It starts at 6:30. The one that we're in right now. We've been going at it for about 3 hours now. We're 7th out of 47. Feeling pretty good. Guys. I mean, it's getting to that point where we're starting to smell the money. Everyone's starting to smell the money. We're going to go ahead and turn up the VPIP aggression in just a little bit more, even higher than it already is. We talk about changing gears, and we talk about this ratio between the small blind up here and the ante. So right now we're at a 5-to-1 ratio. It's going to get even more, higher here at 6-to-1. Is that? I guess that is actually, that 5-to-1 ratio, 6-to-1 ratio. The higher that gets, the less aggressive we need to be, the tighter we need to be. The lower it gets, I mean, if next level, and a lot of times you'll see this level in tournaments where it's 600, 1200 with a 200 ante, so it's a 3-to-1 ratio. The lower that ratio between small blind and ante, the more aggressive we need to be. So we're gonna kind of take it a little bit easier right now. We got 66 big blinds. We're gonna wait until we get a little bit closer to the money where people are kind of looking around thinking, okay, half of us are going to get paid. A little more than half of us are going to get paid. I don't really need to be taking big chances against Dutch, right? Hey, no problem, Justin. I'm going to go ahead and I'll try to take the IQ test in a little while. I mean, I was sitting there watching some Twitch, and I was actually watching Cap's Twitch stream last night as I was taking them, and a couple of the tests looked like it wasn't really something that I could kind of do while I was not paying full attention. So I'll take a couple more of those for you, Justin. Of course, Justin. Whatever happened? I thought that you were going to be hanging out with your Pikes Peak guys. Let's make the call here. Let's see if we can't go ahead and flop that magic flop, and just that's not a horrible flop for us, you guys. It really isn't. Let's see what Fortune Life does with it. Fortune Life made that min raise, which kind of makes me feel like Fortune Life has a weak ace. Now we fold. We probably would have check raised Fortune Life if Cheeks hadn't, because I think Fortune Life has like an ace 6, ace 8, ace 9, maybe an ace 10. I think that our pair of jacks is ahead of Fortune Life, but I don't really think it's ahead of Cheeks. If it is ahead, I think Cheeks has some sort of combo draw. What vintage deck do you play, Dutch? Let me think about it. Let me look really quick what they call it. Delver. I think it's got a lot of Delvers. And then let me take a look. Okay, so actually we're going to pot this. 8, 9. Blue-red Delver. Basically the vintage deck that I've been kind of rolling with. I've got my Power 9 on Moto, so I might try shops. I might try a couple of these these decks. I wouldn't say that I'm like great. I've won a couple of smaller local tournaments. I've never like taken like a Grand Prix or anything. I used to play a lot on Magic the Gathering, like on Magic Online. Michelle hated it. She kind of just saw it as a huge time suck and kind of a money suck too, which I can't really disagree with her. I did take a couple of premier events. That's about as like the best that I can claim, but yeah, I don't know, Jada Genius. I don't know what the. I wish I could tell you base quality of the stream. Bitrate is 2187 kbps right now. I don't really know. I'm very tempted to just make a call there, since Fortune Life is sitting out. Well, and they came back. Examol. Do you play poker for a living, Examol?
No, you do. No. You play poker for a living.
But XMY does know the base, like the important concepts, like what VPIP is. I'm actually proud of you for being like VPIP stands for voluntarily put money in the pot. Well done there. Well done there.
Well, Google is a wonderful tool.
Google is a good tool. We've got some more mentions. Matty Matt 316. Thank you very much, man, for giving us the mention on Twitter. Always informative and fun. Would you consider doing a clinic on game theory? Let me take a look at what you just put us on Twitter. And guys, thank you so much for joining us. All of our viewers right now. If you, that's pretty tempting, you guys. Pretty tempting to re-raise it. We'll fold. If you guys, all our viewers, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, please do. And follow us on Twitter too, @DutchBoyd. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the Twitterverse and see if anybody wants to give me a little retweet. I'll give you a shout out on the show, give you the follow. If you have any questions you want me to address on the show, please let me know. Like this one from Matty Matt says, our own Matty Matt 316. Thank you very much for subbing. Always informative and fun. Would you consider doing a clinic on game theory and poker math, or is that a little heavy? Matt, I'll tell you what. If you haven't checked out the first poker clinic we did, Poker Clinic number 1, please do. Just go to YouTube, go to Poker Clinic space Dutch Boyd. I would definitely consider doing a poker clinic on game theory and math. A basic probability, what exactly game theory optimal means versus exploitive play. And just the very beginnings of game theory. I would love to do that. I think that I'll probably try to put that together in a future poker clinic for sure. Just for you, Matty Matt. Tomorrow, I don't think that we're going to do the poker clinic on game theory and poker math. I think we're probably going to tomorrow do it on continuation betting. Just because I think, basic stuff like VPIP, continuation betting, pre-flop aggression, post-flop c-bet, those kind of terms that I keep on having to kind of explain in the chat to some people. I kind of feel like it's so important and so critical when you look at like game theory and poker math. That's also that's important. I'm not trying to downplay it, but it's not as important as knowing that you need a c-bet post flop. So I think like talking about I was kind of going back and forth too about maybe going over Bayes' theorem tomorrow, but I kind of feel like I think I'm going to go over c-betting tomorrow. But I think I will do a game theory and poker math session in a future poker clinic. I'll try to make it happen just for you, Matt, before the World Series, okay? So we're going to make this 2,500. The 2x plus 100, we're going to keep doing that 2x plus 100 until we get up to the 1K, 2K level. And we get through. Thank you, guys. Wow, look at that. Hell is 2004 sitting there with 179,000 in chips. Wow. So we got to a different table now. We're sitting here with 41 players left, 7th in chips. Let's look at the lobby again. We've got a couple of people we recognize that we've played with before. Nobody that we. Oh, there's Butters. He's still in here. Always love seeing another Twitcher do well in these things. So, Matt, thanks for the shout out on Twitter, and thanks for the question. It's a good question. We got John Hawley giving it the favorite. Thank you, John. Looking forward to seeing you here in Vegas. Chris Conrad says in St. Louis, and for some reason it reminded me that Dutch Boyd is the fucking man. Thank you, Chris. Chris Conrad, one of my absolute favorite players, also a WPT bracelet winner. Good luck out there, man. Good luck. Definitely. Actually, when I look back at my third bracelet, I don't think that I win it unless Chris Conrad's kind of helping me out there. Okay, so anytime you got the small blind limping, we're going to go ahead and fire out that 3x. A lot of times we just get it through. You know I love you, Massey boys, right? God, I want to pot this so bad. How do you give us all an opportunity to just take chips from you, you bony fish, hellas? You've got so many chips in front of you, and you're going to open limp under the gun like that? No, we hate it. Okay, let's see. We got a couple people giving me some retweet love. Thank you guys so much. Poker RT gave me a nice retweet. We've got Matt Coonsy08. Thank you so much. Always, I really appreciate it, Coonsy, and thanks again for the sub. Once again, guys, we are giving these, anybody who wants to go ahead and support the stream by clicking on that sub button, we're going to go ahead and hook you up with the first sub perk, which is going to be a DRM-free digital copy of Poker Tilt. This is the book that I wrote in over a year, every single word, 270 pages coming from me. Got some pretty good reviews. So far, it's gotten a lot of 5-star and 4-star reviews on Amazon, only one bad review. And the bad review just said that it wasn't worth $5. No, it said it was maybe for $5 it'd be worth it, is what he said, and because it's a $24.99 book. What do we got, Michelle? What do we got, Exmois?
Can you talk a little about balancing under the gun type stuff with the tells when transitioning from online to live poker?
That sounds like a pretty heavy question. Sounds like a pretty heavy question, Polarized. I'll tell you what. I'm going to. Matt asked for a game theory poker clinic, and we're gonna give it to you. We're gonna give it to you, Matt, because you are.
Is that what we're doing tomorrow then?
Nope, we're not doing it tomorrow. We're gonna do a c betting session tomorrow, but we will do a game theory. We'll do a game theory poker clinic before the World Series, just for you, Matt, and Polarize. If you want to tune in for that, I promise you we will talk about the kind of balancing that you need to do in order to transition between online and live. Because if you notice what we're doing, we're definitely playing differently online than we would live, right? We don't always have to make the C bets live, because we can kind of get tells. And as far as combating, high VPIPs and high C bets and things like that, we'll do a whole poker clinic on game theory, what it means, what the difference is between GTO and exploitative play. Either way, actually, there's not a wrong way to say that. By the way, exploitive and exploitative are the same word; they mean the same thing. Exploitative just happens to be a little bit more common. I like exploitive just because I don't like wasted characters. Rafe, Dutch, you wrote articles about mindset and exercises. I need to improve my focus and mindset. No, I don't think that I did write any articles about mindset and exercise, but I think mindset and exercise is important. But I don't remember ever actually writing anything about like exercises.
In the mindset.
Okay, so Mr. Muck, we're going to go ahead and go for that C bet. Wow, look at Mr. Muck just firing out into us. Well, let's fire out. Let's give him a little raise here and see what he does. Made a very, very quick. You know what, guys? I just don't think we're going to get him off of it. I feel like he's got some stupid pocket pair, like 3s or 6s or something, and we're not going to be able to get him off of it. Now, if he checks to us, I think that we fire out. Now we fire out. 8, 9, 10. Because now it's kind of hard for him to put us on a hand that he can beat. Okay. That ace was the perfect scare card for us because we could have, in his mind, we're raising there with like an ace 5 or like in his mind, his 6s are good because we're raising with overcards. But then when that ace hits, now he's looking at it and thinking, oh, I'm beat.
That Connor dude had a boom player.
Yeah, let me take a look at that boom player, Connor. Actually, I'm going to try to pop it on.
Break?
Yeah, we got a break in 2 minutes. So Connor, let's review that on break, shall we? We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that right here on the break. Wow, we got Captain Cruz 3-2-1 giving a little limp here. You know what? I think that we're just going to go ahead and check and see a flop. That's the kind of flop we want to see. We'll go ahead and give a check to him. He fires out a bet. We make the call. We're liking our hand. We're thinking that at best he has 2 outs. I guess worst thing that could happen is he's got like a set of 2s or a set of 3s. I guess that could happen. But we're in really good shape here, you guys. Can we get a little value? Yeah, we can get a little value from you. What did he have? He had 10-9 of hearts, you guys. So he was drawing dead, pretty much. We got him to fire out a little. He fired out on the flop. He checked behind on the turn, and we got a little value out of him on the end. Unspotted 99. I think we're gonna make it 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow.
About C-bet.
And it's going to be c-betting. It's going to be about c-betting. We're going to talk about we introduced the concept in our last poker clinic. And if you guys have been following the stream and hanging out in the stream with us like constantly since we started a few weeks ago, a lot of it is going to kind of seem redundant, but it's going to be presented in a different way. So yeah, we'll talk about c-betting. We'll introduce the whole idea of game theory, and one of the future poker clinics we'll do actually entirely just on game theory. Connor Dude, let's go back to that boom player hand. Thank you so much, Connor Dude, for your support of the stream, and also thank you very much for putting this into an actual boom player that we can load up and thank you for making it easy to load this up. Let's go ahead and load it up right here, and I'm going to. Let's go ahead and I'm going to add this as a source here. Here you are. Here you are with a Jack 10 offsuit, sitting here playing. What is it? It is I'm gonna pause it really quick so I can explain what we're seeing here. This is a no limit hold'em hand, a cash game, 1 cent, 2 cent. Let's take a look at what we do here. So, okay, yeah, didn't play it right off the bat, Connor. We're seeing a mistake here. You need to raise this. If you're gonna play the hand, you need to raise it. You need to make it 6 cents. I mean, whatever your pre-flop amount is going to be, make it that. You don't have to make it 6 cents. You can make it 5 cents. You can make it 7 cents. You can make it 8 cents. I'm saying cents, but I mean, you don't have to make it 3x, 3 times the big blind. You can make it 2.5 if you want. I would say in cash games, you should probably make it bigger, 3x minimum, maybe even 4x. Because your goal here in a cash game is to inflate the pot, get them to make bad calls, right? So you don't want to limp here. You want to raise it. You want to make it like 3x, 3 times the big blind. So when player 5 folds, you should raise. And this is especially true if you had posted. If this is like your first hand and you had already put in 2 cents, then you want to be making it like 8 cents. You're betting 6 cents to win 5 cents, and it doesn't matter what you have in those kind of spots. When you post behind the button and everyone folds to you, go ahead and inflate the pot a little bit. Okay, so you make a limp, so I don't like the limp, Connor. Player 2 folds. Now your head's up against player 3. What does player 3 do? Probably limps. Probably checks. Yes, probably checks. And then what's the flop? Come on, Jack 10. Ooh, 10, 10, 4. Pretty good flop for Jack 10. So what do we expect player 3 to do? Check to you. You fire out I guess a pot-sized bet. This is another reason why you want to inflate the pot, because when you actually do hit your hand, because of the exponential nature of poker, because the fact that your river bet is going to be directly tied to how much you can get into the pot on the pre-flop flop turn. This is another reason why it's important to inflate the pot pre-flop. You have position, you probably have the better hand, so you want that pot to be bigger so that when you make those value bets on the flop turn river, you're able to extract a lot more value out of your opponents. So what happens? Does player 3 fire out, or does he check to you? I'm thinking he's checking, right? Checks. You fire out. Pot? You gonna make it 5 cents here? Why not? Make it 5 cents. Oh, no. Did we just see a slow play? No, don't slow play. The reason slow playing there is a disaster is because, look, you're not really going to get a lot of value out of them anyway. You pretty much crushed it. But you need to inflate the pot. Think about how much you're going to be able to get from him at this point. If he checks to you and now you fire out a pot-sized bet, 5 cents, and then he checks to you on the river and you fire out another pot-sized bet of 20 cents, so you're getting a quarter from him. You're getting 1/6 of his stack here. I don't like it. So now he checks to you again. You fire out pot here, right? No, now he fires out 2 cents, so he makes it 40%. And you raise? Nothing wrong with a raise here. No, you just call. Okay. No reason to call here, but so far, let's just see what happens. So the river comes, another spade, I guess, probably. That's why we're seeing the hand. Is that what's going to go? So what happens? Yep, a spade. And at this point, you've got the fourth highest spade. You're worried about an ace of spades, a king of spades, a queen of spades. You got the fourth highest spade. We are back in our tournament, guys. And we actually have a really interesting hand developing between me and Hella's. But instead of watching that hand, we're going to finish this one. So when he checks to you, I guess you go for a value bet. You go for like 5 cents here and hope to get called by worse. If he check raises you, you should probably be folding. You don't have the fourth best flush. Keep in mind, fourth highest spade does not mean fourth best flush. If you start counting all the combinations, ace king of spades, ace queen of spades, ace, all the different combinations that of hands that include an ace of spades, a king of spades, or queen of spades, you're looking at a lot more than 3, right? You don't have the fourth best hand here. You actually are looking at something like like 80th, 90th best hand possible. But even then, you're still probably looking at a value bet at least. I mean, you want to go ahead and fire out 5 cents. Now it's a disaster. I'll tell you, Connor, this is a disaster if you fire out 5 cents and he calls you and he turns over 10-7. You know, if you fire out 10 cents and he calls you and he turns over like the old 10-3 ball, and you just know that you could have completely stacked him if you would have just fired out on the flop. Let's go ahead and see what happens. You fire out this. He checks. Okay, too much. You don't want to bet 1.5 times a pot here, because now you're making it much harder for him to call you with worse. So you want to be making it like 5 cents at this point. Half pot is going to be about the best. Maybe 2/3 the pot. I mean, a pot size bet even is probably a little too much. It's probably a little ambitious. But once you start betting more than the pot, now you're kind of polarizing your hand, and you're making it so that he's only going to call you when you have him beat. So, or when he has you beat, not when you have him beat, when he has you beat. Again, it's micro stakes, so you definitely, of course he can call you with worse. What does he do? Does he call you? Okay, now you fold. Just fold. Just be done with it. Just be done with it. What happens? We call, and he turns over what? Oh, no. Okay. No need for this. No need for this. You're looking at like 90th, 100th best hand possible. You start factoring in all of the full houses. You start factoring in all the ace high flushes, king high flushes, queen high flushes, 7-8 suited. Let's see what happens. It'd be awesome if he makes the call and your jack high flush is good, because it's just never supposed to be good if he calls here. But Jesus. If you make the call and you're right, I'm shaving my head. If you make the call and you win with jack high here, I'm shaving my head. I swear to God. And what was it? What was it? Straight flush, 6-10. Yeah, I'm gonna have to complain with the way that hand went down, Connor, for all the reasons that I just said. I feel like I feel like it was misplayed at every step of the way. I think that pre-flop you should have raised. I think on the flop you fire out. And look what happens on the flop when you fire out. He's not going anywhere. He might have check raised you, and then you could have, you could have gotten a lot more money had he missed. When the spade comes on the turn, there's really no reason for you to think that he's has the flush the way that you played it. So you shouldn't have checked behind on the turn either. When the river comes and it goes check bet, when he fires out, then you raise him, and then he re-raises you, and then you re-raise him. I mean, at some point you have to start thinking, wait a minute, my jack high flush here is not a great hand. It's not a great hand. I mean, there's hundreds of combinations at this point, hundreds of combinations that beat you. Think about it. So there's 5 on the flop plus, so you got 50, 45, 43. So you've got 42 combinations of cards that have an ace of spades. You've got 41 combinations of cards that have the king of spades. You got 40 combinations of cards that are going to have the queen of spades. Then you factor in all of the full houses. You're looking at you've got the 140th best hand on the list, right? So at some point you have to start looking at these re-raises and think, Is this really that good of a hand? No, it's not. Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Connor. I've definitely I enjoy going over your hands and seeing you develop as a poker player. Let's go ahead and get back to what we're doing, which is kind of cool here. Here we are. Look at this. We found ourselves in the big blind with king queen suited. Hellas went ahead and fired out an open limp, and we're sitting here with a pretty good spot. We're going to go ahead and make a call here instead of making a raise, and that's not what we want here. So let's go ahead and just check it. I don't know that we're really going to fold to Captain Cruz 3-2-1. We might, though. You know, as a spade draw is definitely in his range. Wow, just horrible. We kind of massacred this hand, you guys. We might still be ahead. But we're going to go ahead and give it up. Just kind of massacred that hand. We were planning on going for the firing out on the turn. We kind of put Captain Cruz on a flush draw or a weaker king, and so rather than check raise on the flop, I kind of felt like, oh, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and make sure that the turn comes with no spade. That didn't happen, so we went ahead and checked. We probably would have just folded if Captain Cruz had fired out on the turn, because that's what we're putting him on. But maybe not. You would see what happens when he checks behind. Now we're kind of thinking, the reason that we might fold if he fires out on the turn is because when we check call on the flop, we got to think that he thinks that we have a flush draw and we're going for the check raise on the turn. So then when he checks behind on the turn, now we're very confident in our king queen again. But when that fourth spade comes out, we don't like it. So we check to maybe induce a bluff. But the bluff that we would expect it to make is not 3/4 of the pot. So that hand just went all sorts of south. So we make it the same amount that we made it and hope to just take it down without any more of a showdown. That king queen just went south in a real hurry, you guys. Guys, come on. I'll tell you what. Connor is here. He's learning. He's getting better every single day. And one thing that I really like about Connor's game is he's starting small and he's thinking about his hands. You guys, don't make fun of Connor, the way that he's playing it, because I'll tell you what, he's better right now than you were when you were his age. I promise you, he's better than I was when I was his age. So, Connor, just realize that these guys aren't laughing at you, okay? They're not laughing at you. But you guys need to take it easy on our friend Connor, because this kid's a champion in the making. You guys just wait. So we make it 3,300. This is a legit hand. And wow, this guy Hellas just keeps on making these crazy calls. Look how much he's lost. In the last a couple of orbits. He went from 176,000. He's just losing. Made that quick call on the flop. It makes me kind of feel like he's got overcards and just kind of trying to outplay us here. We've got 8 outs that we know about, maybe 10 outs total, 20%. We're just going to go and give it a fold. Yeah, 0-4 Lightning fan. I'm sure that we will eventually. I'm sure that we're going to resolve our differences eventually, you guys. Gladiator Roman says he's disagreeing with raising Jack-10 offsuit pre-flop. I don't understand how you can think that calling, just open limping in a cash game is the right move there, Gladiator, but if you think that folding Jack-10 offsuit is a better play, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But certainly between open limping with Jack-10 offsuit and raising with Jack-10 offsuit, you should be raising with it. So and Kings KC says you could have won that hand on the flop easily. I don't think so, Kings. I think that if he fires out, there's no way that the opponent with the 8-7 suited is folding on that flop. So there's.
So the hand that you got, they said you pulled a Connor liquid, because it's 3 minutes when you were explaining that, and it's about that 10 with the flush. I mean that king 10 with the flush that you had earlier.
Yeah.
Somebody said, you pulled a Connor. Poor Connor.
Pretty much.
Remember, but that's good that he's asking you. There's another Unboom player here on the comments, and somebody wants to know, and somebody, the comment's up because of all the comments about that
Yeah, Dro here.
Yeah.
If you want me to take a look at it, go ahead and send it to me at dutch@dutchboy.com. We definitely, I'll take a look at it when I'm not in the stream. We go ahead and take time off for Connor and for the other subscribers always, but
We'll look at it.
I'll take a look at it, and if it's one of those, I'll give you my thoughts on it away from the stream, man. So just dutch@dutchboy.com. Okay, we'll go ahead and fold here. We don't like the king 8-3 flop with our queen 10 suited. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Okay, so 8-4 offsuit. Do we like it? Are we going to make a raise against Hella's 2004? No, we're not. We are going to go ahead and make a fold here. God, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go ahead and make the raise. We'll fire out half pot here. Try to get him to fold. I don't think he's folding, you guys. I think that he's gonna try to move us off of whatever fucking hand we've got, and we do have a hand. We are gonna make the call and hopefully hit a 7 or a queen or a 4 or something. So let's just see. And it's just horrible now. We probably should have just folded this pre-flop, you guys. But we're not trying to double through Hella's, and Hella just has way too many chips for us to push around. I do feel like there's a decent chance that we just folded the best hand. It's very frustrating.
Did he just shove?
Did
he shove or something?
No. But we got involved in a hand that we didn't really need to get involved in. I mean, look how many chips we just lost in that hand. That's just brutal. But we couldn't help ourselves. We're looking down and we're thinking, okay, well, we only have to get through one guy here, and it's not like he wants to lose any chips either. It's not like, you know, we keep on repeating that don't attack a drowning stack, right? And so the other side of that equation is that when you're looking in these kind of situations, the stacks that you want to kind of go after are the bigger stacks. You want to go after the stacks that aren't feeling any pressure to play a lot of hands and play back at you. So I think I don't know.
Right.
If I could have rewinded that clock, I definitely would have just mucked it pre-flop. Just, you know what? We'll wait for a better spot here.
So
it's just not in me. It's just like it always feels wrong to fold. It always feels wrong to fold.
Before the question goes up the stream, Gladiator Roma asks, when is it a good time to limp, Russ? Dutch.
It's never okay to open limp. Never, ever, zero. It's not in my game, and it shouldn't be in yours. Okay, we'll make this fold. Broke finger. Broke finger. You overbet your weaker hands way too early. That's what his note says. Overbets his weaker hands way too early. And when I'm looking at pocket fours, it makes me want to just make the call. The problem is we're not too worried about broke finger. We're worried about everybody else behind us. You know. We'll make this. We are at the 2x stage, and if broke finger shoves, we are snap calling. Now, if Butters shoves, oh come on, Butters, let us get through. Snap call if broke finger shoves. Snap call, and he doesn't. King 6 off suit, make the fold. Fritz123 SSSS, thank you for joining us. It's Wow, thank you for joining us. Hi, I'm Chobo. Thank you for joining us. No, I'll tell you what, Connor. It's just going to be one of those things where the more you play, the more you analyze your hands and think about it, you're going to be you're going to get better. Poker is a skill game, and you get better and better and better. And the fact that you're working on your game apart from just playing, I can't tell you how many people, pros even, are past the point where they're trying to improve their game, and all they do is play. They spend 99% of their poker time playing, and maybe 1% of their time talking about hands with their buddies. And that's about the extent of it. The fact that you're actually like chilling out on Twitch and like learning from the streams and talking about hands, putting in hands in the boom player and asking players what they think, and going through the thought process of really analyzing your own play puts you at such a head start of pretty much anybody. I mean, look, what have we got? We got that check raising the devil somewhere here, where if you listen to Mike Matazow talk about how he became a champion poker player, and he's like, oh, I've never read a book in my life. I bet he hasn't even read his own book, you guys. This is not the example that you want. You want to be always trying to work on improving your game. Go with the Alec Torelli school of thought, that the more you really need to be putting we're folding, guys. It's so frustrating to it's just not in us. It always feels wrong to fold. It always feels wrong. We're sitting here, 26 players left. Now what? We'll make the fold, you guys. We'll make the fold. We're sitting here with 26 players left. It pays 20. And we just let ourselves get from 80K down to 43K by making aggressive plays against bigger stacks. And when you think about ICM, this is basically what it means. This is what ICM means, is that those kind of small blind plays that we made against Hellas and BB Kings that you just saw, those are mistakes. Those are ICM mistakes, because what ends up happening is the other players say, oh, well, it's a mistake for Dutch to be playing really, really big pots against me at this stage of the tournament. So we're going to go ahead and force him to play a big pot against me by raising pre-flop, or we're going to go ahead and try to take it away from him on the flop or the turn of the river. So it's, it just always feels wrong to fold. But these are the kind of ICMs, when people talk about ICM, this is what they're talking about. And understanding and recognizing that, players are going to be putting you in those kind of awkward, positions when you're in those money jumps. Understanding that they are playing ICM against you as well is one of those things that, it's part of that whole leveling game. It's very frustrating, you guys. Now we're sitting here 16 out of 26. Still feeling good. I mean, we're almost certainly gonna be making the money, and it's not like we're completely dead here. We've got 22 bigs, which is a very comfortable stack to play with. We are going to be dialing that VPIP down now until we get to the money. What does the money pay? $52, whatever. We want to win that grand, but the biggest money jump is between something and nothing. And going, minus $30 versus plus $20, that's a very big difference as far as that whole ROI equation. So our VPIP is going to be so super low at this point. I could completely see us just folding until we get down to like, 15, 14 big blinds. Very frustrating, guys. It's not the game we want to play. Thank you for the retweets. Evan Christopher, Eddie Gribben, thank you guys for those retweets. Buddy V favorited not too much longer to hang out on Twitch. Thank you guys. We got James Laughing, Jay Laughing, giving us a ship it, bro. Thank you very much. Twitch Overlay gave us a little favorite on a tweet. Colby Spear and 6 others gave us the retweet. Thank you guys. Chicago Poker, Colby Spear, Chicago, I'm now following you. Ryan Doozy, thank you, man. Maddie Matt, Bob Hatter, thank you guys. And the Dizzle Man. Thank you guys so much for all the retweet love. Wow. Look at this equity disaster. Broke Finger just shoving it in. Just spewing his chips with the ace-jack suited. It works until it doesn't. And then it doesn't work, and now he finds himself out 26th place, basically on the bubble. And how much does his equity really change when he is able to get that shove through and he gets an extra 5,000 in chips. Does my equity really change that much going from 42K to 47K? Not really. Not really. It's not going to change that much, I'm telling you. So, Sue Barrow, thank you very much for the retweet, Sue. And Eric Krawitz, I think that's how you say it, right, Dizzleman? Thank you so much for the retweet. Guys, if you aren't following us on Twitter yet, it's at DutchBoyd, twitter.com/DutchBoyd, and make sure to hit that follow button right here in twitch.tv. If you felt like going the extra mile, you could always hit that subscribe button too. We're hooking all of our subs with the first perk, which is a DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt. 90,000 words, 270 pages of pure poker gold. I mean, it's gotten some great reviews. I think it's one of the best books ever written. I'm a little bit biased because I did write the thing, but if you hit subscribe, you're going to get a free copy. It's just one of those subscriber perks, a complimentary download version for your iPad, your Kindle, your Nook. You're also going to go ahead and get a 3-time bracelet winner as your poker coach for life, and I'll be able to tell you when you make mistakes like making calls with Queen 4 suited against big stacks who feel like they're drowning. One of the keys in no limit hold'em tournaments is having a big stack like Hellas does, looking down and not feeling short stacked. You got to realize he had 200,000. He just lost half of his stack by bad play. He gifted Butters a shit ton of chips. I mean, Butters is doing great. Fourth right here. Can't believe I still have the lobby up. Sorry, you guys. Mason, I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Thank you for joining the stream, man. Thank you for joining the stream. Yes, thank you, Marshawn Williams Jr. Thank you for letting me know that I made a mistake there with the Jack 5 offsuit. It was a snap fold. I will say this. Anytime you look at a hand and think, oh, there's only one way to play this, you're making a big mistake. Big mistake. You have options, and you should never look down at Jack 5 offsuit and think, oh, this is an auto fold. You should look at the spot, give it some thought, and if you feel like there's a chance that you're going to be able to get through a big blind within the small blind, why not? Jack 5 isn't exactly horrible against a random holding, especially if that random holding just calls you and is willing to fold when you c-bet on the flop, unless they hit a pair. So I don't know. You play your way, I'll play mine. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either because of all the reasons that I said. Wow, we got BB Kings making some sort of crazy play there with a 6-4 suited. I don't hate it, BB Kings. You sat there, you put a lot of pressure on Captain Cruz, who just limped with the ace-5 off. Captain Cruz has that bony fish for a reason. It's because he's making those stupid limp plays with ace-5 offsuit. Here we are, 19 out of 24. For a second it was, yeah. No, it was up for a second. Marshawn Williams asks, are you playing to win? No, Marshawn, I'm playing to bubble. That's what we're doing. We're going for the bubble here. We're just hoping to make another bubble. Thank you, Marshawn, for the question. It's Wow X. Can't see the table. No, I messed up. Sorry, you guys. Oh, the Dutch lobby, says the Dizzle Man. CWS Michigan, thank you very much for joining us tonight, buddy. Good to see you. Hobby life. It's about right, Saint Beastie. We should probably put together a little
a hype.
A lobby hype button.
No, just a hype one. Hype, so you can do a bunch of different hypes.
Okay. Hype button.
Hype emoji.
Yeah, sorry about that, JD. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm still kind of steaming off of those two small blind moves that I made. What are we looking at here? We're getting down to it, guys. We're getting down to 15 bigs. We've got 16 big blinds, so we're getting down to that tween stack we talk about. That awkward tween stack. And we're going to keep on letting them just blind us out until we actually hit the money bubble. That's the IC in play with this stack, because like I said, we're not really gaining that much equity by picking up blinds. We're not even really gaining that much equity by doubling up. If someone says, okay, let's say that you can take a 60-40 to double up here, would you do it? 40% of the time you're out. 60% of the time you have 70,000 chips as opposed to 37,000 chips. Nope. No, I wouldn't, because pretty much 90% of the time, pretty close to 100% of the time, we are making the money here. We're gonna go ahead and wait until if we actually see a hand that has like 85%, 90%. If we figure to have like a real dominating position, of course we're gonna take it. But those dominating positions just they're probably not going to come up. That's the truth of it. So we're going to sit here. We're going to get down to 15 big blinds, and we're going to get down to 13 big blinds, and we're going to get to 11 big blinds, and then we're going to hit the money, and we're going to be playing a short stack, be playing those shove positions well. Hopefully we'll actually wake up with some sort of hand where we get to double up. But again, we don't really want to double up. It's so much better to chip away than double up. So, we'll see. Big hands get in the way a lot. I've made this mistake in a lot of tournaments, you guys. Letting yourself bubble when you're in these kind of spots is a big mistake. Thank you, Timo. Timo says, my favorite stream, Dutch. Thank you very much. I hope that you're talking about this stream. We got Danger Meow saying, let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. I wish I could go back in time right now and not raise against against Hella's 2004 with that 8-4 offsuit. I mean, hell, if you guys, if for the critics out there, I guess if you hated that Jack 5, you must have really hated the 8-4, right? Thank you, Brian B. Barbecue Kid 8. Thank you very much for the Twitter love. Really appreciate it. BB Sweeney giving me the follow. Brandon Kelly and Poker Junkie giving me the retweet. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a follow, Brian B. If there's anything that you ever want to talk about, just hit me up on DM. And Ralph Massey giving me a little Twitter. The Silver Stash. Love those Massey boys, man. They are so talented. And we got the 4-8 offsuit. This is exactly the spot that we were looking for to fold. Okay, Jackosaurus, let me take a look at the message. We're not really going to be playing any hands for a while, so I've got some time. King 2 offsuit, that's a fold. Let me take a look at the message you just sent, man.
I'd like to...
Okay, the Seminole Hard Rock. I can tell you that, Jackosaurus. What I would be doing in this, I mean, it looks like a pretty standard blind structure. What I would be doing is I'd start out with 3x. So when it's 25, 50, 50, 100, I'd be making it 150 pre-flop. I'd be making it 300 pre-flop. And then once those antes start kicking in, I'd start kind of scaling back and making it at level 4 when it's 100, 200. I'd probably start at that point. I'd go from 3x at level 3, which would be 450. At level 4, I'd probably start making it 500. And then at level 5, you're making it 2.5x for a while until... So at level 5, I'd probably make it like... actually, I'd probably just start going down to, right at level 5, I'd probably make it... Since it's a 6-to-1 small blind ante ratio Jackosaurus, I'd probably be making it 700 at the 150, 300 level. And then at level 6, you probably make it 900, and you keep on scaling, kind of tapering it down. Every single level, my pre-flop raise amount would be 2x plus 100 until it got to about that level 12, where at that point 1k, 2k, I just make it a flat 2x. So at level 12, that's when I'm just making it 4k. Keep in mind too that you're going to want to, if you haven't, Jackosaurus, if you haven't checked out that poker clinic about changing gears, this looks like a good time to do it, because if you take a look at the small blind ante ratio, they're all over the place. They're starting at 6 to 1, then 4 to 1, then 4 to 1. Then it looks like 5 to 1, 5 to 1, then 3 to 1, right? So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you to make some VPIP adjustments and make some pre-flop aggression adjustments based on that ratio. So if you haven't yet, click on that poker clinic that we did for chip inflation and changing gears, because we talk very specifically about these types of blind levels. Hope that helps, Jackosaurus. Good luck down there. Good luck down there at the Hard Rock. It would be awesome to see you take something down. Seminole Hard Rock. Maybe they miss a guarantee, and you get to tell us about it on the chat. Thank you very much for joining us, Jackosaurus, and thanks for the question. Okay, so we're still folding. We're 20 out of 23. We're still folding. It's frustrating. We're going to let ourselves get pretty low here. Very frustrating. Marshawn Williams, the goal here, we are going to cash. There's no question about it. We will cash. And then
you gotta win, so
then we're not trying to double up. No, we're still going to have some fold equity. We're still going to have some fold equity when we get to the money. When the money bubble bursts, we'll probably have like 9, 8, maybe 7 big blinds. We'll still be able to make those types of shoves where we can get a big blind to fold. So that's going to be the goal. We're not trying to ever double up in a tournament. We're always trying to chip away. It's much better to chip away than double through. Donkey Pro, I still think the 8-4 was good. Yes, thank you, Donkey Pro. That is true, like mode. I did go to college at 12, graduated law school at 18. That is true. Feels like another life. Feels like another life. Got Evope 95. What's the price, money, and stuff? Just came. Let me go ahead and pop up the lobby for you, man. You can take a look at it. We are sitting here. There's the money. So we are in 20th out of 23. Butters makes us pay for it, I guess. I don't blame you, Butters. If you're going to pick on a stack, this is the stack you pick on. I'm not planning on... I'm basically planning on folding my way to the money, because I'm pretty sure that once the money bubble bursts, we're still going to have 8 big blinds. If we end up with 6 or 5 big blinds, we still have a little bit of fold equity against the big blinds. So, and if we do actually get a really big hand here, that would be helpful. We're not going to like fold aces or kings or queens here. If the situation presents ourselves where we got to make the move, then we got to make the move. Okay, GB Trot, go ahead and shove. Why not? Go ahead and shove. BB Kings makes the call with any 2 cards and hits the king, hits the 7, hits the king or the 7. Okay, well done, GB Trot, going from 23rd to 22nd. Still 23 players left. I'm really kind of disappointed with the short stacks here. You need to start going broke, you guys. Reddish Ape, Fortune Life, Stud Bolt, GB Trot. I need to see you guys start going broke here. Ace 4 suited against Reddish Ape. You got it. You got it. We'll make the shove. We got a little bit of fold equity here. If Reddish Ape calls, then we're in bad shape. We're in bad shape. If he calls and we lose. If he calls and we win, we're in good shape again. It would have been a disaster for us if Hellas or BB Kings looks down and sees aces or kings or ace queen. That would have been a disaster. And I would just be hating life right now, hoping for a flush draw. I'll buy us a couple orbits. Got the king 5 suited. It's a fold. Sherlock asks, what do you think about Jamie's mid-to-late game open of 2.01x? He does it for the opportunity of slight psychological edges with bet sizing in later streets and mess with pod odd calculations. I don't really like it, Sherlock. I think that you should just... I don't really like going to the number pad and changing it too much. But whatever. Stape is doing something right, so... He's doing something right. I don't really feel like it has... I feel like... I mean, if it's consistent, then whatever. If it's consistent, then whatever. Go Mizzou. No, so Bobby's actually... Bobby Big Buy-In. He's actually here. He's one of our subscribers. He's in Chicago. He's not with Groupon anymore. He left to start his own company called Anarchist.com. I would... That's what he started. He's doing development for the Oculus Rift. He's doing development for like hardware and software solutions for the Oculus Rift, the VR stuff. It's very cool. Okay, what are we looking at? We're still 23 players, huh? We're 18 out of 23. Kind of need some of these players to start busting each other. Let's start seeing these players make some really, really big mistakes. I don't understand how Hellas 2004 just limps in there, but let's see. Let's see Butters have the old Queen 10 here against Vegas Big Boy with a flush draw and Hellas with like Pocket King slow playing. Hellas firing out that pot size bet. I just think it's too much. Good luck, Phobes. I hope that you take it down. I really do. And Connor, good luck in your grind session. Let us know how it goes, man. We're all rooting for you. We are all rooting for you. Especially me and Exmo. Yeah, Phil Helmuth. Butters is not a bony fish. Butters is a good player.
You should put a shark by him.
Yeah, let's put a shark by Butters. Of course we'll put a shark by Butters. We'll put a shark by Reddish Ape too.
Can I have a shark too?
Reddish Ape is
Hey,
a good player. He's a good reg. Okay, Reddish Ape, here it comes. Here it comes. We are not folding this hand. We are making the call, and we're gonna go ahead and hope that you don't have anything. The only exception is if one of these guys makes the call before us, but you are going to have to win a showdown. Okay, ace, come on, hit it. 5 ace, dodge and weave. There we go. Good game, Reddish Ape. Well, I knocked one guy out. Good player, Reddish Ape. He's a good player. I don't blame him for making the shove because he was kind of getting to the point where I don't know that he could even fold his way to the money. It definitely makes our job a little bit easier now that we're 14 out of 22. It takes a little pressure off of us. We're still sitting here with just north of a tween stack. That tween stack we talk about, the 11x to 15x big blind where everything feels wrong. But definitely going to make it easier for us to squeak into the money, and then we're going to be, we actually have enough chips here to make those big 3-bet shoves where maybe we can get fold equity against someone with a higher than called for VPI. So we'll take a look. We'll see what happens. I don't think that we're going to be making shoves against Butters with his min opens, just because I feel like metagame, I think that he's just going to call us. He's probably just going to spike call us. Pocket eights. Yeah. Pocket eights. What do we do with pocket eights? What are we doing with pocket eights? We're folding. We're folding, boys. We are on the bubble. We're not going to make that huge overshove. If we were 14 out of 20 at this point, then we would be making the shove. Wow, what are you doing, Hellas? You're such a fucking bony fish, donk. You got to think Butters is just sitting there, just shaking his head at that one. Hellas just firing at his whole stack. Well done there, Hellas. Well done there, Hellas. Bdecot01 says, "Hey Dutch, love the stream. Any opinions on Jason Somerville's stream?" Yeah, I love it. Thank you for joining us, B. I really appreciate you joining us on this Friday night right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We got 461 people joining us. Wow. Thank you, guys. If you haven't, please click on that follow button. It means so much to us. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps support not only this stream, but all the other poker streams on Twitch. You know, people will see, oh, wow, there's 5,000 people following, Dutch? Really? Oh, I could do better than him. The more people who follow, the better poker is going to be on here. If you look and you see, oh, wow. I mean, let's look at Twitch. Let's look at Twitch right now. What are the top games going on Twitch right now? We've got League of Legends with 87,000 people, Hearthstone with 29,000, Counter-Strike, Diablo, Bloodborne, Minecraft. We got more people watching Mario Kart 8 than are watching poker. We've got more people watching Rocksmith and RuneScape than poker. More people are watching people play The Binding of Isaac than poker. Faster Than Light is ahead of poker. We got to change this, you guys. The only way it's going to change is if we get more attention. Retweet when guys are going on, like any of us. We got some great streams. We got Big Dog Pocket Fives. We got the Jay Carver stream. Butters is right there. Consistently grinding. We've got the Staples stream. We've got Killing Bird. We've got so many really good streams here. Go out. I really encourage you to follow as many poker streams as you can, but especially mine. That's the way that we talk about how this whole Twitch can be the future of poker. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. Let's get some more exposure. Let's say, when someone's looking, and browsing through, what game do I want to see someone play? League of Legends is number 1. Hearthstone's number 2. Oh, poker's number 3. What's this poker thing? And they sit down and we really could be seeing an explosion for our game, the likes we haven't seen since Moneymaker. But it really is up to you. Follow the stream, support the streams, click on that follow button if you haven't yet. Give us some retweets when we're promoting the channel and promoting the stream, and it's all going to help. I promise you guys. And if you want to go that extra step, keep in mind that we're sending out those subscribers a bunch of perks, including that DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. Wow, this is taking a while. I wonder what's holding us up. Are we still? We're still 21 players, right? We didn't lose somebody? No, not yet. We got GB Trot here as the low man on the totem pole, and man, it would suck to be him, because what happens? What do? You double up. It's not really going to change your equity one iota. So Hellas raises here. I'm folding if I'm GB Trot. I'm going to go ahead and let myself go out like Broomcorn's uncle. I asked Examol if maybe we could name our firstborn Broomcorn.
Broomcorn?
Broomcorn, yeah.
Why? Broomcorn. We're gonna name it Jace.
No, I want to go with Broomcorn.
Why can't I get this guy?
Let's see. Man, I want to make the call here, you guys. I really want to make the call, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to fold. Yeah, 4-4 jack. That would have been a pretty good flop for 4-5 suited. Pretty good flop there. We would have won heaps. We would have won heaps, you guys. It's okay. We're okay with it. Thank you, Goko. Very much appreciate the follow. Miss Roboto asks, anyone else watching the Red Sox versus the Yankees? Not I. Not I, said the guy in the tournament. God, I want to make the shove so bad. It always feels wrong to fold. It just feels wrong to fold there. It just feels wrong, but man... We've got GB Trot sitting here with 2 big blinds, and we're not going to let ourselves bubble here. It's just not going to happen. 6,000, max it. Nope, we're just gonna fold. Bobo192389, thanks for joining the stream. He says, poker is dying. Only pros fishing each other. I'm going to say that's not true. Not true. If you actually look at the trends, you see the total number of global buy-ins has been increasing every single year since they started tracking it. And of course, you're going to see poker kind of dying out in some locations, but it's exploding in others. And overall, poker is very healthy and very thriving. It's more thriving and healthy than it's ever been. It's very easy to feel like, well, it doesn't feel like it's healthier than it's ever been if you're, sitting here in America, looking at us play online and see that, the biggest tournament of the night has like a $1,500 prize pool, for first. I mean, it's frustrating, but poker's growing and poker's getting harder, and poker's getting bigger and bigger. As far as the competition now being so hard that it's not fun anymore, I would say that you examine your own game, because you might find that you've hit some sort of wall in your game. There's always more to learn, and you can keep on getting better and better and better at poker. The fact that there's so much more information out there actually means that it's easier now to get up to that higher level, but it doesn't mean that more people are getting there. Most people, when they say, I'm going to go practice my poker, what they do is they sit down and play. That's not the way to do it. Okay, GB Trot, I'm going to go ahead and let someone else... let's go ahead and make the call here. Maybe I won't have to get squeezed out. But if I do get squeezed out, whatever, I'll make the fold. I could totally see Butters or one of these guys saying, you know what, screw it. This is one of these reasons why, making the call here is kind of questionable, just because it opens up that squeeze play behind us. But let's go ahead and try to assist with knocking GB Trot out. Pretty good flop. Nice hand there, Butters. That's it. That is it. We are in the money, and now we have, what, 7.5 big blinds, and we can play a short stack. We can play that short stack. Is it an open shove, or is it a fold type poker? Little Bag 0910, what do you get if you subscribe? That is a good question. First off, you're going to be able to use all of our emoticons. We've got the Bitcoin, we've got the Pirate Bay logo, we've got the fist bump, we've got the face palm, we've got a bunch of really fun emoticons that you can use in chat and anywhere, anybody else's channel. We are also sending all subscribers that complimentary DRM-free download link to Poker Tilt, the book that I spent more than a year writing. It's $4.99 if you want to buy it on Amazon, or you can subscribe and we'll give you a complimentary digital copy for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad. God, I'm so happy to see an ace-queen suited. I'm so happy to see this. Now, the only question we have is, do we have fold equity? You better believe it. Let's beat him into the pot here and hold. No 4, no 4, no 4. Oh, geez. No 2, no 4, no 3, no 5, 7. There we go. Back into it, you guys. All of a sudden, we get more than the double up, and we're feeling pretty good now. Pretty good. Pretty good. We got it in a dominating position, a 3-to-1 position. We're feeling great. Feeling pretty good. Our VPIP is still going to be pretty low until we get a little bit closer to the final table, just because at this point, I mean, there's no difference between 18th or 17th or 16th. There's very little difference between 15th and 14th and 13th and 12th and 10th and 11th, and so really, everyone feels like they need to make a move if they're below that 9th place spot. If they have fewer chips than us, they're what we call a drowning stack. We don't want to attack those drowning stacks, especially at this point where ICM is basically saying, look, what's the difference between getting knocked out now and getting knocked out 11th? Don't let yourself get blinded out. So as soon as that money bubble bursts, this is what happens. You see a great big like sigh of relief. The whole tournament is like, whew. And then they shove in. They shove in with their 8-7 offsuit. They make the calls with the pocket 8s. So we got to keep our VPIP with the stack that we have lower than you'd think. We're gonna wait. Yeah, Echo 87. I disagree. We're not shoving. You all hate you all are like, no, you should have shoved with the ace-queen offsuit. Fuck them in cash. Fuck them in cash, in my opinion. Bitcoin, dude, I agree with you 10 years ago. I'll tell you what, it wasn't until I bubbled the 25K over Bellagio and thought to myself, why did I just let myself get knocked out 55th when it pays 53 with ace-queen offsuit with a $50,000 bubble? It's not until you start making those kind of big mistakes that you start realizing that the biggest pay jump is between nothing and something. Nothing and something. Now, I'm not one to try to squeeze into the money, and I'm definitely one to go for chip accumulation over survival. Watch my stream, and you're going to see me take all sorts of weird lines and weird spots. Ace queen offsuit on the button against two guys where I don't think I have any fold equity, and even when I'm ahead, I'm gonna have to win a 62 to 38%. I double up and it doesn't change my equity that much. No, thank you. I'll make the pass because I'm going to get into the money and I'm going to double up, and that's what happened. Look, we more than doubled up. So we can be results oriented, and we can say if he just called ace queen, what are you talking about just calling? We can't just we can't just call on the button. That's not going to work. That's not what we're trying to do. Okay, 8,600. We've got the king 7 offsuit. It's very tempting just to max it up. This is 15, 16, 17 big blinds. This is the kind of hand that we could probably just shove over the top and maybe pick up some equity there. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We got El Guapo is a multi-table cash game grinder. Says Poker Dan 3-3. He's very solid, says Poker Dan 3-3. Poker Dan 3-3, we're going to take your word on it. We'll give him the shark. Thank you for looking out for your streamers. Okay, guys. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, get some exercise into the legs, try not to die of a blood clot to the brain. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Trucks fans, thank you for joining. Barbecue Kid, thank you for joining. Danger Meow and Boogeyman1121. All of you, King EPC, Jay Ruffer, good to see you, James. Iceman Kiwi, all of our subscribers, you guys are so great. Thanks for joining us on this Friday night. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more coffee, get a little bit of blood flowing, take a little restroom break. I will be back in 3 minutes, 47 seconds. Let me go ahead and pop up the lobby here so you can see what we're playing for. And this is it. Resumes in 3 minutes, 32 seconds. I'll be right back, you guys.
We are gonna like take over the vocal world.
We are back and right in time. Cricketish, thank you, man. Fist bump. Welcome to the crew. Thanks for joining us. We're going to go ahead and ship you that DRM-free digital download link to Poker Tilt, the book I spent more than a year writing. Thank you so much, man. Let's see if we've got... no, we don't have that. Let's give you a little... warm welcome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Cricketish, besides just supporting Twitch, you are and supporting the stream, we're going to try to get you so many cool sub benefits. It's going to just be amazing. It's going to be
write it down?
yeah, Cricketish.
Yeah, I can't. For some reason, I can't get a whole... Oh, are you unmuted?
Cricketish. Yeah. We're unmuted. I feel like we can get through. So we make the shove. And we're able to increase our stack by almost 30% without even having to see a flop. That's what we like to see. Okay, so effective stacks here. We've got LD Hudson with 7 big blinds. We've got El Guapo with about 16 big blinds. Wow. Our fatty fat just limping in. Okay, we'll fall for it. If our fatty fat is limping with aces or kings, we fall for it. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and pick up another big percentage of our stack without having to see a flop. Cricketish. Don't be a nit. Gladiator, what happened?
I blocked. I couldn't find it because I blocked him.
Blocked who?
This he's Sarah's and Jordan's friend, and I've been trying to add him for like an hour. And I'm like, why the hell can I add you? Couldn't even find him. He can't find me
on
either.
Facebook?
Yeah, he can't find me.
Because you blocked him.
I blocked him months ago.
Why?
Talking shit.
Talking shit.
LOL.
And it's a fold. God, I hate folding ace jack off suit, but look at what we've got. This guy's making all sorts of open limps here. He gets that bony fish for making the open limp, and now he makes it 4.x. He's making that variable pre-flop raise amount, and it's based on strength, so I don't think ace jack off suit is going to do it there, guys. I don't see it. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that we are way, way behind there, so we make the fold. Ace 5 off. What are we looking at here as far as 9 out of 16? Let's go ahead and fire out a 9K. We probably should have just made it 2x, right? Isn't that our pre-flop raise amount at this point? Is we're just making it a 2x? I think that's what we were doing, right? Whatever. We haven't actually had to make a standard pre-flop raise amount for so long that we forgot what our pre-flop raise amount was going to be. So that's okay. We're feeling pretty good here. 25 bigs. We are back into contention for making a real deep run at this tournament. And we still have the lobby up. Yes, we still have the lobby up. Yes, we still have the lobby up. Sorry, guys. Let's do. What's that?
Perfect dish.
I can't believe that you guys just missed these really, really cool spots. We had our fatty fat limp in and we shoved. We had ice smoke regs raise and we shoved with king queen. We got through. We just raised with ace 5 offsuit and we got through. And we are building up our stack, and you guys didn't get to see it because we were sitting here with the lobby. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and keep it at 9,000 until until the 2,500, 5,000 level, where we'll make it 10,000. Card head. What do you do, card head? What do you do here? If you make it 36k more, do you have fold equity? Maybe. Maybe. There's a decent chance that I would just fold. Decent chance. No, I'm not folding, you guys. It's just not going to happen. Ugh. Ugly. Queen. It's pretty ugly, you guys. Pretty ugly. Getting 2-1 on there, so we're hoping that he has a smaller pocket pair. Sometimes he has a smaller ace, and we're actually in a dominating position. Pretty much the worst case scenario is what just happened, where card head actually has a bigger ace. So we hated it. We absolutely hated it. Butters makes a min raise. We're sitting here with king jack suited on the in the big blind, and at this point we man, that was a real step back. Real step back, you guys. Real step back. We're gonna go ahead and make the call here. Go ahead and play a flop with these dudes. And hit. Nope, we're not gonna hit. We're just gonna check fold. Check fold. We're still in the lobby in the on the dashboard. Not yep, we are. We are still in the lobby. Still in the lobby. Yes. No, Gladiator, I definitely appreciate it. I'm not looking at it like a troll. I'm looking at it like you know, all of your thoughts, all of your criticisms are constructive. So I'm not seeing it as a bad thing. I'm gonna stop loading up that lobby.
Why?
Okay, so ace-6 offsuit. If everyone folds to us, we shove. If our fatty fat limps, we shove. We might actually shove if our fatty fat makes a normal raise, because ace-6 offsuit figures to be ahead of his range. BB Kings makes a 10,750. Do we have fold equity if we just shove here? I don't think we do. So we'll make the fold. Yeah. Thank you, JD Cole, for the. Oh yes. Thank you, James. We're on a 3-minute delay, guys. I realize. We make the max. Hope you get through. If we get snap called by El Guapo, then we're probably looking at a 3-outer. But maybe not. It's good enough where we're gonna go ahead and just try to pick up the free 11-5, increase our stack by 25% without seeing a flop. So Danger Meow says, I'll double sub if I can just watch the lobby all night. Yes, I know, guys. I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. Jack 9 suited. 11 big blinds. And we do have fold equity here. We just have to get through Butters, right? 11 big blinds. Can we just max it and get him to fold? Maybe. We'll fold, though. We'll fold. It's very tempting because we are looking for those 3-bet shove spots, and that looks like a pretty decent spot. The problem is I just don't think that we're going to get I Smoke Regs to fold. So okay, guys, closing in on another final table. I'm going to go ahead and pop that message up on Twitter. Maybe we can get some more people. Maybe we can get a little bit of some retweet love. We got some here. The Reaper Effect and TwitchStreams.org giving Matty Matts a retweet. Thank you very much, The Reaper Effect. Thank you so much, Justin Cole, for the retweet love. We are going to go ahead and we got a message too. Hey, we got a message from Connor. No problem, man. No problem at all. I do believe in you. You know what? The fact that you're actually on the stream and actually asking questions, it really does put you way, way ahead of the game. I'm wishing you the best of luck. Ryan says, sucks that you didn't do so well. Yeah, it does. It doos. it doos. Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and tell the Twitterverse that we're closing in on another final table. Closing in on another final table. On at WSOP.com, live on at Twitch Poker. 2-5 offsuit, that's a fold. 11 big blinds. So maybe not much time left to come watch. Twitch.tv /Dutch Boyd. If you guys want to give that a retweet, that'd be so awesome. Definitely will give you a shout out here and a follow. Thanks so much for watching, you guys, and thanks for joining us as we try to close in on another final table here at WSOP.com. Feeling pretty good about tonight. You know, this is our only tournament that we've played so far tonight. We might jump into another one after this one is over, depending on how we feel.
Yeah, you will.
Will we?
Yes.
Yes, we will. We'll jump into that. I mean, there's nothing going on right now. There's nothing that's going like a late reg or something. So we need to make this one count until midnight. Pocket jacks. That looks pretty good, you guys. Oh, this is such a beautiful spot too. We've got the small stack shoving, so a lot of times we're going to get one of these guys to make the call and we can reshove. This is a really good spot, you guys. And sometimes they just try to re-raise, isolate. The chances of it going fold, 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 and we make the call is pretty low. Oh, this is great. Call. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, you guys.
You out? You in? In the middle.
Kings versus queens versus jacks. That went about as bad as it could. That went about as bad as it could. Jacks, yeah.
Ooh.
Look at this bullshit, guys. Look at what they do here. This is what they do to us. Oh, you guys. We got a $50 donation by Crooked Fish, man. Thank you very much. Thanks for that donation. I think that's like the first donation we've ever had.
Well, because we changed it from Bitcoin.
First donation we've ever had. Thanks, Crooked Fish. I'll tell you, I was feeling really shitty. And then getting that donation really,
So now you have to play.
Now I guess we have to
You
play.
now.
Well, shoot, Crooked Fish, because we got the donation, we are playing. Would you like to watch a tournament's hand history? No, we don't. Thank you so much for the congratulations message to WSOP. That always makes us feel really good when we make that min cash and get the congratulations. Yeah, we cashed. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close this out. And good luck, Butters. We'll go ahead and wish you luck. Thank you very much, Crooked Fish, for the donation. That's huge. We probably would have shut it down. But because of that donation, we're going to keep it going. We'll play a sit and go. What should we play? What do you think? No, let's just play. It's not going to be a tournament for another 47 minutes.
Oh, do you want to do sit and go until you play?
I don't know. We could play some cash.
Yeah, if you want.
You know, we could hop into a small cash game, pop $50 in, see if we run it up. There's nothing really good to play. Damn it. You know what? I'm not going to do it. This is what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to work on the poker clinic for tomorrow. Get a really nice presentation for you guys. And that's going to be it for us tonight. We played one tournament, made one final table. Oh, Michelle's giving me the don't do it. That's what we're going to do.
We have 511 viewers.
Okay, you know what? We will. We're going to jump into something else. Let's jump into something else. Let's jump into a cash game until we'll jump into this cash game with the $50 maximum until if it weren't for Crookedish, we would not be playing this. I'll tell you guys that. We're going to jump in for the $50 maximum here. Thank you very much, Crookedish, for the donation. If it wasn't for your donation, we would be calling it a night. We wait for the big blind here. What's going on? Why? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and play a little bit of cash.
Until the tournament starts?
Yep.
Well, just two tournaments. I mean, just the other one, and then we'll go. And then, I guess.
I'm trying to figure out where my camera is because it's way too big. There we go. Nope, that's not it. There we go. We'll move that over here. Jesus. I need to set these scenes up before now, right? Okay, there we go. And let's make this a little bigger. We'll keep a cash game going for a little while. Focus on the chat a little bit more, and just kind of play around until the midnight goes. We'll play that midnight. Okay. Thank you very much, Crooked Fish, for our first donation. Wow, I feel really like that's really cool. Thank you so much. If there's anything that I can do for you to,
It's telling you to charge, go, all in. Oh, God.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are. Let's make it happen. Marshawn Williams Jr. mathematically. Okay, well, thank you, Marshawn. I'm sure that mathematically we should have folded those jacks too, right? Appreciate, I honestly though, I appreciate the constructive criticism. I really do. Yeah, thanks so much, Crooked Fish, for the donation. We would have called it a night if it weren't for that. We really would have. Instead, we're going to play on that $50 that you just donated. We're going to run it up in a little 25-cent, 50-cent game. We're going to talk about cash games. Let's talk about some cash games. We haven't really played a lot of cash games on the stream. So here we are. Basically, we're playing these a lot like we would play a no limit hold'em tournament early on. The big thing about cash games is if you don't start seeing really bad play quickly, it's best to pick up and pick another cash game. We've got BCM Claw on our left. We know that that's a pretty solid reg. So right off the bat, the fact that we don't have any bony fish at the table, we've got one solid reg to our left. Right off the bat, we're kind of we have to be a little bit cautious, because really cash games is all about one thing, two words: game selection. You hear that old saying on rounders: if you can't spot the sucker in your first half hour at the table, then you are the sucker. Guys around here will tell you, if you can't spot the sucker in your first half hour at the table, then you are the sucker. I would actually take it a step further. I actually posted that on Twitter not too long ago. I said if you can't spot the sucker before you sit down, then you're probably the sucker. So game selection is really what it's all about, and the fact that we don't. So we're going to keep our eyes open here. We're playing six-hand. We're going to keep our eyes open, and we're going to look for some really big mistakes early on. If we don't see them, we're not going to stick around. We're going to play in another cash game, and we're going to keep on playing cash until midnight, and then we're going to then we're going to keep on playing until midnight, and then we're going to jump into the midnight 500. It's small, but it's fun. And good luck, Butters. We hope that you take it down. So right off the bat, what do we see? We see Dilbert right here making it a 3x, and now he's making it a little bit more, 3.5x. So the fact that Dilbert is adjusting his pre-flop raise amount makes us kind of feel like he's adjusting it based on hand strength. So that's a mistake, and that's probably enough for us to assume that we can take an edge on him. We've got it's kind of nice too how it says how long they've been sitting here, so you can kind of get an idea. Yeah. No, Crooked Dish. He's definitely a supporter of a lot of Twitch streams. I've seen him on the Jimmy Longo stream, which is pretty awesome. CB Rufio, and yeah, James Ruffer. If you're in Vegas or Delaware, you can play the midnight with us. If not, unfortunately, no. It is just for those.
So there's a midnight tournament, right? That's what we're waiting for. Isn't that the one to play, the midnight one?
Oh man, James.
What happened to James?
Okay, so we'll go ahead and fold that. We don't really need to be playing. It's kind of weird that BCM Claw makes a min raise there, but whatever. We'll see what he does. So we've got Dilbert making 131. So we'll go ahead and make it. We'll make it 312. We figure that if Dilbert's making 3x, 3.5x, when he makes less than min bet, then we probably are ahead here. Thank you very much, Crookedish. I really appreciate it. Another one. Wow. Fist bump, man. Thank you so much. We might have to jump it up. So we'll go ahead and fire out a C bet. It's not a great flop for ace-10 offsuit, but we actually figured to be ahead of a lot of the stuff that he's calling with. We will check to him. We're going to assume that we have the best of it. If he fires out, we'll probably call. Yeah, we make the call. And now we're splitting. I wonder if we can just get him to fold. Let's try it.
Nathan wants you to read his tweet. Are you going to focus on your cash game?
I am. I mean, here Dilbert has to actually call 34, his old stack, to maybe split the pot. I mean, that's what he's hoping for. So we'll just go ahead and, we're not folding if we check and he fires out. So let's just go ahead and try to pick up the pot right there. What did Nate want to say?
I don't know. He wants you to see the. You read his tweet. I don't know.
Okay, sorry about that, Nate. Okay, and James, I will. Thank you very much. James is the founder of Pay.co, which is a payment solutions company. We met him here in Vegas. Thank you for supporting the stream. Okay, so let me take a look. We got our buddy Nate Dowland.
No, it was a different Nate.
A different Nate. Okay.
New Nate. That's Sarah
Nate.
and Jordan's friend. He said, "Make him read my tweet." X and Y. So he tweeted you. I don't know what he tweeted, but.
G diminished 9 Dutch. Do you really think you'd be the sucker at a 25-cent, 50-cent table? Well, maybe G diminished. The thing is, the way that cash games work is if there's not a really bad player at the table, then I mean it's just not worth playing. And keep in mind that poker is such a negative EV game to begin with. It's a negative EV game to begin with. The fact that every single pot gets this kind of invisible charge that you don't really feel while you're winning and dragging a pot, which is the rake. The fact that they're busting players pretty quickly in these cash games makes it so that you really have to have a big loser at your table to fund the one or two big winners. One thing that I would say, G diminished, is there's a very good book out there by Nate Silver. It's called "The Signal and the Noise: Why Some Predictions Fail." Well, why most predictions fail and some don't is what it's called. It's by a guy named Nate Silver. Now, I really like Nate Silver. I've never met him in real life, but I've followed his career. I've read his book. Great book. He used to be, before he started making political predictions, before he started making predictions on like the Super Bowl, he used to be a 2-5 and a 5-10 no limit grinder at the Bellagio. And he wrote a whole chapter on poker in his book, The Signal and the Noise. And it's worth checking out, man. If you haven't read that book, just pick it up at your local library, pick it up on Amazon, buy the book, and read just that chapter. And if there's a better description of what it is to be a poker player, I don't know that I've ever seen it. We're gonna make the call here, 5-4 offsuit. We don't love it, but we'll see what happens. It's pretty good flop actually for 5-4. We can kind of count on Midtown giving a continuation bet. So we'll go ahead and fire out a raise. It's going to be hard for him to continue if he doesn't have an ace. If he does have an ace, then we've got a lot of outs. But we don't really feel like giving him free chances at those overcards that we kind of put him on. And sometimes we're actually able to get him to fold better. So, yeah. What do you think, Crookedish? What do you want? What do you think we should play? You know, we're here because of you. So if no limit hold'em, is that what you would like to see? Do you want us to play some PLO? We will play some PLO. We are here. We would have packed up the suitcase had it not been for your 2 donations. So thank you so much. Oh, we got another one. Look at this. CWS Michigan giving us a $50 donation. Thank you, CWS. That means so much. I'm thrilled. You know, we've gone probably a dozen streams without ever getting a single donation, and now they're coming through. Michigan, thank you very much. Thank you, CWS Michigan. I really appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Man, what do you guys think? What do you want us to play? Now that we got $150 in donations, maybe we kick it up a little bit. Maybe do a little bum hunting, see if we can't find Butters on here. We know that he's multi-tabling. Let's take a look. I wish that they had stud high low. They used to have stud high low here on WSOP. Not anymore. I kind of want to jump into like a PLO game. I feel like PLO is one of those games that a lot of people play pretty poorly, and there's not as much information out about PLO as No Limit. So I don't know. If you guys, CWS Michigan, thank you, CWS. Thanks so much, CWS. You are so awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and fold that King 6 suited and try to focus on what we're doing here. we've got two people who are making, kind of varying their pre-flop raise amounts, and that is Midtown 3-3 and Dilbert 27. We don't know that Midtown's varying his pre-flop raise amounts, but we can kind of assume that he is, because we gotta think if he's got aces or kings, he's not going to be making it at $1.31. Okay, so Sugar Ray fires out at $1.62, which is kind of a weird bet. Is that what it would be when it's $3.09 and you fire out that half pot? If you hit half, does it also factor in the rake that they're taking? I don't think so. I think that we just saw him go to the number pad for that. Makes a quick check behind. Dilbert 27 looking at a $6.17 pot. Fires out, and it's a fold. That happened so quick, I didn't even see how much he fired out. Let's see. He fired out $4.86 into $6.17, which it's a weird amount too. $4.86 is a weird amount too. I don't think that if you hit that 3/4, that's gonna actually that's gonna work. Okay, so King 7 suited. Now look what we've got. We've got Midtown adjusting his pre-flop raise amount. We'll go ahead and make the fold with King 7 suited. Ace Queen offsuit. That's a pretty decent hand to play. One of those hands that can really kind of get you into trouble, though. You don't love getting it all in pre-flop, but if Dilbert 27 makes a raise here, we'll go ahead and re-raise. We'll make the 3/4 size here. BCM claw, get out of our way. Oh, come on, BCM. Makes a quick just flat for 7 big blinds. That kind of siren's going off, guys. Siren's going off. So, wow. Yeah, let's go ahead and follow up. Half pot size bet. That is a very, very scary flop. But we're not going to stop c-betting. We're not going to do it. Ah, you guys are great. We got Jay Ruffer, the all-time donation leader now. Thank you, man. Thank you, James. We might have to get into something else here, guys. Oh, what? Look at this. Look at Michelle is just like looking at me like, I told you you needed to change the donation button.
We need to have something so we can have a
we will. We'll list the top.
Or have a stream saying who donated.
We do. We need. You know what? We're going to take some time off on Tuesday, and I'm going to spend time on the overlay. Guys, I can't believe it. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. We're going to put all of you guys a special thank you on the panel. Thanks so much for supporting the stream. It really means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you guys so much. We'll put up those panel acknowledgments ASAP. I wish there was something that. Okay, so Crookedish says, I wish you would play PLO that I could study your game. You got it, Crookedish. We'll wait until our big blind. We'll go ahead and keep the equity that we have here, and we're going to go ahead and sit in a PLO game. Now I'm gonna tell you, Crookedish, I wouldn't say that PLO is really my strong game. It's not anyone's strong game, really. Shoot, there's not really a lot of PLO games going. We got Butters sitting here with in 3 different PLO games.
He's in all games.
He's in all of them, yeah. I don't really know that I want to play in all of Butters' games. I think that we're gonna. It looks like the one game that I would play, the 25-cent, 50-cent PLO. You know what? Screw it. We will go ahead and sit down at this Bunkerville game. We just lost our seat. Got to move quick, I guess. Got to be quicker on the draw. We're gonna get into a PLO game for you, Crookedish. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. And we'll play a little cash for another half hour. We're not going to leave until the big blind hits us, but we're going to click on that sit out the next big blind, and for you guys, here we go. 609. Oh, guys, thank you so much, CWS Michigan. You guys are great. Yeah, you know what? I'm really kind of upset about them not having stud high low. But the stud high low was broken, you guys. I mean, there was a problem with the stud high low. It was they had it set up so that if there was a pair on 4th Street in stud high low, you could make a double bet, a 5th Street bet. Which in stud, that's how it's supposed to go. In stud high low, no, you're not supposed to be able to make a double bet on 4th Street with a paired board. So they made that mistake. If there was that mistake, maybe there were some other mistakes that were even more serious, that they were just like, you know what, we gotta put this away. Okay, so let's see, one more hand. We're gonna get off of this no limit table and sit down at the PLO table. Let me go ahead and make sure that we've got that source ready to go.
Did you answer Tressel's question about the donut?
No, not yet. Okay, we fold that.
About seeing somebody's hand, how to deal with it.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Okay, so we're gonna play this PLO game, and
Did you get another donation, or is that the one that already happened?
no, we had 5 donations tonight. 5 donations. I can't believe it. You guys are the best. I can't believe that Michelle was telling me I needed to fix that donation button because it has been Bitcoin only, and no one uses Bitcoin. I was like, well, I mean, no one's gonna donate. You know, I mean, we'll just ask for the subscription. The fact that we just got 5 donations like back to back, I can't believe it. We got to get that. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change the overlay as soon as I can, guys. Thank you so much. Oh wow, look at this, another one. Did we just get it? Where is it? Ah, crooked fish, crooked dish, crooked fish. Thank you so much again. $60. We have a new high score on the donation board. We are going to shoot. You keep the donations coming. We're going to shut the whole thing down and go travel the world. we're gonna quit our job and travel. Okay, so here we are. We are playing PLO. Really, what we wanted to do was, we wanted to post behind the button, but we'll wait until the big blind, I guess. Let me take a look and see if there's if we got a message coming in from anybody. And this Bunkerville is actually the one that we want to play. So we're going to go ahead and get out of this one. We'll play down here at Bunkerville. We were on the waiting list for this one because it had a much higher percentage of players seeing the flop, which is what we want. In PLO, we want loose play. So PLO is kind of a deceptive game, right? And what tends to happen, let me go ahead and get the chat up, just make sure that we're not missing anything. What tends to happen is, Marsupio. What tends to happen is people look down and they see 4 cards instead of 2. And they think, okay, well that means that I can play twice as many hands. That's not really how it works. Your VPIP in a 6-handed no-limit game should be about the same as a 6-handed PLO game. It shouldn't change that drastically. See, people look down and they see potential. They look down at 4 cards and they just don't see anything that they can fold. You guys are great. Justin, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it, Justin. Thanks for the donation. Thanks for supporting the stream. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you to say thank you. I thought that we were doing that shout out with you, Justin. I thought we were going to do the Pikes Peak poker players shout out, but I guess that didn't happen tonight. Next time though, okay,
Maybe next week.
Next week we'll do it then. I don't know why that just, there we go. Thank you so much, Justin. Okay, so we are here. We're going to go ahead and we didn't just miss it. We haven't played a single hand of PLO yet, guys, because we're waiting. We're going to sit out. We want to wait until the blinds come. So it's kind of a mistake to just come in right in the middle position. You basically want to wait until your big blind hits, or you want to wait until the button is right past you. In PLO, I would have actually preferred to post right then and there. Go ahead and put some money in, take have position on everybody. Now, in PLO, position is so much more important than pretty much any other game except for triple draw, Badoogie, those kind of draw games. Position is going to be more important in draw games than PLO, but PLO position is much more important than No Limit Hold'em. The value in PLO comes from getting players to pay off your nut hands again, with their second nut hands. You look down like this flop right here, ace 8-6. If you've got if you've got a hand like king 10 of spades, you love it, because a lot of times you're going to get like the queen jack of spades or the queen 9 of spades to put in way too much money. Let's see what happens. I mean, so often you're going to be in a situation where it's just like a nut hand getting paid off from a second nut hand, and that's really where most of the value comes from. So we had Roberts 34 there with a fairly coordinated hand. Let's go ahead and see. He had ace 3-3-10. Let me load up that hand replayer really quick. So we'll just kind of keep this ready to go. Nothing really wrong with playing ace 3-3-10 double suited. He's got the nut flush draw. You look at Butters, who had the ace queen jack 8. Also, I don't really have a problem with either one of those pre-flop hand selection choices. But generally, what you're going to... So now we're posting our very first PLO cash game hand on the stream. Do we win it? Basically, what you're looking for are the types of coordinated hands that can just make big wraparound nut draws.
Did you turn off the stream for a minute or something?
No.
My stream is... Oh, looks like it.
This isn't really what we're looking for. Now keep in mind that it's not that big of a mistake to call there, because there's not really going to be any big PLO favorites pre-flop. Whatever he had, rougher, thanks man. I really appreciate it, dude. Okay, so do we raise here? I mean, Jack 10, 8-3, not so bad. We got that 3 as a dangler, but it has a lot of straight potential. We're going to be out of position against Don't Blink, so no, we're not even going to play the pot. We'd rather take a weak holding in position than a mediocre holding in bad position. So we've got this guy coming in with an open limp, so here we're going to go ahead and make a pot-sized bet with the King Jack 8-9. The 9 of diamonds kind of hurts the hand, the fact that we have 3 diamonds instead of just 2, but it's good enough. We're going to play it in position. We're going to take the pre-flop aggression and take a look at what happens. So ace deuce 3, not a great flop for the old King Jack 8-9, and it's even worse when we've got mine just firing in a pot-sized bet, so we'll make the fold. A lot of people don't really have anything except one bet size when it comes to PLO, and they just make it a pot, just pot. Nothing really wrong with that. I don't like to just always make pot-sized bets. I kind of like making half pot a lot of the time. If I was going to continuation bet there, and I very well might have just continuation bet there, I probably am going to be making it half pot. Just got second in attorney. It says Nick 1010111. Nice job, man. Congrats. Very nice job. What's up, Lovehammer? Thank you for joining us on the stream, and thank you all you subs for your support. Thanks for the donations, man. I can't believe it. This is the first time we've ever gotten donations on the stream. We've always been we've had that donation button connected to Coinbase and Bitcoin for too long. I mean, we've got I'm a big fan of Bitcoin, and I didn't really like how much PayPal. We had one donation the very first time we did this. I think it was from Nomar Farr, who gave us $2, and so a $2 donation, and PayPal took 80 cents off of it. I'm like, you know what? Let's just put the donation button at Bitcoin, but no one uses Bitcoin. That's okay. We're going to use Bitcoin. And then tonight, Michelle was like, you know what? You need to change that. You need to change that.
Was it yesterday? It
was today. This is the very first time we've done it. And we changed it to PayPal, and wow, I can't believe it. It really kind of surprises me just because I didn't think that it would happen. King, king, deuce, 5. Is it a playable hand? You better believe it's a playable hand, but what are we looking for? All we're trying to do here is flop a set of kings. That's all we're trying to do. It's not a great hand, but whatever. We'll go ahead and play it like it is. We've got Butters coming in with the quick check. We'll go ahead and fire out. If Butters wants to try to steal this pot from us, it's going to work. Yeah, we're done with it. Absolutely done with it. We're looking at really the only cards that can come are going to be a 10 or a king. We're probably going to just lose this pot. Nice hand. Very nice hand there, Butters. Nice. We were pretty far ahead there post flop, I think, but not that far ahead. He made it. He got there. He had the nut flush draw, and he had a pair of jacks. So he also had a straight draw, but the straight draw actually wasn't there because if he hits a straight draw, we were getting kings full. So he has to hit either an ace or a spade. If he hit a jack, that would have worked too. King, king, deuce, 5. It's not that strong of a hand if it's not suited in any way. We don't love it. Let's go ahead and fire up. We'll go ahead and top off here. Queen, 3-3 deuce. We've got mine given the limp. Does he limp? No, he doesn't. Roberts, does he limp? If he raises, we get out of his way. If he were to have limped, we would have potted it. If he were to... and we're going to go ahead and put a bony fish on mine, actually, because the way that he played that ace-deuce-3 flop hand, that's enough for us to know that he doesn't really know what he's doing. So Roberts 34 making a min bet right there in the cutoff. I don't know if I like it. And then I need to focus a little bit more on this cash game, guys, because I didn't see how that flop action went. How did that flop action go? I think that what probably happened was P. Gruber checked to him, and he fired out $2 again. No, it was just check. And P. Gruber fires out a half pot size bet on the turn, and then both of them checked down on the river. And what did... Okay, so it was ace, queen, 10, 7. I'm going to go ahead and pop that hand replayer up. Ace, queen, 10, 7 is what he's raising the minimum with. P. Gruber actually defended his big blind, which is okay. You can defend your big blind because there's not really going to be that many huge favorites, especially when you're up against a guy who's just making it. Danger Meow, thank you very much for the donation, man. Thank you very much. I really wish that we could, that I already would have put the panel together and had like the donation stuff up there. Crooked Fish. Oh God, Crooked Fish. I don't even know what to say. I feel like the girl in Zelda, right? when Zelda keeps on like making the donation and she's like, that's not enough to talk. I feel like that girl right now. Thank you so much, Crooked Fish. I can't believe it. And thank you so much, Danger Meow, for your donation. I can't believe it. Wow, I can't believe it. Danger Meow, Crooked Fish, you guys are the best. All of you guys so far, I'm just kind of at a loss. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Thank you guys so much. We got to get that donation panel up to give you guys the proper shout outs because I don't feel like that.
Can I see your phone?
Yeah.
I want to see what he tweeted before you say his tweet.
You talking about Nate?
Yeah, did you see what he tweeted?
I didn't. No, I didn't see
Let
it.
me see if I can get it.
Okay.
He's crying.
Okay, so we got a limp. We will definitely go ahead and fire out a pot-sized bet. Inflate the pot. We've got a position on him with some sort of hand, actually. And now we actually hit a pretty good flop. Not only do we have the open-ended straight draw, we also have a flush draw. We'll go ahead and take a free river card, I suppose. We actually hit our straight. How much can we get? I think that we can probably get a half pot size bet here, right? If he check raises, we're probably done with the hand. But I think that he calls. I think that he's going to call with a queen or a 9 or a king. Okay. We'll take it. We don't get to see what he has, but that's okay. 5, 5, 6, 9. Not a horrible hand. We don't like our position. If mine limps in, or well, mine's just now raising. So what does that tell us, you guys? It tells us that the bony fish is justified. He's changing his pre-flop raise amounts based on the strength of his hand, which is really not what you want to be doing. You really shouldn't be open limping anyway when you're in PLO, because there's so much value in buying that button, buying the position there. So I don't like it. 5, 5, 6, 6. Just a quick little PLO tidbit. When you're double paired like this, the chances of you actually hitting a set are about 1 in 4, about 3 to 1 actually to hit a set. So we'll go ahead and make the call here. I almost want to raise, but let's just go ahead and we'll call in position. We'll play a pot with butters and maybe one of the blinds. Completely whiff it. It's not the flop we're looking for. We've got a 4-outer. So we'll go ahead and check, and it's not really a 4-outer though, guys, because a diamond isn't really a clean out. So we've got 2 outs. We've got the 6 of hearts, and we've got the 5 of hearts. 2-outer. Come on, 2-outer. Didn't happen. And we're just done with the hand at this point. I mean, there's nothing that we're doing here. Nash Vegas asks, do you ever put a bony fish on yourself? Good question. Nope. Haven't done it. haven't done it. I've definitely felt like I've made some big mistakes. I mean, you can definitely, in that last tournament when we tried to make those moves with the Jack 5 in the small blind, with the 8-4 in the small blind. Yeah, let's go ahead and fire up. We'll make 3x against mine. Really, I guess we probably could just hit pot here too. We really, this just shows we're kind of in unfamiliar territory, because honestly I should be. I think that at one point I hit pot, and at one point I'm making it 3x. So we're doing what we are complaining against all the time. Wow, 2 pair against mine, firing out a 3/4 size bet. Mine probably has some sort of open-ended combo draw, or he has us completely waxed. So even when he has that combo draw, we're not really loving our hand. It's not really the spot that we want to be in. We don't want to. So this is not so bad either. We'll go ahead and make it a 3x. We'll see what happens. Try to buy that button. Again, not what we want to do. We don't really want to take it against 2 guys. We've got 8, 9, 10 of clubs. So we've got top pair, top kicker. Pretty scary board for really anything. We don't love it. We don't love it. I guess we check fold. Don't blink. That was a very, very quick call. So I almost feel like, I mean, if he had a super, super strong hand, I don't think he calls so quickly. I almost feel like Don't Blink has some sort of, straight draw, flush draw type hand. We very well might actually be ahead here. We're not going to try to bet him off of anything. He's got position on us.
James said night, bro.
Hey, have a good night. Good to see you, Jay Ruffer. Thank you so much for the donations and for hanging out with us tonight. Okay, so we just fold. We fold. Are we? I think we're down like $20 now, right? Frustrating. 20 big blinds. Maybe we might be. Nate Capusta says, JC and Blue says you're a sicko keyboard player. Can we get a sample on stream? If you were here yesterday, you could have gotten a sample of our guitar playing. Thank you, Bingo Buddy, for the Twitter mention. We've got another 10 minutes of cash games here. We'll try not to get too buried. So far, not really going too well. Not really going too well with the PLO game. But I'll tell you what, guys. If you want to get some good info about PLO, my stream's probably not the best one to go to. You should probably pick up those Jeff Huang books. Jeff Huang has written some really, really good material when it comes to PLO. Big fan of his work. King Jack 7-7. Do we make the call here? 250. Yeah, we're gonna make it. We're gonna see what happens. It's enough of a, it's got enough possibility here that getting the 3 to 1 is worth taking a flop. Really, we're looking for a 7. or some sort of combo draw with our king jack and hearts. Actually getting top pair, not really what we're looking for. This isn't the flop we're looking for. So we'll cap it up again. We got king 9-5, and mine giving a limp. Now we've got Butters re-raising. We've got all of these guys calling. We'll just go ahead and give it a call. Hope for a king, I guess. And do we get it? Nope, we don't. It comes 10-10-5. We hate our hand. We're done with the hand. The only way that we're not going to fold this hand is if everyone checks and it comes like another 10 or a king. We could be ahead. We could be ahead. You know, they don't have to have a 10, but I mean, come on. There's 12. There's 12 cards out against us. And how many PLO hands have that 10 in them? A lot. I don't think that we're ahead here. I'm surprised that Butters didn't fire out. I kind of feel like Butters is sitting here with like, you know, a pair of aces or like some sort of, I don't know what he's got. Who knows what Butters has? He could have anything because he was basically making an isolation play against mine. Butters is basically looking at mine and thinking, okay, well, if he's going to limp, I'm going to go ahead and take a flop with him in position, try to buy that button from Robert's, 3-4. The buying the button play didn't work. It didn't work. So Butters just basically gave up on the hand. We got mine sitting here. What does mine have? Some sort of stupid weak flush draw, trying to figure out if a 7-high flush is actually going to be the best hand. No, it's not going to be. And now we've got about the best hand you can start off with. We're going to go ahead and make that 3x. We've got a pair of aces, single suited. We don't mind getting it in here. Not the best, but we'll go ahead and fire out a half pot bet. We've got the overpair. It's always good. We've got a pair of sevens, which kind of blocks a lot of his two pair hands. We're not going to let him see another card without putting a little more in there. King Jack 9-7, not a bad hand. Lots of potential. No danglers. We'll go ahead and make it 3x. Try to buy that button from Don't Blink. P. Gruber, do you let us do it? Mine, give us a call. That's exactly what we want to see. Mine goes ahead and fires out a very quick check. We fire out a half pot size bet. Let's take a look at if he just lets us have it. Nope. Goes for the quick check raise, so we'll give it up. We do have backdoor flush draws. We've got backdoor straight draws, but we're just going to give it up here. We don't really need to be getting into a pissing contest with a bony fish here. Ace, queen, queen, 8. We go ahead and fire out a 3x. The 8 of diamonds kind of hurts us a little bit. The fact that we have 3 diamonds instead of, the 8 of diamonds is kind of a dangler. But it's a good enough hand, 5-handed. We'll go ahead and inflate the pot a little bit, try to make something happen. Phil Helma says, PLO is a great game if you like to be bent over repeatedly. That's about right. It's about right. And we do, so we are going to play it for another 6 minutes until the tournament comes up. Got P. Gruber firing out that pot size bet. We've got mine firing at the pot, firing at the pot size call, and we're just gonna get out of it. Queen Jack 4-5 Badoogie. It's nothing really that's gonna come except except like a King 10-9 where we're gonna love our hand. Even then, some of the biggest pots in PLO happen when you flop the nuts against the nuts with a redraw. So King Jack 5-4. If we actually are able to get 100 big blinds in on the flop or on the turn, we're really not liking our hand no matter what, even if we do have the nuts, because most of the time they're going to have the nuts with a redraw if they're going to go ahead and get that much action in. This is a fold. Kind of a coordinated hand, has that queen as kind of a dangler though. We've got 3 diamonds instead of 2, so it doesn't really, you don't really want to be playing danglers, especially when you're out of position. You'll notice, guys, that in PLO I'm much less likely to play that small blind. No limit. It doesn't take much to go ahead and play a small blind. But in PLO, I don't really like playing it as much. Whereas on the button, you can pretty much play anything, and you can play it for a raise. When you get into these kind of situations where now don't blink is re-raising us, we're not folding. And we're going to go ahead and take a flop. We're going to go ahead and try to flop something better than she does. And this is a pretty good flop for deuce 3, 9-6 of double suited. We've got a pair. We're kind of putting on don't blink on a pair of aces here. So we'll go ahead and just make a call and see what happens. That's a bad hand for us because now we don't have those 2 pair outs. And if don't blink does have those aces or kings, then we're really relying on a club or another 2 or a 4. So what do you think, guys? Do we go ahead and try to take it from her? No, let's just go ahead and play this pretty timidly. And don't blink is probably going to be able to take us off of our hand right here. Kind of interesting. Don't blink, because why would you be making this kind of bet with a pair of aces? Why are you making the bet with a pair of aces? Are you thinking that you're going to get action? Are you going to get called by a queen? Probably. Probably. I think that this is a value bet. It's kind of a pretty light value bet, but I think it's also a good value bet. If that 5 wasn't there, I think that we're winning here. If that 6 was a 4 or a club or a 2, I think we're winning here. But I don't think that we're ahead. So we make the fold. If you bluffed us off of it, nice hand. Nice hand. Okay, guys, we got another 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and set up the next big blind, and we're going to get into this into this tournament. We've got 3 more hands to get not buried in this game. Frustrating first exploration on the Twitch. We'll go ahead and, I mean, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just fold. We don't have to play every single hand against that bony fish up there. King Jack Deuce 3 single suited is kind of an ugly hand. I feel like we are losing at PLO. We might not be a favorite in this game at all. Hell, we might not be a favorite in any PLO game, honestly, you guys. Sometimes it makes me feel that way. 9957 looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and fire out a raise here against Roberts and see if we can't buy that button. Let's see if we can't buy that button. Pretty coordinated hand, 9957. Yeah, mathematics, I am going to be playing that. Ah, jeez. Okay, guys. Getting the old 2 to 1. We're going to pretty much know exactly where we are at. And so we're going to go ahead and make the call here. It's not great. Very coordinated hand. We're getting 3 to 1. Lots of implied odds. Let's hit a really nice flop. 6, 7, 10. Pretty nice flop, I guess. We could have designed better flops. Wow. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fire out. Wow. Well, if mine would have checked to us, we would have. Now we got to kind of think this through. We'll hit the time bank and count our outs. We were kind of expecting don't blink to fire out, and then we probably would have check raised. At this point now, though, we're sitting here with kind of an ugly hand. We'll make the fold. We don't have outs there. I mean, we do. We have outs, and 8 is probably going to be an out, but not as many outs as it looks like. So that's it. Very fun. Thank you for the PLO beating, WSOP.com. Let's get back into the No Limit Hold'em Midnight Tournament. Let's do it. Tournaments, you have been removed from the waiting list. We are going to play that $20 $5.50 guaranteed Midnight Mayhem that starts in within 1 minute. Took a little bit of a PLO beating. Thank you very much, Crookedish, for the free shot, free shot of PLO greatness. Alas, it was not meant to be.
Did you lose all the money?
Oh, all of it. We lost all of it. No. We lost like $30. It's okay.
Oh, no.
Let's go and do a little three. We'll do a. We might have been playing a little bit too aggro there. You know, we probably could have tightened it up just a little bit. We also could have actually hit some sort of hand where we get paid off.
Do they have any Raz?
No.
Raz would be fun.
They only have 2 games. They have Hold'em and they've got Omaha. If they had Stud 8, I would play that in a heartbeat. I love Stud 8.
The play open face on here? For people, do people think that's interesting to play open face?
I love
they
like
think-
OFC,
yeah,
Pineapple OFC.
Yeah, do they think that's interesting?
Yeah, Butters plays all the time.
Does he?
Yeah. Okay, so we hit the register button. We're gonna. I don't think that there's a rebuy in this, so let's go ahead and add this screen capture. And guys, I'm gonna sit out for a second. I'm gonna go get myself a little bit more coffee. We're gonna be up for a while. This is gonna take a while. We're gonna be here for a long time, but this is gonna be the last thing we play tonight too, guys. So thanks for joining us. We got a long day tomorrow. I gotta still put together a nice poker clinic session for you. And if you want to join us tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m., we're going to be doing another poker clinic session. We're going to be talking about the C bet.
That people, if they had hand readers, to email you them tonight.
Yeah, we can. All of if you guys have some hand replays that you want to, let's see, PLO pots get huge. Yeah, tell them what to do. Fold. That's a check call all day. Check. That was back in the USA. Yeah, I don't know. R. McLennan. That's a lot of advice, buddy. A lot of advice. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and make that fold. We're gonna take a second. Okay, we're going to sit out. Well, we'll take our big blind, but then we're gonna sit out. We're gonna go get a little bit more coffee because this is probably gonna take a long time making this final table, putting up another W in a no limit hold'em tournament.
Lose a big hand before you stopped?
No.
Oh, you said you lost $30. Didn't you only go in for 100?
It was a very slow grind. Didn't really make any hands happen. Took a couple of shots at making sets, and it didn't happen.
Oh, there you go. Here's the hand I'm watching right now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Watching that hand? Yeah, this is okay.
Oof, what do you need here?
You need an 8 here, or you need a 9 here. I mean, nothing. This is not the flop we're looking for. There's nothing that we're really rooting for, I guess, except an 8. It's not like. And even then, we got to play it kind of passively. It's not really a great spot.
Wow, he went all in and you just folded.
Yeah, you make the fold. Trying to count outs, and I'm like, well, we don't really have outs. We don't really have a lot of outs here. Not the flop we're looking for with 9957. So. Sami Ham Gaming says, how do you feel about players like Doc Sands at Tank for 1 minute every hand?
1 minute's not so bad.
Yeah, 1 minute's not so bad. Every hand, though, I've played with Doc Sands a few times. He does seem to take way too long for his decisions, but I think that he's hurting himself, really. I mean, he's playing a lot fewer hands per level than I'm playing. So, the chances of, getting as many spots as he wants, you want to play as many hands as possible. I think that he's hurting himself. At the same time, I mean, if he feels like he needs that much decision, a lot of times I think that a lot of these guys who are taking so long for their pre-flop decisions are actually on drugs. I think that they're in I think they're stoned. I think that's what's happening. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Doc Sands takes that long, because in his head it feels like he's taking 6-7 seconds. He's probably feeling like he's going 70 miles down the highway, but he's actually like stoned going 15 miles. That's what happens. So. Yeah, I'm going to get a little bit of coffee. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I will be right back, you guys. And we get back just in time to fold Ace King.
Oh look, the Conrad dude's up $4.65 because he took your advice about not limping.
Nice, Connor. Good job, man. Good job.
Yeah, you know what? That limping thing is really good not to do it. Even when I play those free rolls, I've seen it helping, and the C bets help a lot too.
It does.
It's just very intimidating to do it because you don't know if it's gonna work, and it
Yeah.
usually does.
Yeah, no, it's very frustrating, and like when your moves don't work, you feel like, oh, I shouldn't have made the move. You can't be results oriented, you know.
Maybe. Yeah.
R. McLennan asks, is it easy to convert to any currency? I think you're asking about Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, you're asking about Bitcoin because they're talking about a seals, I believe, because I was asking about pineapple.
Yeah. Seals does have pineapple. Seals has some nice software right now. Hey, BCLV81 says, love the stream, Dutch. He's actually right here. What's up, Dutch? Snipe time.
Oh, is he? Oh, that's
Good luck.
funny.
Good luck, buddy. So we got BCLV81 saying, love the stream, Dutch. He's sitting here 3 to our right. Good to see you, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting the stream with your time and attention. It means a lot. So let's pop the info panel up. 16 out of 34, pretty small tournament. It's kind of what you would expect for a Friday night on WSOP.com. This is why we were so sad about so sad. No, bingo, buddy, I'm not saying Doc Sands is a drug addict. I'm saying that a lot of the people who take way too much time, I feel like they are on drugs. I'm not sure if Doc Sands, I've never smoked out, with Doc Sands, so I can't say for sure. But it wouldn't surprise me, so many people I see taking, all the time in the world. That's why. A little blood sugar snack there.
I had candy. I had the rest of my pound cake. Do you want one of these Reese's peanut bunny cups? God, I can't eat this junk food. Oh my god. Are you off mute? Are you on? Yeah.
R. McLennan, I'm gonna have to check out your Twitch stream. Let me take a look at it here. No, we're still on. I'll give you a follow, man. And hopefully we'll run into each other one of these days, bud. Next time you're on, I'll try to catch your stream. So we got Vegas Roy limping in here. We've got aces full of kings limping in here. We can go ahead and fire out a pot-sized bet here. Maybe we just are able to pick up 90, which in this kind of tournament, 90 is actually significant. It's like 5% of our stack. What we would like to do is get it heads up against one of these guys and not actually have to take it against two players. Yeah, it's not horrible. Not the worst kind of flop we could have saw. A 10 fits their range pretty well, but we still think pocket sevens is ahead unless they give us a reason to think otherwise. So yeah, okay, we pick up 15% of our stack. There's no rebuys and add-ons in this, so those kind of 15% jumps are pretty important, especially early on. Let me take a look at the Twitterverse and see. I think we've got a couple of tweet shout-outs to do. We got Brian Coopersmith giving us a retweet. Thank you very much, Brian. You know what, Vegas Roy, you're going to go ahead and already, you're just going to go ahead and get that bony fish. You can't make those open limps without getting that bony fish. BCLV 81, come on. I don't want to see it. I don't want you to limp in. We're going to give you a shark, though, since you're watching this stream. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Jordan Christos favorited our tweet. Good to see you, Jordan, on Twitter. It'd be awesome if we saw you actually here in the chat one of these days, Jordan. But I know that you're too busy crushing souls at the felt. Ralph Maldonado gave us a retweet. Thank you so much, man. We've got yeah, guys. If you want to, if you haven't followed us on Twitter yet at Dutch Boyd, if you have any questions or shout outs or anything you want, hit me up on Twitter. I'll get them on the stream. I try to do my best following the chat. It goes so quick though. Yeah, where is BCLV 81? Make yourself known, BC. Identify yourself.
From a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed is Brian Micon, Russ?
Totally. 1 being totally screwed and 10 being really screwed.
Yeah.
Oh man, Tats. I don't know. I think that he's probably going to be okay. I hope that.
You're going to say 3, huh?
Yeah, I would say a 3. Because really, I mean, look. Let's just rewind and Tats. Let's look at the history of online poker for a second. Look at all the failed card rooms, including PokerSpot, right? Look at all the. I mean, you've got people who have whole carded people. You've got people who have actually, you've got Russ Hamilton who is on record as cheating poker players, and he's walking around Vegas somewhere playing golf. So far, I think there's only been one person who's actually served any time. So we're going to go ahead and make this 120. What we're doing here is we would be making it 90, and with Vegas Roy's open limp, we're going to go ahead and make it 90 plus the open limp. When we get Merlot making it 420, we can just fold. You look at everybody who actually has ever served time for any sort of online gambling issue. Mainly, a couple of bookies from WSEX. You do have one of the guys from Absolute Poker. What's his name? What is the guy who actually ended up coming back and serving his time instead of hiding out in Antigua? You got Scott Tom in Antigua who has an indictment under him, but he also has a party boat in Antigua. Decided never to come home to the States. Absolute Poker prison. What was the guy's name? Brent Beckley. So Brent Beckley, the Absolute Poker co-founder, he gets 14 months in prison over his involvement with Absolute Poker. Keep in mind, Absolute Poker is was one of the bigger sites that ended up. So there were 11 people and 3 online poker sites that were indicted, and how much time did they actually do? I mean, not that much. We got John Campos, who did 3 months in prison. If we look at the really, really successful guys prior to Black Friday, who then went and got themselves in prison, we don't really see a lot of that. Very long. We don't really see a lot of very long sentences. We see Daniel Svetkov actually avoiding all prison time with his with his plea bargain. No additional prison time for Daniel Svetlov. Chad Ellie sentenced to how long? 5 months in prison. Is that what we just got? Chad Ellie. As a result of Black Friday, he's the former online poker payment processor and one of 11 people named. Ellie served as a payment processor. How much did he get? 5 months. Chad Ellie got 5 months in prison. So how much time would Brian Micon get for doing seals with clubs? I mean, I don't think that he gets more than 2 years. I think he's getting like a year and a half tops. And knowing Micon, I'm sure that he would be out in no time for good behavior. So how screwed is 9 months in prison? Not that screwed. And he might not even have to do it. He might be able to blow seals with clubs up so much that he's a billionaire. He can afford the $250,000 that it takes to be an Antiguan citizen. And maybe Antigua never does end up. Maybe Antigua never does end up actually, extraditing Americans with indictments against him. Maybe Scott Tom gets to live the rest of his life out there in Antigua with tens of millions of dollars in the bank and a party boat that he takes girls out into. Maybe. Probably. I don't think that Antigua is going to be extraditing any of the online poker or any of the online casino or any of the online bookies who have indictments in the States. So I actually feel like Brian's going to be fine. I hope that he's fine. He's a really good friend of mine. I wish that he was home, though. I wish that he would just do whatever time they were going to give him, do whatever deal that they want, and play the World Series this summer. I just can't imagine being in a spot where I would rather do a year or two in prison than have to spend the rest of my life away from the States. I mean, I love the World Series of poker too much. I can't imagine ever not showing up for that. So, and having lived in Antigua before, I can tell you it's a fun place to visit. I wouldn't want to live there forever. It's a very, very pretty, hell basically. If you can't leave the island, when I was there, they didn't even have a bookstore, for God's sakes. What do we got?
Okay. Do you have any plans on visiting Atlantic City in the future?
Atlantic City? I would visit Atlantic City. We're not going to go before the World Series. Maybe next year for the WPT Championship if we qualify or hit the World Series so hard this summer that we just have to play the trail for a little while. But for now, I don't really follow the trail. I just pretty much we'll go ahead and make the fold here. I pretty much just let the tournament action come to me. I'm kind of disappointed that the WPT Championship moved from Las Vegas, but I'm not going out there this year. I've been before. I thought Atlantic City was fine, and it's close enough to New York that you can really kind of make a whole East Coast trip out of it. I don't think Eximo's never been to New York, so I would love to take her there, watch some some Broadway shows, and I definitely plan on going out there with her. So WSEX was kind of interesting, right? Because the guy who started WSEX, Hayden, what was his name? Hayden
What's
something.
WSEX?
It was an old sports book. It was one of the very first sports books.
Okay.
And they tried to get into the poker game, and what they found was that their software just wasn't really all that great. So they thought what they could do is they could compete on the rake side, and they actually made their online poker a loss leader, and they didn't charge rake on their poker. It was awesome. When you take away the rake and poker becomes an even sum game, all of a sudden it's just like it really changes the economy, and it makes it a very beatable game where the majority of people can win if there's no rake. The fact that the rake is so oppressive when it comes to online poker and poker in general, live poker too, that it creates this environment where only like 25% of players can be break-even or winning. But you take away that rake, and all of a sudden the majority of players can be break-even or winning. Wow. So they tried to take it away. And you know what? No one cared. No one played there anyway. They didn't care because the rake is so... It's transparent. It's invisible. It's an invisible cost. You're only paying a rake when you win a pot. So you don't even see it. You're just happy to be taking a pot. You're only paying a rake in a tournament. You're paying the tournament juice indirectly. You're really only paying it when you get paid. And when you get paid first, who cares? You're not really thinking about, oh, okay. So I mean, look at this for a second. Let's just open this up for a second. We'll talk about this because this is the elephant in the room. This is why poker is illegal right now. This is why Black Friday happened. This is why. Look at it. We've got a $5.50 guarantee. Buy-in is $20, right? So we've got 45 players who all put in $20, which should be so it's a $900 prize pool. But you look over here, and it's not a $900 prize pool. It's an $832 prize pool. So the site itself is taking out $60, right? And not that bad of juice, honestly, because most of the time you walk into like the Orleans, you play like the Friday tournament at the Orleans, or you play one of these Venetian tournaments, and they're like, oh, well, I mean, a 10% juice, that's really good. Most of these guys are charging 15-20% juice, and it's true. It's true. I mean, a lot of these buy-ins around town for like the nightly tournaments, they'll charge. I mean, it's almost criminal how much they charge on juice. So So if you let's take a look and see, that basically means that the tournament itself is making somewhere around 6th place money every single time they do it. If you start looking at the Sunday Million, where it's $215 on PokerStars, and you look at how much the casino and the card rooms were making, they're basically pulling in 3rd place money every single time they run a tournament. How much does it cost, really? How much does it cost for the World Series of Poker? How much does it cost for Caesars Entertainment to actually operate this tournament itself? The answer is not much. The electricity for the server, really? Not a lot. So they factor in all the marketing, they factor in all the the licensing, the customer support, and they factor all that in. It's still not much. I'm telling you guys that, and it scales. So the amount that it takes for them to operate this $550 guaranteed Midnight Mayhem, it's about the same amount that it costs them to operate the 1K No Limit Bracelet event that they're going to have this summer. It's basically the same thing for them. It costs about the same amount. Their big costs are going to be things like processing fees to actually get the money in, customer support, marketing, gaming, licensing, those kind of costs. Anyway, the point being was this: WSEX tried to actually do a rake-free card room when their regular card room just completely failed and no one showed up. They eliminated the rake and they said, we're going to take poker and we're going to make that be a loss leader for our sports book. So we're just going to make this rake-free environment. I went and played a little bit. I mean, the games were incredibly soft, but it was also a ghost town. Ghost town. It was like you look around and they have as many games as WSOP.com has right now, where 6-7 games. It was a ghost town. No one cared. I couldn't believe it. Because it was like, wow, why don't they care? Why don't they care? Well, I don't have a good answer for that. I think that poker would have been a lot better if everyone got on board and realized, look, a rake-free environment, that's what we need as a poker community. That's what we want. We want to be able to have poker be a positive-sum game. And for it to become a positive-sum game, it has to be an even-sum game first. It didn't get the player support. And since they weren't making money on their card room, they couldn't compete in the marketing game that PokerStars and Full Tilt and all these other online sites basically devolved into. I always thought early on in the online poker industry, I thought that what would eventually happen was what you see in like these other industries where the operators would basically have to lower the cost to consumers, and they would engage in kind of this price war, like you see with salt. You go to the Walmart and you see, okay, you got great value salt, and you've got like whatever brand salt, and they're like 33 cents for a great big thing, right? It basically they kept on undercutting each other as far as the price of the consumer good, and you see this kind of race to the bottom. I thought that was what was going to happen with online poker, and it didn't. Instead, what happened with online poker is, instead of like a rake war, instead of like this lowering the cost to consumers, instead they were just willing to spend more and more money. Crouching Goat, fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much.
Is your lobby still on?
We're gonna go ahead and take a shot here, and we'll fold. No, the lobby's off. So, Cricket Go. Let me finish what I was saying. Instead of the rake war that I thought would happen, instead what we saw was a marketing war. So instead of lowering the cost that they were willing to take per customer, instead PokerStars and Full Tilt just started out marketing each other and raising the cost that they were willing to spend on acquiring a customer. They raised their CPA costs to just incredible highs, where they were willing to give affiliates $300 for sending a real money poker player their way. It was ridiculous. And then they were saying, okay, well, we're going to be able to make so much money off of these online poker players over the lifetime of their addiction. It was really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because it could have gone the other way, and we could actually be in a spot where poker is an even sum or even a positive sum game. Instead, we're still just trapped in the dark ages of poker. That's what we're in right now. They always said that we were in some sort of golden age of poker. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see a golden age of poker until the game itself is a positive sum game. Until we have a positive sum environment for this game, we're going to make a royal flush right here. Goat, thank you so much. We're going to ship you this copy, DRM free, not this physical copy, but we're going to send you the download link for Poker Tilt. Keep your eyes open for that. We'll go ahead and give him a little raise here. A half pot raise. That's fine with us. Ace is full of kings. We'll take a free card. You got it, buddy. Thank you for the free card. And we whiff it. I really wanted to make a royal right there. We haven't had a royal flush yet on Twitch. Can we get him off of a hand here? Not really. I think that, eights, is he going to call us? Probably. We'll just... Ace-9 is definitely calling us. So, can we get him off of it? I don't think so. We're definitely going to be playing this hand too, guys. This is a good one. Phil Helmuth, no, you're wrong. I think rake creates action and no rake just makes a site all nitty regs. That's not what happens. The rake that they give back is even more important to the players that remain in action longer. Who pays more rake? Who pays more rake are the we'll go ahead and make it a 3/4. The big whales pay more rake. The big losers pay more rake. So because they're in every hand, they're winning more pots than you or me. Yeah, we're gonna make this call. Thank you, Professor 2.0. Dodge and weave. That looks pretty good. Gonna be hard for you to catch up there. Looking for a foul deck, I guess. There, Professor 2.0. Thank you for the action. We are back up to 3150. Not too shabby. No, a rake-free environment, Phil Helmuth. A rake-free environment would actually keep the whales in longer. It would make the site much less nitty. Look what's happening to WSOP. I mean, this is a great example. Is the whales bust too quick, and then you're up against a bunch of local Vegas regs. I completely disagree with you. Yeah. Marsupial, crazy that a company can make $900,000 for a 5-day tournament and still think that poker isn't a good enough moneymaker for their casino. Yeah, it's true, Marsupial. Keep in mind, though, too, that what they're comparing is as far as dollars per square foot, and nothing really comes close to that. That craps table or those machines. You don't have to man a machine. It's pretty. It's not even close. I do think that it's just one of the worst things that happened to poker, man. That when they took it out, from Texas and they put it right there in the casino. I mean, the very first poker room I think here in Vegas was put together over there at the Golden Nugget by Bill Boyd, who very well might be related to me because I think that he was from the Midwest. I think he was also bald, but yeah. So he rents out some space at the Golden Nugget, and I think that was the first poker site, or the first poker room here in Vegas. I think was at the Golden Nugget, and I feel like poker. I mean, where would poker be if it weren't for that migration to Vegas? If it weren't transplanted right into the middle of a casino, I don't know. It could just be a dead game. We'd be playing Magic Online right now instead of poker. Who knows? Yeah, I think actually JD, I'm pretty sure WSEX.com was the very first online sportsbook. And one of these days they're going to make a movie about WSEX. I'm sure of it, because that story ended up pretty crazy. I mean, ended up having one of the founders actually maybe commit suicide. A couple of other founders, they all got indicted. They were right at the front of it, and they saw a huge opportunity to make hundreds of millions of dollars. A lot of those early online gambling pioneers did. A lot of, you look at Esau Scheinberg, you look at Calvin Ayre, you look at Ruth Parasol and Anurag Dixit, and they're billionaires because of online poker. And you look at the online casino and online sportsbook industry, and there's tons and tons of like super rich dudes, billionaires. Yep. What do we think about 9-10 suited, you guys? Is this a good one? Do we like it? Nah, let's just fold it. R. McClellan, we're gonna have to. We are following you now, buddy. So next time you're Twitch streaming, we'll check you out if we're not doing it, if we're not streaming ourselves. Guys, look. Thanks so much for spending some of your Friday night with us and watching us try to take down another tournament. We got pretty deep today in the first one we played. If you guys, we did cash, then we ended up getting it into kind of a cooler situation against kings and queens with our jacks. Really kind of sucked. Maybe we can fold there. Never really occurred to me to even think about clicking the fold button, but now that I think about it, I mean, we had a raise all in and we had a call from the small blind, so maybe we can get away from it. Can we? Maybe. I don't know. It's better to regret one of those things that you do, I guess. It always feels wrong to fold. And if we had folded jacks there, I'm sure we would have gotten torn up from the chat, except for the fact that we would have been able to show, oh yeah, look, kings and queens, we look like a genius. But if they show 8s and 9s, all of a sudden we look just horrible. Wow, look at this guy, 9,000 chips he's got. How did he get 9,000 chips this early on? Yeah, let's fire out that half pot size bet. We can't really count on either one of these guys betting for us. Does Professor 2.0 shove? Does he shove? And if he does, do we call? It's another 300 to make the call. We're getting 2.5 to 1 on the call for, probably, I don't know. I kind of feel like we've got 10 outs here. If anything, probably at least 7. We'll fold. Nice move there, Professor 2.0. I know you're trying to give us all your chips. We're going to wait until we have aces again to get them. Oh, guys. Yeah, I mean, Golden Nugget, it feels second class compared to the big casinos because it's one of the oldest casinos in Vegas. I mean, it's actually really, really nice compared to the rest of downtown. Look at the Golden Nugget, and then walk across the street and look at El Cortez, or look at any of the Boyd Gaming properties downtown. It's just like, oh, pretty bad. Let's go ahead and see a little 7-1 flop here. 7-1 flop. Do we actually hit anything? Nope. So yeah, guys, well, now we actually hit it. We've got the best hand with our Queen 8, right? Of course we've got the best hand with our Queen 8. We'll fire out a $100 bet saying we've got the best hand and get no believers. Wow, part of me wants to just fire out a thin little value bet here because I think that we can probably get called with worse. I think we get called with worse here. I think like an 8-7 calls us. I feel like a 10-8 calls us. So let's try it out. Let's see what happens here. If we get raised, how can they have a hand that would re-raise us here? I guess we don't get called with worse. I think that, I don't know. I kind of feel like we were going to get called with worse there a lot of the time. I think that 8-7, 10-8 calls us. 9-8 calls us. Wait a minute. Yeah. 8-7, 9-8, ace-6, ace-3, ace-2. Those kind of hands, I think, are just going to be like, you know what? I will give you $200 just so that I know what you have. Okay, which one? What's up, Killing Bird? It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Love seeing other streamers in the chat.
Danger Mouse is going to bed. And
Danger Meow, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. It's been great hanging out with you on the stream, and I really appreciate you supporting the stream. I'm still just, I'm still just loving the fact that I saw your name on that donation. Have a good night, man. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. I love seeing you. I love seeing you here, and hopefully make sure to show up tomorrow for that poker clinic, because we're gonna learn a lot tomorrow. Yes, I've seen the letter of files. R. McLennan, very, very good interview over there on Poker News. Go ahead, and I would recommend it. What's up, Dargo BW? Good to see you, man. Putting on Twitch says, Xmo, it's actually Dig Shit. Common name in India, I know. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's Dick Shit. I'm pretty sure.
Just being sarcastic.
Anurag Dick Shit.
There's a kappa there.
I love saying his name. Anurag Dick Shit.
Kappa.
Billionaire. I have a theory, guys. I have a theory that the worse the guy's name is, the more successful he's going to be in real life, because he's just had so much adversity growing up. So, a little 2-4 off. We'll make that fold.
Do you think you're going to do a tournament tomorrow?
I'm not really sure yet.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. What we're going to do for sure is we're going to do a poker clinic. And so this is going to be the last tournament that we play for the night. Win, lose, or draw. This is it for us, because I've got a whole lesson plan I've got to come up with and put together before tomorrow. If you guys haven't yet, please click on that follow button. There's 400 people joining us tonight, which is awesome. It's great to see you guys here on a Friday night. I guess now it's a Saturday morning right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thanks for joining us. It's kind of boring early on in these tournaments, because we're basically just sitting here waiting for a nice hand BCLV 81. We're basically just waiting for the antes to hit, so we can give you guys a little bit of a show. We'll dial up that VPIP. Right now, all we're kind of doing is waiting to, hoping to make it to the antes. Our VPIP is pretty low. We're 10 out of 41 right now. Doing pretty good today, though. We made the money in the one tournament we played. It went really late. Yeah, Bobo 192389. I might fold jacks there. I might too. How it worked was we were sitting there with 8 big blinds in the big blind, and the guy under the gun shoved for like 7 big blinds, and everyone folded to the small blind, who had maybe like 17 bigs, who then shoved over the top of him, and it looked like he was just trying to isolate. So we went ahead and made a quick snap call, hoping to be ahead of both of them, but it didn't turn out that way. Dad, have you ever played with the Duke of Fremont? Yes, I have. Safaro Joe P, it's good to see you, man. He's he's kind of a legend, walking around with the violin case, dresses up to the max. It's pretty cool seeing him around. That Connor dude off to grind again. Good luck, Connor. We salute you. To those about to grind, we salute you. I hope you take it down. Let us know how it goes, Connor. And definitely keep on sending us those hand histories if you want the review. Happy to do it. We're here to help you with your game. I would like to see you in a few years at the final table, the World Series of Poker main event. I'm going to be there on your rail, rooting you. Hell, maybe we'll be across from you. But if not, we'll be on your rail rooting you, and rooting for you, and that would be really something. That'd be really something. What's up, Naranya? Good to see you back, man. Good to see you back. RB Love, why do you keep referring chips as dollars? Why not? Love Hammer says tonight's been awesome. Thank you, Love Hammer. I'm glad that you've been. I'm glad that you're joining us for this stream, Love Hammer. It's really cool. It's really cool hanging out with you guys. I love doing these Twitch things, man. That's why I love you, subscribers. We wouldn't be here if you guys weren't actually putting up the $5 and letting us pay our for the electricity bill and basically offsetting whatever value would be getting from the strip tonight. I gotta admit, I don't really like going down to the strip and grinding. It feels bad when you lose, and when you win, it's just like you come back home and you're looking at it and you're like, okay, I made $30 an hour in a 2-5 no limit game. That's a little bit of, probably a little bit below expectation, but better than it could have been. You come here on Twitch and it's just awesome. You get to hang out with people, talk in the chat, whoop it up. And if I get knocked out of a $20 tournament, it hurts. It hurts. I mean, you guys have seen me with these big meltdowns, but at the same time, I feel like I can end the session and say, well, at least we got X amount of followers, or well, at least we got at least we had Danger Meow subscribe. It means a lot. It means a lot. What's up, Freddie Vaughn? It's good to see you, man. We make the 3x here. 180 pocket twos against a big blind rando hand. If he shoves, we don't like it. And I don't think I think actually if he were to just have shoved there, I think that we probably would fold. Even if he turns over, the 10-8 offsuit, we don't really like it. What time is the poker clinic? Asks Craig Dish. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be about c betting, and we'll also talk about pre-flop raise amounts. So it's going to be about c betting. We're going to introduce the whole idea of game theory optimal versus exploitative play. We're going to I don't really like calling it exploitative. I like calling it exploitive. They're both words. They're both valid words, but exploitative is kind of. What's that, Exmola?
Yeah, I've never heard of it being exploitative.
Exploitative is the more common way to say it.
Is that right?
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah. I think like by 4 or 5 to 1. But they're both words, and I just don't like extra characters. I feel like our language is condensing. We don't really need to hyphenate words that we hyphenate anymore. It's just one of those evolution things. Rob K. That was the biggest joke, right? Anytime, Rob, when you'd see Full Tilt or PokerStars advertising their .net, you'd be like, PokerStars.net. This is not a gambling site. It's like, come on, who are you trying to fool? If Kickstarter can get money for potato salad, I could get it for becoming rich, right? Why not, Philly? Putting on Twitch, Philly Fanatic, start a scientific fund for it. You know what? I missed something. I have a theory that being a billionaire would be awesome, but I need some money to test this theory. Well, Philly Fanatic, if you can get $1 billion, if you can get $1 billion on Kickstarter, I'll put up $1. Panic asks, why do you play such low stakes? Good question, Panic. Obviously, we're sitting here playing a $20 no limit hold'em tournament, so even if our ROI is off the charts, let's say that we've got a 60% ROI in this tournament, it means that we're still only looking at a $12 expected value here. And then when you start looking at how what our average time in this tournament is, all of a sudden we're getting paid less than minimum wage. We would be better off working at a McDonald's and playing a $20 no limit hold'em tournament, trying to make a living doing it. So it's a very good question, Panic. The answer is I'm not playing this tournament in order to maximize my EV or trying to do this for a living. I live here in Vegas, so if I was trying to play for a living tonight, it's Friday night, I'd be down on the strip taking advantage of some tourist dollars. What I'm trying to do here is Twitch stream. So we do one table, And it doesn't matter what it is, but right now the $20 No Limit Hold'em tournament is the biggest multi-table tournament we could get into on WSOP.com, which is kind of sad in and of itself.
You doing another clank on the weekend?
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Oh.
So we're doing Poker Clinic
Okay.
tomorrow. And guys, we're also going to be... So Panic, anyway, the point is, why are we playing so low? Because we're twitching. If we wanted to play high, we would want to... if we're trying to grind online for, our rent money, what we'd be doing is multi-tabling it like butters, and we would be focusing on all of the tables rather than trying to twitch and interact with the audience, explain what we're doing. But we don't want to do that. All we're trying to do right now, our number one goal is to make a good Twitch stream. Make something that's watchable. Make something that, for you guys, the viewers, and subs, that you feel like you're getting value out of watching us. Seeing how we play a tournament. We really try not to play a $20 tournament any differently than when we play a $1,500 bracelet event. We try to play it the same. With the same seriousness. You guys have seen me make very, very tight laydowns before, and I get criticized. You guys have seen me make really, really crazy pre-flop raises, and I kind of get criticized. It's okay though. What we're demonstrating here is how we approach tournaments. A triple bracelet winner, how we approach no limit hold'em tournaments. That's why we play small. So what do we do? Getting 4-1 on a 5-2 offsuit. We'll just fold it. Let's fold it. We're going to keep our VPIP very, very low. Thank you, MRF. I really appreciate it. So, and Crookedish. I was thinking he was saying midday for the Poker Clinic. He's going to do it at the normal time. I work during the day. So Crookedish, as a subscriber, you're going to be able to see it on the past streams. We're also I'll export it onto YouTube too. And hey, Crookedish, are you coming out to Vegas at all during the summer? Are you going to be able to make it out here for the World Series? Because if so, I want to take you out for a beer. I want to say thank you face to face for supporting the stream, subscribing, and being our number one donator. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much for your support, Crookedish. We make the fold here. It doesn't really matter what he's got. Good for you, Titan 88, to make that over shove. 20-something big blinds. He can have our 3 big blinds. What's up, Stupid 1622? It is good to see you, Stupid One. I'm always a pleasure to see you, Stupid. I love it. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm 8 years old. Why is it so funny? Let's go ahead and get to the Twitter universe really quick. It looks like we got a couple other retweets. 609, thank you so much for the retweet. I thought I was already following you, man.
Subscriber, or did you already have that subscriber?
No.
Okay, good.
No, we didn't get it. 609.
Right.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see the alert. Hasn't. Maybe we missed the alert. 609, man. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Fist bump.
Actually fixed now.
That's pretty crazy. I was just calling out 609 on the Twitters. 609, thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and ship you that DRM free version of Poker Tilt for your Nook, your Kindle, your iPad, whatever tablet or smartphone or desktop reader you might have. I hope that you enjoy the read, man. And if you do get a chance to read it, let me know what you think. If nothing else, get the book and just skip to the afterword. The afterword has a pretty good physical poker tell Here, let me just read it to you really quick. Last but not least, as part of our Kickstarter campaign, I promised to reveal the poker tell which I had traded to Brandon Cantu several years ago. It was the tell we had talked about in our fundraising video, the one Brandon had texted about when he said he hoped I never shared it with anyone. Sorry, Cantu, here it goes. The tell is when, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, but 609, at least fast forward to the afterword and read what Brandon Cantu, 2-time World Series of Poker, 1-time WPT winner, says. You can't put that in the book. It's too good. I remember when he said that on the phone, and I was like, Brandon, can I quote you on that? And he was like, yeah. Brandon Cantu, one of my favorite players. So 609, if nothing else, fast forward to that afterward, and it's worth the subscription price, in my opinion. And anything else I can do to make your subscription worthwhile, let me know. I'm really here for you, man. And the fact that you are willing to actually crack a wallet and say, we're going to support this stream, support poker on Twitch, and support Dutch on Twitch, that really means the world to me. It really does. I can't tell you how awesome I think that you guys are for actually supporting the channel. So thank you so much, 609. And all of you subs, I mean, all of you guys, hanging out with us. I absolutely love hanging out with you guys. 9 Iron, Rob K, all of you guys just chilling out with us. Thank you so much. Exomois, one of our first subscribers is Exomois. Thank you, Exomois. And thank you, Crooked Dish. Thank you, Connor. All of you guys are great. Okay, what is VPIP? I am Legend 111.
Pasting it right now.
Come into our poker clinic tomorrow, I Am Legend. We're going to be talking about C betting, and we're going to be talking about VPIP. We're going to be talking about pre-flop raise amounts. And if you haven't yet, if you missed our first poker clinic, I Am Legend, you can go on YouTube, Poker Clinic. Just type in Poker Clinic Dutch Boyd, and you're going to see a little 30-minute presentation that we did on chip inflation and changing gears in poker tournaments, where we define what VPIP is, which is basically voluntarily put money in a pot. It's a percentage, and it basically is something that measures how loose you are pre-flop, not necessarily how aggressive you are. That would be another percentage called pre-flop raise percentage, but it kind of gives an idea of how loose you are pre-flop, and you adjust that VPIP based on what stage you are in the tournament. So yeah, it looks like Exomoa answered that. Nate Dons, good to see you, man. He says, just played a 7,500 guaranteed on Bovada, finished 42 out of 1120. Played solid. Use some of your thoughts to make certain plays. Nate, 42 out of 1120. That is very solid. Congrats. I know that it really sucks getting that deep and not making the final table, like we did tonight. We got like 16th or 15th tonight. But cashing in a tournament is always pretty nice. And you keep on plugging away, keep on getting that in the money percentage up, and
So Willie's in your table, I guess.
and eventually you're going to hit it out of the park. Willie Clemente, there he is, right up here, making it 3x. It's good to see you. I love Vegas.
No, but which one is he? He said he's at your table.
He's Willie C. I love Vegas, and on our thing, he's Willie C at the table, right up here. We'll go ahead and give Willie. Of course, Willie gets the shark. Of course he does. He's been just killing it here in Vegas.
Right now. He just must have. Oh, there he is.
Yep, not yet.
69 or 609.
Crookedish, if you're going to come out for anything, I mean, if there's a reason to come out for that Colossus event. It's going to be amazing. It's a $500 bracelet event. A $500 bracelet event. They're planning on having 25,000 entries into this event. It's going to be off the hook, and it's definitely worth coming out to. If you haven't been out to Vegas for the last couple of years, I mean, that's a really good excuse. Really good excuse. Bingo Buddy asks, any Dutch Boyd public appearances or promotions during the WSOP? Well, Bingo, I'm going to be playing pretty much every day. So if that counts, I plan on putting together some final tables. Hopefully, making my 4th and 5th bracelet this summer. So hopefully a lot. Putting on Twitch. Hey, Coke, wonder what the odds for these are. Chrismo3 says, only been following about a week, but you are a genuine streamer with a lot of good knowledge and tips. Chrismo, thank you, man. And I am going to keep up the streaming. We're going to be streaming pretty much every day between now and the World Series of Poker, which is the end of May. So please keep on joining us for these the Let's Play tournaments. We're doing our poker clinic tomorrow. We're doing a couple of HPT viewing parties next week. If you guys missed the announcement, next Thursday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're going to be doing an HPT viewing party with Rob Perlman. So V-Rob, he's one of our friends of the stream. He won an HPT here in Vegas. I had forgotten about this, but he mentioned, he was like, I won an HPT. I would love it if you do mine. We're going to analyze the HPT just like we did in our last 2 viewing parties. If you missed it as a subscriber, you can go back and look at those past streams. So go ahead and check those out. So we're going to be analyzing his Heartland Poker Tour event, his final table with him, with the champion himself, talking about how he navigated, what his thought processes were, what we missed, You know, there's a lot that doesn't go into that final product. So he's going to step us through it. It's going to be awesome. 3 p.m. next Thursday. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we're doing the poker clinic. We're going to be talking about C betting. I really feel like a poker clinic about C betting is what we're going to do tomorrow. It's important enough. We'll do some game theory stuff in the future. We'll do some base theorem, base probability in the future. But for tomorrow, we're talking about the C bet. And then we're doing another HBT viewing party on Monday. So join us for that, 3 p.m. And of course, we're going to do tons and tons of tournaments. Hopefully, we'll do some sub home games, play a little cash, maybe get even in that PLO game. MRF, maybe. I don't think so, because he gave the compliment after that happened. So if that was the tell that got him into trouble, I don't think that's actually the case. So yeah. Suniti, thank you for your follow. And for all of you guys, we got some viewers on. Thanks for joining us this Friday night. Please hit that follow button. I'd really, really appreciate it. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to need a little bit of a refill, do a couple push-ups, get a little bit of stretching going on. And I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Not putting up a lobby this time because I keep on forgetting to take it off. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back. Before we go, though, Omarito, guys, I have a question. Help me out. I'm 17 now. I have a bank account with some money in it, but it is my mother's ID. If she lets me put her details and I play with real money, will I be allowed to buy stars? I mean, they won't say anything, right? You're not gonna. First off, if you're in the States, Omadrito, you can't play on stars anyway. But if you're offshore, ask your mom. You know, if your mom says, yeah, you can play on my account, and you can, and she puts her we're gonna stay out of that one. But PokerStars definitely has frozen, suspended accounts and kept the money if you can't provide an ID. And they'll ask you to do things. I've heard of them asking you to do things like holding up a newspaper and saying, "Yeah, that's me," in front of a hospital, things like that. They do verify. So if you want to play under your parents' account, just make sure that your parents know and approve. Otherwise, Omadrito, there's a lot of other places you can play online for free. I definitely. I'll see you later. And we're gonna be back in a minute. Okay, is this true? Do we have JC in Blue at JC in Blue? Is this the real Jordan Christos?
Yes, I told him that he Skyped you.
Oh man, we've got the man, the myth, the legend. Good to see you, JC in Blue. It's good to see you, man. That is Jordan Christos, everybody. I hope you don't mind me calling you out, man. The WPT champion, the deep thinker of poker, right there. Good to see you, man. I'm looking forward to when you come through Vegas again.
BBQ Kid 8, just subscribe.
Barbecue Kid 8. Thank you, man. Fist bump. Welcome to the crew, buddy. Welcome to the crew. We're gonna go ahead and fold that so we can give Barbecue Kid a very warm welcome. Barbecue Kid, thank you for supporting the stream with your subscription. We're gonna go ahead and hook you up with that ultimate subscriber perk, which is the digital DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad, your desktop reader. Barbecue Kid, pretty much anything I can do for you, you let me know. For that $5, you basically bought yourself a triple bracelet winner as a poker coach and mentor for life. So hit me up anytime, Dutch at DutchBoyd.com. We're going to try to roll so many cool subscription perks for, subscriber perks for you, man. Be sure to join us tomorrow for the Poker Clinic. Be sure to join us Monday and Thursday next week for the subscriber chat only HPT viewing parties. Thank you so much, Barbecue. I really appreciate your support of the stream. It's those kind of moves where you're saying, you know what, I'm actually going to support this Twitch stream. It's those kind of moves that allow us to keep on doing this, keep on streaming instead of having to grind down on the strip. So thank you so much. I can't tell you how much it means to me. I really can't. I can't overstate how much I appreciate you guys, the subs. I appreciate you guys, the viewers too. Don't get me wrong. And if you're just watching, I mean, your time is worth a lot. Your attention is worth a lot. If you think about what the most valuable thing you have in your whole life, it's time, it's man hours, and that's it. And I appreciate that you're giving a little bit of attention to the stream, and hopefully you're getting something out of it. But when it actually comes time to pay for a new computer chair and pay for our rent and our bills and make our nut, we're just not going to be able to pay it. We can't pay it in man hours. So it really is the subscribers and the donators and the actual supporters of the stream that make this worthwhile and make it something that we can do. So thank you so much, Barbecue. And we got Sarah Mare. Good to see you too, Sarah Mare. I don't know if Sarah Mare is actually in the chat. Is she?
I have an account. She says she loves me too, though. Sarah should make a Sarah Mar.
My favorite, my favorite poker couple. Yeah, JC, you got to tell Sarah Mare she needs to make a Twitch account because when you guys roll through Vegas, we're gonna do some Exmois Sarah Mare stuff on Twitch. It's gonna be cool.
Maybe.
For sure, it has to happen. They are Suniti. It is. So they had so many people after Black Friday basically set up VPNs in like Mexico and be playing from like their home in Montana. And after a while, they were so sure of a couple people that they were like, you know what, this guy is not where he says he is. So let's make they're on Google. They're looking on the Google Maps over there on PokerStars, and they're like, okay, we're gonna make him be right in front of this building with a newspaper and a clear picture of his face, and you have to do it in the next 6 hours, or you're kind of suspended. True stories, man. True stories. This they were pretty. they were pretty vigilant as far as it. Timo, I'll tell you what. I for one. Kind of funny. So JC and Blue, and what Timo's kind of getting at is there was a big back and forth between Negreanu, D-Negs, and JC and Blue about taking your time during tournaments. I can tell you, back in Tunica, I actually had Daniel Negreanu criticize me for taking too long. He had made a raise. I looked down at pocket queens. How it worked was we went raise, Daniel Negreanu, and then re-raised, and I looked down at pocket queens, and I didn't know what to do. I took like a minute and a half before I decided, you know what, I'm going to re-raise here. So I finally re-raised after a minute and a half, maybe, of like solid tanking, having no idea what to do. Also, I was a little bit stoned, and I was feeling like he's going to see right through me. He's going to know exactly what I've got. And what am I going to do? You're not just thinking about the current move. You're thinking about all the whole decision tree. What happens when you raise and you get re-raised or called, or what happens when the flop comes and all the different board textures. You're making your plan, your game plan for the whole entire hand. It's very easy to just get lost in that, especially when you're stoned. So he comes around, he fires out a fold really quick, and he's like, "I don't understand what's with you kids. You have to make, every decision, an epic decision." And I was like, "Well, when you're playing against the best players in the world in a 10K event, that's the time and the place to take your time. There's no." It's just like pool. You line up your shot, you think about it, and you make the shot, and you make the right play. Because one misstep, when you're up against a guy like Daniel Negreanu, is going to cost you your whole stack. So I don't know. I feel like so many players take their time, and somehow I felt like it was a little unfair because I felt like all of a sudden you had the whole Twitterverse basically piling on JC and Blue. You play faster, JC. I was like, come on. You know what? JC, He is a champion. He's won WPT. You know, he's won his WPT title, and he's doing something right. Whatever works for him is working for him. You guys need to just shut the fuck up, or put, you know, if you want to put a rule that says you have to, you know, put a shot clock on it. Go ahead, put a shot clock on it. Until then, it's his money, and he can do whatever he wants. I really felt like it was kind of unfair. That being said, one good thing about it is that I feel like now it's kind of become not so rude for people to call time, because I'll call the clock now. I used to never call the clock. I'm going to make this call, by the way. We're looking at 7.5 to 1 on not a great hand, but a good enough hand where we're gonna flop we're gonna flop some magic enough of the time to make that a call. Anyway, that's kind of yeah, barbecue. Thank you so much again. And JC, we're gonna have to have you on for one of our HPT viewing parties. You're gonna have to give us another expert's point of view.
Magic. You guys can play magic.
Oh yeah, we could do some magic. JC, I'm looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to when you guys are moving through. I've been missing hanging out with you guys. Two of my favorite people. Nacroman, that would be Examois, my girlfriend, Michelle J. Cosper. 7 years now we've been together. 7 years. 7 years, wow. That is a long time, but it feels like nothing. It feels like we met yesterday. It really does.
I feel like you're a stranger every day.
I feel like you're a stranger. I feel like you're a stranger every day, she says. Oh my gosh. Polarize. Examois. This fuck. That's when Photoshop will be your best friend. That's funny, Phil Helmuth. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you guys are watching and you haven't clicked the follow button, please click the follow button. Give me a little shout out on Twitter, and I'll maybe you could give me a little retweet about the last retweet I did. I'll give you a shout out here. I'll give you the follows. Thank you guys so much. What do we got going here? Yes, 609. Thank you so much, 609, for the retweet, and thank you so much for the subscription too. It means a lot to me, man. Did JC and Blue say anything else besides?
I'm trying to get Sarah to make an account.
Yeah, she should. She should. Is that the real Phil Helmuth? How cool would it be, Phil? If that is the real Phil Helmuth, I just wanted you to know that you're such a hero of mine that I keep the official Phil Helmuth chip protector right here on the desk, right next to the How I Made Over $1 Million first edition, first print of Super System, right next to the Scott Fishman bobblehead. I definitely am a big fan of Phil Helmuth. If it is you, if it is you, then what are you doing?
Why aren't you streaming?
Why aren't you streaming? We got Connor Dude giving me a tweet 14 minutes ago that says "Never limp," says that Dutch Boyd. So I took what he says and made $4.65. Every little thing you change in poker makes a difference. You're absolutely right. You are on a path to greatness, Connor. I don't exactly know what your future holds, but I know it's going to be good things, and I'm excited to see it. Javier GM retweeted. Thank you very much for the retweet, Javier. I really appreciate it. We got Brian B. And my first ever Twitch sub goes to Barbecue Kid. Thank you much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brian. I really can't tell you how much.
Who's Barbecue Kid?
Brian B. Barbecue Kid.
Barbecue Kid, Brian.
And we got Kristen giving us a follow. Thank you very much, Little Bumble Bear. Thank you so much for your tweet, love.
Okay, what's going on with your poker? I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, Flatty. I remind Examois of that all the time.
Right. You wanna?
Okay, guys. let's get back to battle. We're sitting here with 25 big blinds. We got to focus on what we're doing here. I feel like we haven't played a hand in like an hour. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to keep our VPIP very low. But let's go ahead and raise with pocket eights. If that guy with the 1100 would have just shoved, we would make the call there. We don't love it, but we're getting pot odds to call. Not the wedding ring yet, Demi. Pretty. I tell her that I'll marry her anytime. We can just go down to the courthouse at any time. She wants to hold out for a. She wants to hold out for a Disney wedding. Okay, so let's do a fold here. So, just because, Flatty, we love you, we really do, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and delete that one, just because we're not doing any no homophobic stuff in this chat. We love.
What do you do?
He said the term he used was closet fairy, and I just don't really want it in the chat. I don't want it in the chat. I think it's hurtful. Hurtful.
Did you ban him right away?
I didn't ban him. I timed him out.
Did you untime him out right away?
Can we?
Yeah, I did it.
Okay. No, it's not a ban. It's not a ban. It's just a timeout. It's just because I don't want it in the chat. It's actually protect you too. That's actually one of the things that's actually against the terms of service of Twitch is no hate speech and LGBT rights. It's definitely a protected group. It's basically saying closet fairy is basically the same as using like a racial slur. So we're gonna go ahead and try to eliminate that one. But I appreciate the sentiment anyway, Flatty. I love Hammer. Oh my God, if it was Phil, he'd be telling you how to play correctly. That's about right. Oh man. Phil Hellmuth always ignores my tweets, so I don't know. I can't imagine that he'd be chilling out here on my. So we got Poker Junkie giving us a little retweet. Thank you very much, Poker Junkie. Actually giving it a favorite. Thank you, Poker Junkie. Very much appreciated. MTT Grinder at Bovada Poker. Tough way to make a living. Definitely a tough way, but if you're going to try to make it as a poker player, multi-tabling online cash games is probably the way to go. Cricketish says, I'm on my own personal poker mission. I appreciate you speaking those good words and taking it into existence. Good luck on that mission, Cricketish. I'll tell you, anytime that you're rolling through Vegas, if you're on a poker mission, you're going to be rolling through here before, sooner or later. And I'd definitely like to meet up with you. We'll grab a little bite to eat. I'll be able to thank you in person for supporting the stream. And let's talk about how I can help you, how I can help you achieve your poker goals, because that's what I'm here for. So I definitely wish you the best of luck on that poker journey, and I'm going to help in any way I can. Necroman says, can you tell me what's your stream hours? Really thinking about subbing, but I'm on the East Coast, kind of very late right now. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, and it's I'm in Vegas, so it's pretty late right now. 1:15 in the morning. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, Necroman, at 3. Starting at 3 p.m., we're doing a poker clinic where we're going to be talking about seed betting. We're going to talk a little bit about VPIP. We're going to talk a little bit about adjusting pre-flop raise amounts. And we're going to be talking about game theory optimal versus exploitative play. Not exploitative. I'm not going to say exploitative. I'm going to say exploitive. And I'm going to say fold. Flatty, I got to tell you, buddy. If you want to read about some Dutch Boyd party days, you got to pick up Poker Tilt. It's in the book. It's pretty good stuff. First time I did coke, in the book. First time I ended up in an Antiguan mental institution, in the book. First time I got punched out by an FBI agent outside the federal building in New Orleans in the book. Check it out. We're actually giving it to all of our subscribers as a perk benefit. So you can buy it on Amazon for $24.99, I think, or $17.99, something like that. Or you can subscribe, and we'll just give it to you for free as a sub perk. So if you want to actually read between the lines, there it is. Okay, 25 bigs. No, we don't have 25 bigs anymore. We're getting down to 20 bigs. 25 out of 33, you guys. Somehow we've lost half the field just sitting here shooting it off in chat, talking to you guys, and we haven't really been paying that much attention. But we're in the early stages, so there's really not much to do except just kind of wait, play the hands you're dealt. It's not going to be until another 2 levels when those antes are introduced, and I think, if I'm doing my math right, if we lose this 180, we'll probably, I don't think that we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't think that we get 8 hands in 8 minutes here. I think that we're probably looking at, fading these big blinds is going to get us down to about 2370, and then fading 2 more orbits of 60, of 160-80, so we'd be looking at another 500. So then we're down to like 1900 when the ante level hits, which is the 100-200 ante 25 level. So it would be at 9.5 big blinds. That's basically a shove or fold stack, but probably even still enough to maybe find some squeeze plays where we have some fold equity. So really, we're just basically keeping our VPIP so small, so low until we go through about 3 more blinds and are hitting that 100, 200, 25 level. That's really when then you're going to see a VPIP explosion, and then hopefully we win one hand and then another hand, and we're back out of that red zone, back out of that tween stack. Thank you for the walk, my friends. Can't fake it, P. Gruber. I can't say that I would give me a walk, but if I was you, I would give me a walk. Thank you very much. And we've got Italy Kid 9 giving us the raise. We make the fold, making it 420. G Diminished 9, thank you very much for joining us on the stream. G Diminished says, thank you for the excellent stream. Dutchboyd and XMY, you got my follow here and on Twitter. Thank you very much, man. I'll be looking for my 3rd cash and 4 WSOP events this June. Your good vibes are very much appreciated. Well, G Diminished, if you end up making that final table this summer, I would love to be there railing. I would love to be there supporting you. Definitely, all of you guys, if you're out here for the summer, I wish you guys the best of luck. Hopefully we'll get a chance to meet up. The World Series is my busiest time. I'm going to be playing the World Series every single day and still trying to juggle a little bit of a streaming schedule because I don't want to just stop, Twitch streaming for 6 weeks. But I'm definitely rooting for you, G Diminished. I'm rooting for all of you guys. And if we do make a final table together, that would just be the dream, and I would be fine. I would be fine coming in second place in one of the subs, but not just a follower. If you're just a follower, I'm gonna try to take the bracelet down. Not really. Thank you guys so much. Antonok says, isn't it possible for anyone at the table to see the stream and therefore your cards? It is, except we are on a 3-minute delay, Antonok, and that's why. The reason we are on a 3-minute delay is because we don't want to get we don't want to get our stream sniped. It's kind of funny when you see guys who are they're going around on like Call of Duty, or they're going around on like Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and they're worried about people sniping their stream. I'm not too worried about it. If I'm playing Hearthstone, or if I'm playing Magic the Gathering, or Call of Duty, or Counter-Strike, League of Legends, I don't really care if someone snipes my stream. They can do it. Go for it. But when it comes to poker, where we're actually playing for real money here, when first place, the difference between first place and 6th place is $200 and something, that creates a motivation for stream sniping that you just don't have in other categories of games. So I hate having a delay, but we just have to do it. They're not going to be able to see the way that the WSOP.com time bank works is they're not going to be able to expand a hand long enough to be able to catch up on the stream. Hondo Hunter, that's a good point. That's a good point that I really hadn't ever thought about. Look at Can't Fake It, making that 242. I feel like maybe we raise here, right? We can raise here. Do we raise here? Pocket nines. You know what? I mean, if anything, we can also just call and turn it into. It's too much to call though. It's too much just to like turn our nines into a set. I feel like it's also just fine to fold. We're gonna keep our VPIP so super small at this point. We're gonna stick with the game plan, which is to make it to the ante round and be pushing over that kind of bet with pocket nines when there's a little bit more in the pot, or just open shipping. We've got a game plan here. A lot of times big hands get in the way. Pocket nines isn't actually that big of a hand, although it is kind of a nitty fold. At the same time, like I said, we're sticking with the game plan. We're keeping our VPIP small until that 100-200 level. Let's take a look at when that happens. Yeah, it's going to happen. We have one more level here. We got 2 minutes and 52 seconds to until the 8160 hits, and then I think we got another 10 minutes after that, or 12 minutes after that. So we're basically not going to be taking any chances. We're going to be waiting until we get to that ante round, and that's when we'll take the chances. Jay Laughing, I don't know, man. I have no idea why the sub button doesn't allow Visa and MasterCard. I'm sorry to hear it. I feel like it should use. I think it uses Visa. I don't know. A lot of people are saying the same thing. It's 609. I like that actually. I like that actually. VPIP explosion. VPIP explosion. I like that. That's actually a pretty good. That would be a pretty good emote. We've got one that we're still kind of wondering what we're gonna do. Hopefully we'll get a couple more unlocked as we get some more subscribers. And guys, thank you so much for joining us, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Again, don't be shy with that follow button. G diminished 9. I will tweet you when I final table an event 28 or 30. Hold on for a second. What is event 28 or 30? Monster stack and the 1K no limit. That'd be cool, man. I'd like to see it. G diminished that event 30 that you're playing, the 1K on Sunday. That's basically the same event I won last year. So that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool to see you at the final table of that. And if I'm not playing anything and you guys are at a final table, you let me know. I'll be there on the rail. I'll be watching this, the live stream with a 15-minute delay. I'll try to help you navigate. One thing that when I look back on this last bracelet I won in event number 33, I got to give a big shout out and a thank you to Chris Conrad and Mark Steven Edwards for being there watching the live stream and helping out with the betting patterns, helping out with with the strategy. There was a big call I made when it was three-handed. I just wouldn't have made if it weren't for the help on the rail who were helping me figure out what the other guys were doing.
ND Storm 33.
Semi-new to poker, says Indy Storm 33. Thank you for joining the stream, by the way, Indy Storm. If it's folded to me in late position, should I try to steal with almost any two cards raising around 2.5x or so? Maybe a dumb question, but I'm not sure. It's not a dumb question. It's a good question. And what I would say, Indy Storm, is watch what we do, because we don't really steal with any two cards unless we're at a spot where the antes have already hit, and then we're just ante two cards. We're taking shots at it for sure. So it really depends on what stage of the tournament you're in. Right now we're at a stage where the antes haven't hit yet, so no, you don't need to make a steal with any two cards. Also, your question kind of worries me because you say raising around 2.5x or so. You really need to have a very specific amount that you're going to be raising, at every step of the way, at every level. 2.5x is fine. I actually like 2.5x once the antes kick in, and then kind of taper it down, eventually just making it a flat 2x. But just make sure that you know how much you're going to be raising pre-flop as soon as the level starts, right? You don't want to look down at your hand and then think, how much am I going to raise? Don't do that, because once you start adjusting your pre-flop raise amounts based on the strength of your hand, you are in trouble. You're in trouble. Subfix.
Sneebuck has a question for you.
Sneebuck says, I'm also a poker player that suffers from bipolar. Do you feel some things are harder than others? Not really sure what that means.
It's like emotionally, maybe.
Do I feel some things are harder than others? Sneebuck, I'll tell you what. I talk about bipolar quite a bit in the book, and I feel like it's one of those things that more people need to come out about. For me personally, once I stopped doing drugs and once I stopped putting myself in stressful situations and made sure that I got a lot of sleep, ate right, got a little bit of exercise, it was amazing how the hypomanic and manic episodes just disappeared. I've been medication free for 7 years, and I haven't had any issues. But a lot of that has to do with quitting the drugs, quitting the drinking, quitting, definitely any sort of upper like Coke would really fuck me up and lead right into a mental institution. I'm not saying that works for everybody, right? But I definitely feel like healthy living is pretty important. And if
diet.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with taking the lithium and taking those kind of medications. It's very much like a
Person to person.
it's all witch doctors basically. I mean, the whole mental health industry, they don't really know. They've got the DSM, and they look at it and they start checking boxes and they say, okay, we think you're this, we think you're that. There's 6 billion people, so there's 6 billion different mental illnesses, basically. It's amazing to me how much of your Necroman, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and ship you that DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt, Necroman, for the sub. Welcome to the crew. I can't tell you how much it means to me, Necroman. Thank you so much. And anything I can do for you, Nacro, if I can help you in any way, you let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com. I'm right here, and I would love to help you in any way I can. So please let me know. You guys, you subscribers are the reason we get to do this. So thank you so much for your support. You are awesome, Necroman. Thank you. Back to, were you stoned when you won your bracelet events? Donkey Pro asks. Well, no, the first one maybe a little bit. I was, I might have, maybe. I don't remember being stoned though. I remember, I might have smoked a little bit of weed. I don't think so though. I think I was pretty much stone sober for the first one.
But go back to your question with you didn't finish your question about the manic.
Question about the manic. Well, I don't really know what the question is. Are some things harder than others?
About bad beats, I would think that's what it was.
I mean, yes, I guess some things are harder than others.
Yeah, like me being in front of the camera.
There's nothing that's the same. So I don't really know what
too vague.
It's too vague of a question, Sneebuck. But I will say this: I've battled that. I've battled that mental disorder for the better part of my adult life. It is always something that I'm, in the back of my head, just petrified of that one day I'm just gonna go crazy again. It really does. It scares me, but at the same time, it just, take deep breaths, live one day at a time, and try everything I can to really keep a healthy lifestyle. It's worked okay for me. So we're getting 5-1 here. Do we make the call? No, we're not going to make the call. We're going to go ahead and make the fold, and we're going to preserve these chips for when that ante hits in 5 minutes. I don't want to get too far below 10 big blinds. So at this point, calling 160 puts us into a really dangerous position where we don't even really have fold equity for an open shove. Subfix, yeah, that icon that you use and other people with the glasses and hoodie. I think that what are we talking about?
Your
the avatar.
In in WSOP, that.
Oh no,
that's not you.
no, that's not me. Not me. We'll go ahead and make the fold there. Thanks, 609. And we got Mike MCP giving us a little bit of constructive criticism. With as frequent as he's been opening, how can folding 9-9 be optimal? Certainly even calling is better than folding, as you can peel in position and outplay him in certain spots. I see the argument you make for not squeezing, though, as his raise isn't large enough to justify that large of an overshove from your position. Well, Mike, by folding, we stick with the game plan of getting to the ante rounds. You know, the problem is if we play around with him there. By the way, we're going to go ahead and make this. So we would be making it 480. So we'll go ahead and make it a little 640 raise. Our pre-flop raise amount would be 3x at this point. So we make it 3x plus the open shove. I think it just gets through. I don't think that he's going to play back at us. If he does, if he shoves here, we snap call. We'd really kind of like him to fold, to call, I guess, and then check fold to us on the flop, or even just double us up. I'm okay with that though, and picking up 2.5 big blinds at this point, that's actually a pretty significant. If you look, we had 2,200. We're able to pick up 400 without even risking anything. So pretty big jump between 2,200 and a little less than 21, right? Let's see, what was that? What did we start that with? 2133. So we're able to pick up right around 20% without any sort of risk. It helps that we actually had a really, really big hand there. And yeah. So back to the nines, Mike MCP. The idea here is this. We're making it to the ante rounds. We're making sure we make it to the ante rounds because that's when we're going to be making open shoves with all sorts of stupid hands like 9-7 offsuit, 8-3 suited, and then you can tell me how it's not optimal to ever make a shove in the cutoff with with 9-7 offsuit. This is just the way that we're going to play this. We're not waiting for cards. We're waiting for spots. And a lot of times, I'm telling you, man, a lot of times, cards get in the way. If there's one thing that I want you guys to pay attention to, the way that I play poker tournaments, and the way that the top tier guys play poker tournaments, cards get in the way. They talk about Mike Matusow. I've heard it said, the difference between Mike Matusow and Phil Hellmuth is this. Phil Hellmuth, if he catches cards, he'll win any tournament that he plays. But Mike Matusow, he doesn't need to catch cards. And I think that's kind of overstating it because I think Phil Hellmuth doesn't either. I think that both of them play just amazing, and they play their spots instead of their cards. But let's look at this for a second. Let's look at let's see if we can't get this. We'll remove that. We'll remove that. Is that anything right here? What I want to show you guys is the hand history, right? Let's take a look at the hand history here. I thought that I already had it loaded up somewhere. No, I guess not. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna load up the hand history, and we're gonna make a point here about cards getting in the way. Okay, and about how we're looking for situations and spots, not necessarily waiting for cards. We'll take a look here. Okay, so we have this hand, no showdown. This hand, no showdown. This hand, no showdown. No showdown. There we have a showdown. So out of 5, we've got 1. No showdown. 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 No show. There we have a showdown. Look how this is working, right? I mean, almost all the hands that we're seeing here don't need a showdown. You don't need cards. You need spots. And if there's one thing that you need to get through your head when you're thinking about, well, it can't be optimal to make that fold with pocket nines. Stop thinking about your hand. Stop thinking about your hand. Looking at the situation. Look at the spot. I mean, it helps to have pocket kings. It makes you a little bit happier when you're making those pre-flop raises against the open limper. Right, and Axe P is actually going to get a bony fish for making that move. But this is what we're looking for. Well, we've got a really big hand too. We wouldn't even need a big hand. We wouldn't need a big hand because at this point we would be, we made it to the ante round. So now we can make all these moves where we have just a huge amount of fold equity. What do you do, P. Gruber? Give it a raise, P. Gruber. There you go. There you go. We'll go ahead and just call.
Nice hand there.
Yeah. We're going to try to suck some value out of them. Not a great flop for pocket aces, but we're not going anywhere. It's kind of good because we're actually able to maybe get him to put it in bad. We'll go ahead and just call again, and we'll let him put it in a little bit. Jeez. It's okay. We're not going anywhere, I guess.
I'm gonna check. I can't say anything.
You can't say anything. It's really kind of an ugly board. It really is. And here we are just sitting here getting, paying off. The thing is, I don't think that we didn't have fold equity pre-flop. And I don't think that we had fold equity on the flop. I mean, if he has like a king 3, maybe he folds. Maybe we could have won on the flop, but whatever. We're going to make the call and probably lose here. King 8. Maybe he gets away from it on the flop, but I don't think that he's going to fold pre-flop. We're basically just setting the trap for him. The trap backfired. I don't think that we're folding there just because I think that we under-repped our hands so much that I think that he could easily think that he's going to be able to get us off of a lot of hands. Pretty ugly, though. Pretty ugly.
What happened? I went to the restroom and...
We lost.
What did he
Here's
have?
what happened. He had king 8. So
Oh
he
my
had
God.
he had the straight on both sides.
Jesus.
We're kind of fucked here, guys. We're making this call. This is not even close. It's an easy call for us to make another 47. Maybe we're able to stay in there. That's good for us. No ace, no 2.
Nice.
Okay, and we go from 147 to
Doubling up.
666. We are. That's not a double up.
Oh,
That's
it's
actually
not.
like a quadruple up.
Oh, nice.
We were at the point where, yeah. And it kind of sucks for us too because we have no fold equity at this point. We can't raise it and ever expect a big blind to fold to us. So
Jeez.
we're basically going to just
The antes
look
of that?
for the best hand. Yeah. So the antes have hit. We basically find ourselves in such a hopeless position that we're going to have to win a showdown, our next showdown. This is not the spot we want to be in, guys. It really sucks.
There was a question about the
Really
book
sucks.
of Mormon's book, and there was someone that was asking, what did you think about it?
I liked the Mormon's book, the Mormon's Book of Poker. I liked it quite a bit. I think that it was worth reading. I do think that half of it was just kind of lame. Pretty much. I read the book not to listen to Byron Jacobs talk about his hands. I wish Mormon actually spent. Actually had the whole time of the book rather than having to respond to hand-picked situations that Byron Jacobs thought were interesting. I don't care what Byron Jacobs thinks about a hand, and I don't really care what he thinks that what kind of hands he wants Mormon to review. What I would like to have seen was Mormon actually go through a tournament that Mormon played and say these are interesting hands that I want to talk about. I also kind of wonder. I really do wonder whether a book was the right format for Mormon's Book of Poker. I mean, it was basically 50 hand histories. He reviews 50 hands that aren't even his. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I kind of feel like it would have been better just having a video. So. Okay, guys. What do you all think about this? I'm gonna actually watch myself here because I feel like maybe we should have just shoved pre-flop. Maybe we feel a little bit better about shoving pre-flop. The thing is, I don't think that I think it ends up that way anyway.
Now. Are you in a different hand? Are you still in?
I'm gonna watch me take this. Yeah, I'm here. We'll max this out. Maybe we can get this. We'll go ahead and just call. Yeah, we're gonna try to suck some value out of him. Not a great flop for pocket aces, but we're not going anywhere. 10-9 offsuit. Hold. Wow, that's a bad flop for us. 3. Now we're a favorite. Come on. We'll go ahead and just call again, and we'll let him put it in a little bit. Jeez. It's okay. We're not going anywhere, I guess.
I mean, man, that was just such a horrible hand. I can't say anything.
You can't say anything. It's really kind of an ugly board. It really is. And here we are just sitting here getting, paying off. The thing is, I don't think that we didn't have fold equity pre-flop. And I don't think that we had fold equity on the
Well,
flop.
how many
I mean, if
chips
he
do you
has
have
like
now?
a king three, maybe he 1400.
Well, it's not that bad.
Maybe we could have won on the flop, but whatever. We're gonna make the
still in
call,
it. I mean,
and
you were,
still in it to win
if
it.
you were to fold it there, we still have more chips now, presently. So
Maybe he gets away from it on the flop, you know. But I don't think that he's gonna fold pre-flop. You know, we're basically just setting the trap for him. The trap backfired.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're folding there just because I think that we under-repped our hands so much that I think that he could easily think that he's going to be able to get us off of a lot of hands. Pretty ugly though. Pretty ugly.
We'll make the fold there.
We lost. Here's what happened. He had king 8. So he had straight on both sides. We're kind of fucked here, guys. We're making this call. This is not even close. It's an easy call for us to make another 47. Maybe we're able to stay in there. That's good for us. No ace, no 2. Okay, we go from 147 to 666. We are, that's not a double up. That's actually like a quadruple up.
Oh, nice.
We were at the point where, yeah. And it kind of sucks for us too because we have no folding.
Okay, guys, so do we make the call here with king 4 suited and 7 bigs? I think that we just fold. I think we fold. We're going to wait. We got Tapin watching us in the stream. Good to see you. I don't know. Tapin just texted me. Why would you call with aces there? Why would you call with aces? Well, I'm calling with aces because I'm thinking that he's going to keep on firing, post flop, and so I think that I just think that we'll get more out of him. I don't know. I don't know. Looking back on it, I feel I would have felt better about the bad beat if I just shoved there. But if I shove there and he folds, I'm feeling kind of sick about it.
you deserve to lose this tournament. That sounds that person.
You have to shove the flop there, I guess, Mike. I mean, in your opinion, I appreciate the constructive criticism for sure, Mike. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I love how easy it all seems. I mean, we got all of our money in with aces there, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm really not too worried about it. I think you're giving up this tournament by calling with aces. Thank you, Donkey Pro. I'm still in it. I'm still in it to win it. I think that we make
well, they're saying
the
right
shove
now,
here.
like you have 591 at this time, at where I'm at.
Yeah. So, yeah, shove or re-raise again pre-flop, guys. I'm not too. I don't really have any. I don't really have anything to say about it.
Sorry.
We had pocket aces. We decided to slow
the
play.
untaping, though?
The slow play didn't work. I guess if you were going to shove on the flop,
Oh my gosh.
shove pre-flop.
One rip and
Yeah,
says,
you
a chip
got
and a
you do your
chair.
thing. A chip and a chair. We make the shove here. 7 big blinds. If we get snap called, we hate it. But we've got some fold equity, and we probably have the best hand. Italy Kid, you gonna give us a double up, or are you just gonna fold and let us? Yeah, we're gonna have to actually dodge here. Pretty good flop. Dodge and weave. No queen, no jack, no 9. Come on, spade. There we are.
Did you get
No, we're in good shape. 3,264. Yeah.
You're gonna win this tournament, Dutch. You're gonna show all those daughters.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully.
I don't know.
What do we got? 15, 16 bigs here. We can. Yeah, let's go ahead and go for it again.
Roller coaster emote. That'd be
It is a roller coaster right now. Let's go ahead and go for the shove. Hopefully we get through. The fact that Chip Trump is also sitting out just makes it so much easier for us to make, to get that one through. And here we are. Right back into it. Right back into it. And Trop Girls, that's a pretty rough one, Trop Girls. Trop a Girl 6-2, we salute you. Jack 2 offsuit. We'll make the fold there. Christian Vanderbilt gives us a little Twitter love. Says, "Hi Dutch, thanks for the stream and the advice. No problem at all. I'm enjoying. Hope that you're enjoying the stream. And if you want to let me know how badly I played aces, go ahead and join the group." And let's go ahead and max this one. Okay, there we go. No two, no two, no two, no two, no two, no two. Quite the turnaround, you guys. Quite the turnaround. Look at this. I mean, now we're back to 7,600 in chips.
Good God.
Smelling like a rose, just cruising through it, going from 100 and less than a big blind to now we're right back above average.
Gosh, you're over. Wow.
And we've got
like
Italy
3
Kid
minutes, in 3
again
minutes.
making this bony fish play of calling. It's so tempting just to fire out again, but we're just gonna go ahead and make the call. Yeah, you know what? I probably should have shoved against Italy Kid right here. I really should have, because
I don't like this roller coaster at all.
what are you talking about? It's not a roller coaster. We're going up.
I
It's
can't
going
watch
up.
anymore.
The dip's already happened. Now we're
Can't
just
do
going
it.
up to the
quit.
moon. To
I
the
quit
moon,
Twitch.
Excellent. 710 suited. What are you doing, Italy Kid?
10 wins?
Oh my God! Look at
Cute.
you. Look at you, bony fish. Look at you, bony fish, firing it out. Just, oh yeah, whatever. 10-7 suited. Whatever. Oh yeah, and he gives the good game. Guys, don't do this. When you knock somebody out, don't say nice hand. Don't say good game. No. When you're the one to knock the guy out, you don't say a word. Don't say a word. I know that Italy Kid here actually thinks that he's like, he giving the good game thumbs up sign. He's like giving him like a, nice job, buddy. Don't do it. The thing that you should do when you knock somebody out, don't say a word. If they come by to shake your hand, give them the shake, but don't be like yes, and then go to shake their hand. Don't do that. Don't be like yes, you knocked someone out. Good game, man. Nice hand, man. Don't do it. Green Up Poker asks, what the hell is wrong with the colors of that deck? They're wrong, right? The clubs are supposed to be green. The diamonds are supposed to be blue. It's all reversed up. This is what happens when you've got engineers that don't play poker, building an online poker site. But that's okay. Ambient mode. Money Gurr, have you ever met Tom Dwan? What do you think about his game? I have met Tom Dwan. He's actually, he's one of those players that I feel like I've held over on every time we've ever played. Okay, if Bart or Odio goes ahead and shoves, we're making the call. We don't love it, but we're
How many people
shoving.
are left? 14 or 23?
Vegas just put it up. So.
9 out of 19.
Oh wow, really?
No spoilers, Willie.
Well, he didn't spoil. He said 14 out of 23.
Oh, okay, good. Willie is actually, I think he's still in this tournament with us. Let me see really quick. Open in the lobby.
Oh, maybe that's that's not right.
No, Willie's out. Willie's out. It's gonna be up to us. Okay, boys.
Platty 74 asked.
Platinum 74 says, are you looking at the average chip stack in attorney? Why is or isn't it important? It's not that important. And actually there's a little bit of an average chip fallacy, right, Platty? I mean, if you look at the average chips, let's look at it right now. Let's bring up that lobby. Well, that's the replay. Where's the lobby? There we are. If we look at the average chips, right, it's 8,200 is the average chips. But if we actually look at the middle, 9 and 10, the middle right there is going to be under the average because the average is kind of inflated by Italy Kid and P. Gruber and kind of these bigger stacks. This is what ends up happening. So I would say I always you don't need to worry about the average. What you need to worry about is how many big blinds you've got in front of you. Part of the trick of these no limit hold'em events is looking down at a small, at a stack that isn't small and realizing that it's not small. You don't look down at 25 big blinds and feel short. So that's pretty much what you got to do. All Bark saying, Dutch, you never call for what you don't want. It's good. Good. What the fuck is this new tournament? He just ran it up from 200 chips to 2K in the last minute. Putin on Twitch. This is not a new tournament, buddy. This is the same old tournament. God, what are we doing? What are we doing? We'll make the fold. Obviously, if P. Gruber folds, then we're going to go ahead and make a call. When P. Gruber calls, part of me just wants to ship it and see if I can't do some sort of squeeze play there, but it's good that we didn't. We would have had the hurt put on us. So we got King, Queen, Ace, Ace sitting here on our left with the bony fish. Why does he have the bony fish? Well, he's got the bony fish because he's made a couple of open limps. He's also he also adjusts his pre-flop raising amount based on the strength of his hand. We've got a couple of notes here on King, Queen, Ace, Ace, which kind of indicate that we're going to know roughly what his range is based on his pre-flop raise amount. That's why he has the bony fish. He's very aggressive. We've played with King, Queen, Ace, Ace a lot. He's so super aggressive. So, wow. Italy Kid just getting it in bad and getting there. He just keeps on getting it in bad and getting there. It's amazing. We are down to 2 tables. Somehow we found ourselves with less than 200 and we are above 7,000 again. Feeling pretty good about that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make this 600. We're going for the 2.5x big blind raise. And I think that the next level, when it's 142.80, instead of 2.5x, instead of making it 700, then we're actually going to make it 680. Because then when it's 15300, we want to go ahead and bump it up to 700. And it's just kind of awkward when our pre-flop raise amount is the same between 2 levels. Make it 600 again. We're c-betting anything there. That particular flop is pretty good for ace jack off suit. We wouldn't have minded 3-barrel going for the check raise and dusting off the rest of his stack with like a king jack or a queen jack or a jack 10. But we're not going to. We're not checking behind. If you are wondering, well, why wouldn't you check there? Wouldn't the optimal play be to check there and hope that he catches up? If you think that way, I really encourage you to join our poker clinic tomorrow. We're going to be doing a 3 p.m. poker clinic session where it's going to be basically a 20-30 minute presentation style where we talk about the c-bet, where we talk about why when your head's up, you don't give up those c-bet situations, even when you just, there's very, very few situations where a c-bet is going to be right. Huh, look at this. Pocket aces again, guys. Not only do we have pocket aces, but now we actually have king, queen, ace, ace, making it more than 4x. He's going to call off. He's going to call off the rest of our stack here. We're going to shove, and he's going to call. I feel it. I think he's going to do it, because that's the kind of player king, queen, ace, ace is. Hold. Ace. Okay. Thank you, king, queen, ace, ace. Yeah. I mean, we shipped it. And it was an overshove. He never should have made the call, but we know our man. We've got our notes on him. We know he's going to make the call. He
Nice
feels
call?
strong. No, it was a horrible call. It was a horrible
Is
call.
that the guy's name?
No, it was king, queen, ace, ace. He's out now. And look at this. We are
Did you tell him
second
good job,
out of
Jim?
17. We that was a nice little turnaround, guys.
Did you tell him GG when you knocked him out?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Look,
We
somebody
got
remembers.
Just Con, just started with 73, end with 80, 71, made one bad play and moved on. Pound Poker, Dutch Boyd knows. Aha! Good to see you, Connor. Tashi 408. I remember watching you back in grade school.
Oh my god. While doing your homework, no less.
I was watching myself in grade school. Thank you, Tashi 408. I really appreciate it. I long for my younger years. I'm going to have to live vicariously through the youth of others like yourself. So thank you for joining the stream. If you haven't clicked on that follow button, please click the follow button. I'm going to take a little break, guys. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds till we're back. And look at that turnaround. 2 out of 17.
Now,
Wow.
what were you at? What did...
147.
At your lowest.
147.
Jeez.
Pretty low. We just had a little 100 times our stack
And that's
turn
why you
around.
don't give up. You just...
Never give up.
Was it a chip in a chair?
Chip and a chair. We'll be right back, guys. And we're back. Back in second place. How did that happen? Wow. How did that happen? What a roller coaster. I don't know if I can handle it, you guys. What a roller coaster this Twitch stream has been. We've had highs, we've had lows. We're right back to king of the world. Let's go ahead and get some water in us. And we look down at the old 9-2 offsuit. We got the clubber making it 3x, so we make the fold. We make the fold. It's not even close. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We got 425 viewers right now, which is just awesome. Thanks for joining us on this Friday night, Saturday morning. If you haven't yet clicked on that follow button, please click on that follow button. Big shout out to Ryan Tapin, who I'm pretty sure is watching the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Tapin. I hope that you're just killing it out there in St. Louis. go ahead and make it 680 here, which is what our pre-flop standard raise is going to be from now on at the 142.80 level. It used to be 2.5, and then we'd make it 700 at 153, but that's kind of awkward because then we're making it 700 here and 700 at the next level jump. So we're making it 680 now. That is our new adjustment. Our new standard pre-flop raise amount. 9, 10, 11. Thank you very much, Poker Junkie, for the Twitter shout out. Pretty sick comeback, says Poker Junkie. Appreciate it. Yeah, and we go ahead and c-bet that. Of course, we're going to go ahead and c-bet that. And now what do? Betting 680 to win 620 seems like a pretty good spot to me. What do you think, boys? Is this the spot we're looking for? No. P. Gruber goes ahead and takes a spot away from us. We got to share. We got to share a little bit with the other kids on the playground. So, P. Gruber, you can take this one.
Money Gur had a question about advice over laydowns and advice over stronger river plays and does bankroll factor in? It's kind of a vague question as well.
Do you have any advice for making laydowns? Do you have any advice for stronger river play? Does bankroll factor in? Money Gur. There was a really good interview, and actually it was on Ivy League. If you go on Ivy League and subscribe to Ivy League, there's a 2-part interview with Ronnie Barta. Now Ronnie Barta has the distinction of making, he's the only player in the history of poker to cash 5 consecutive times in the World Series of Poker main event. So he's doing something right. That's a hard event to cash in. It brings the top guys. It's very grueling. Cavalry. So what he says is you really need to make those God folds if you're going to make it deep into the main event. I don't really have any good advice for you as far as I can tell you this. It always feels wrong to fold, but you're going to have to get comfortable with sometimes laying down the best hand on the river. If some guy has the has the gumption and the grit to fire out 3 bets or check raise on the turn and fire out a big bluff on the river, it's okay. You don't have to win every pot. There was a really good article by Mosen in the we're gonna make this raise 680. There's a really good article by Mosen in the current Card Player magazine where he says, one thing that really changed my game is the realization that there's always another hand. There's always a next hand when you make those big folds. Realize that you don't get busted in a tournament by making a big fold on the river. That's not how you get busted in a tournament. You get busted in a tournament by making a big call on the river for all of your chips. So, the fact that there is going to be another hand after the current one when you make those folds, keep that in mind. It makes it a little bit easier to live with. That being said, it always feels wrong to fold, and it kind of reminds me of that Orbital song, Satan, where it's called, the line is, "Well, son, the thing about regret is it's better to regret something you have done than something you haven't done." There's some truth to that. I can tell you in tournaments, it's a little easier for me to live with a bad call, knowing it was a bad call, than have to wonder, did I just screw off my main event because I thought that making a fold when I had 3 tens was the right fold? I can tell you back in 2014, I made it to day 4. Over there, I watch as Doyle Brunson gets eliminated on day 4, and everyone gives him the standing ovation. And then I'm thinking about it, and we're still in the money, and I had this hand go down where I lost a sick amount of chips. Where I was in the big blind, I defended my big blind with a 10-9, and the flop came out 10-10-7. It ended up running out where I put the guy on a spade draw, and the spade hit and the 8-9 hit, so like the jack hit and all the draws got there, and all of a sudden, instead of a really, really strong hand, I'm looking at like not that strong of a hand. The guy against me ends up going all in, and if I'm gonna make the call, he's gonna be crippled if I call and win. And if I fold, I still have plenty of chips for to continue. So I ended up making the fold because I really felt like I was beat, right? And I guess about an hour and a half later, I ended up getting knocked out. Kept on, losing chips and missing my spots. Finally find myself in a tween stack situation. End up, getting it all in with like a king queen versus like pocket eights and missing the flip. And I went home and I couldn't help but feel like I wish that I would have just called and gotten knocked out with a 3-10s. It would have been easier to live with, because now for the rest of the year, for the rest of my life, I have to wonder, did I just fuck off my main event because I didn't call there? Is that what I just did? We're going to make the call here. Getting lots of really good outs, lots of implied odds here. We're going to go ahead and check the 3-barrel. Let 3-barrel go ahead and c-bet. He didn't c-bet. Guys, 3-barrel didn't c-bet there. How does he not c-bet? Because he doesn't have an ace, he doesn't have a jack. Our jack 3 offsuit is the best hand. That's why he didn't c-bet. He's looking at like a small pocket pair, or like a king 9 offsuit or something stupid like that. Can we get P. Gruber to pay us off with worse? I don't think so. Nope. Nice hand there, P. Gruber. Way to get some value out of that one. I think a check raise is probably better there for P. Gruber than a check call, check and deuce the bluff there. But whatever, it worked out well for him. He did get some value out of that hand that he wouldn't have gotten had he just fired out on the turn. I think that we probably fold against him on the turn. Alpha Probe, thank you very much for the Twitter love. Yes, we are still going strong. Second place in this thing. We were down to nothing, and here we are. I still can't quite believe it, honestly. Thank you very much for the Twitter shout out, Alpha Pro. We are trying to make it the whole way. This is our second tournament of the day. We already made the money in the other tournament. In this tournament, I like our chances. We're sitting. Wow, you guys have to see this. Look at this lobby. Not the hand replay. Look at that lobby. Do you guys see that? Look at that first place guy. Italy kid is sitting there with 43,000. Triple the next big stack. Oh man, he's going to be really upset when he loses, because he's going to lose. I mean, if you guys have seen the kind of calls he's making, he just keeps on getting it. He just keeps on getting it in bad and getting there. It really is something. So, okay, Queen 9 offsuit. We got Jova. Jova 136 making the shove with a little bit less than 10 big blinds. What is that? 8.5 big blinds. It's about the right move. Casper 2012 says, what time is your session tomorrow, Dutch? It's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be talking about chip and we're talking about the continuation bet tomorrow. We're going to be introducing the ideas of game theory optimal play versus exploitive play. So join us for that, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to try to, in only 13 short hours, so I have to actually put together a little lesson plan for you guys. I'm really hoping that you're going to enjoy it, though. Kind of tweaking the standard Twitch way that we go about doing this. We're going to start with a little poker clinic session, and then we'll go on with probably a little bit of a tournament, let's play tournament kind of thing. Let's see, Virgin Ice, CB Rufio, Il X Mills, thank you guys so much for joining us. Flatty28, thank you for joining us. All eyes on me, Ace. I like that. Jay Laughing, best poker book other than yours? JCCE510 says, if Chris Moneymaker would have folded, Dutch Boy would have been the real WSOP winner. Much love and respect. Thank you, man. I think that you're right. I think that if he folds that, we probably make it through. Of course, we did have some pretty tough players to get through. I think that Phil Ivey probably would have given us a run for our money there, but who knows? Maybe not. Duanara says Mike's muted. It's not muted right now. We're doing okay. If it was muted, sorry, guys.
Was it muted?
I don't think so.
No, I can hear you.
9-4 offsuit. We've got 4 out of 13 players left. We're going to go ahead and play this pretty aggressively. 700 is what we're looking at. 700 is our pre-flop raise amount when it's 153. This isn't quite what we want. We're not trying to get it in against multiple opponents here. We're trying to get it in against one opponent, and we get to keep the pre-flop aggression. So this is kind of not ideal here. Ace, queen, queen. You know what? We don't really need to c-bet this against two players. We're going to go ahead. If we were up against one, we're c-betting pretty much every time. If Adam Bomb checks behind, maybe we try to fire a bullet on the turn. But we're just going to go ahead and make that fold there. If we were up against just one, we're making the c-bet every time. Got the queen 5 off suit. Off suit.
How many people are left?
We're down to 12. And look at this. Tournament is... What just happened? Did we just get a walk? I think we just got a walk with our... That kind of surprises me.
JC and Blue's in there again.
It's good to see you, JC and Blue. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So it actually turns out 10 of these places pay. Oh, okay.
Should I answer the phone?
I'll answer it. Let me go ahead and see what you're up to. What's up, buddy? I'm on the stream, actually. He's laughing at us. He's laughing at us.
Yeah, I know, right?
This is the this is the luck of Twitch, man.
Is your lobby up?
Life of Riley. Yeah, we so definitely who are you in chat, Tapin? How are you watching if you're not in chat? What are you watching on? We've got a call, everybody, from Ryan Tapin and Chris Conrad over there in St. Louis. You're in the St. Louis tournaments, right? Or are you over at like Milwaukee? Yeah, HPT over at River City, right? Yeah, dude. Thanks for calling. Definitely big shout out to everybody in St. Louis. Shout out to you, Tapin. Shout out to you, Chris Conrad. I was talking about Chris and how you guys helped us get through that third bracelet. So much love for you guys. Which ace 10? Oh man, there's a lot of hands that we're playing a little less than optimally. But you know what, Tapin? We are the player we are because of the mistakes we make. Let's bring it home. I'm looking forward to hanging out with you boys when you get back home to Vegas. See you later, man. Good luck out there in St. Louis. Tell Chris hi for me. Jeff Murr says, "I'm sorry, Dutch, but you're always so bitter when someone other than yourself tries to trap you into making a bet that they can call and take some more of your chips. Referring hand to the Jack 3 off versus the Ace 10 suited. Stop being so bitter and congratulate them making a better play." Okay, Jeff, I will. Congratulations on making that better play, you guys. I'll try not to be so bitter. But the thing is, Jeff, it hurts to lose. I always hate losing. So it's hard to say, nice job. It really is. It's very frustrating when things don't go your way. Pocket fives on a King 10-4 board against two opponents. We'll go ahead and just make the check fold. Maybe we actually get a free card. Maybe we actually get that 5 of hearts or 5 of diamonds on the turn, because that's what it's going to take. All these guys basically have to do is sneeze at the pot and we're done with it. We're not with it. Hey, CPAL90, thanks for letting us know. Maybe we'll check that out. Probably not, because we have to put together a little lesson plan for that poker clinic tomorrow at 3. So got 11 and a half hours, and I need to put together a 30-minute presentation for you all. Hopefully you'll join us, though, tomorrow, man. Hopefully you'll join us. Well, Sherlock 117, we might export it over to YouTube. And if nothing else, you can always subscribe and see it here. You know, you can see the past HPT viewing parties that we've done. You can all of our past streams are available to subscribers. So yeah, there's always a way to see it. But we also probably will just pop it up on YouTube, and eventually you'll be able to see, just type in Poker Clinic and Dutch Boyd on YouTube. You can already see the first one. I might wait like a little week just to give the subscribers a little bit of a head start on non-subscribers. But of course, anybody who's just watching, you're more than welcome to come and join us for the Poker Clinic tomorrow. Anyone can watch. We are going to go ahead and make it sub chat only though. Okay, we make the fold here. Space MIU, yes. We came back from less than 200 chips, and now we're 4th out of 12. About to make the money. We're in a very strong position to... Oh, look at that. Aces versus aces. How did you guys play that? I think that what we saw was Atom Bomb made it 3x, and the clubber just made the call. Both of them were sitting here thinking that they were going to rape the other guy. We shouldn't say that anymore. But yeah. Is he back from 175 chips? Yes, Space Me You. We are back. Okay, so 3-barrel goes ahead and fires out a min raise. Maybe we re-raise there? I don't think so. We'll go ahead and give him a turn here. The bubble's about to pop, guys. We're sitting here. I think we are at hand for hand. 12 players left. Yeah, so this is going to be a raise here. We'll go ahead and make it 700. 9, 10. And hopefully just get it against one of these guys. Or even better, maybe it just gets through. Yeah, I could just get through. We've got the ace-deuce offsuit. If nice call folds, this is the kind of situation we want to see. That's a pretty good flop, really, for ace-deuce offsuit. We've got the runner-runner nut flush draw. We've got the gut shot straight draw. We probably have the best hand. Mondio 000. Thank you so much for that subscribe, man. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Fist bump, fist bump. Welcome to the crew. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's Mondio 000. Thanks for the sub. We're going to go ahead and ship you as a subscriber perk. We're going to ship you this DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt. Thank you so much. Check out your Twitch mailbox in the other section. Gonna raise with this 10-5 suited. Keep that VPIP very, very high. And yeah, it gets through. Thank you so much. Mondio, you are the reason we get to do this. You are awesome. Thank you so much for subscribing. There's such a big difference between, we've got like Ryan Tapin out there, just kind of enjoying the show, taking the free content. There's a big difference between just watching free content and then actually reaching into your wallet and pulling it out and saying, you know what, I'm going to support this content. At the risk of sounding like a PBS marathon, I can't tell you how much it means to me, man. QVC. I really can't. And I'm going to do everything I can to make it worth your subscription dollars, Mondio. I really am. Anything that I can do for you, you let me know. Dutch@dutchboyd.com is my email. I'm always going to be here for you. You basically bought yourself a 3-time bracelet winner as a poker coach and mentor, so thank you so much. And all of you subs, you guys are the best. You guys are the reason we do this. Thank you so much. You got a friend in me, man. I'm going to do everything I can to help you on your poker journey. So, and for all of you viewers, don't be shy with that sub button. Don't be shy with that sub button. And also, if you haven't yet, please click on that follow button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps so much. It helps poker grow on Twitch. It helps our stream. There's just no reason why more people should be watching League of Legends and Hearthstone than poker. I feel like poker is just so dwarfed by these other games, and as poker players, it's easy to forget just how obscure and just how niche our game and industry really is. It feels big, but it's not. It's not. You got Ryan Reese, who wins the main event and then goes out to Disney World to celebrate with his girlfriend, and he walks around. He only gets recognized one time. One time. Speaking of one time, let's go ahead and make this raise with the Queen Jack offsuit. Let's see if we can get it through. One time, 600. We're risking 900 to win 900. And it gets through. David Grusin, good to see you, man. No, we don't have our Nightbot set up, but
So what's the results supposed to be for? The
I don't
results
know.
For this, or the
Good.
results in your life.
David, what is results usually show in other streamers, in other streams? Okay, so we got 3-barrel coming at us with a 2.5x. We're not folding. Part of me just wants to put him to the test. Let's do it. Let's just put him to the test. If he wants to fire out, he can. Let's hold up. Jack 9. 10. Can we get a little 10 ball? A little 10 ball? No. Nice double up 3-barrel. Way to get your whole stack in there with the 60-40. What is Ace King suited against Jack 9 offsuit? I kind of feel like it's an ICM disaster, honestly. I really do. Let's take a look. Cardplayer.com. I don't really blame him though. It is kind of interesting. He's making 2.5x here with the Ace King of Diamonds. Then he goes back to the min raise there. Let's look at that odds calculator. See just how bad we got it in. How bad was that? We got the Jack of Clubs, 9 of Hearts versus the Ace King. I think that we're looking at pretty bad. 66-33. I wonder what exactly we could put his range on where he's making it a 2.5 times there. I just feel like a lot of times he's folding. Wow. What? What 3-barrel? Did you just do that? Did you just make Atom Bomb puke in his mouth a little bit with that 3-outer? I guess you had more than that. You could have also hit your straight on the river. When you got it in, though, it wasn't looking too good. You got to admit that 3-barrel. It was looking pretty bad when you got it all in. But nice job, I guess. Way to go. Way to go. We are on the pure bubble now, you guys. There are 11 players left. It pays 10. We are right in the middle of the pack, 5th out of 11. Let's take a look at our lobby. Let's see what we're doing here. 5 out of 11. 10th pays a big $36. What do we get for first? What is that sweet first place money you get us? $432. That is a brand new Herman Miller Aeron chair, you guys. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. Let's go ahead and get back to our game. We're sitting here with King 9 suited. 3-barrel. You've been making a lot of... your VPIP is very strong. Very, very high 3-barrel. I kind of feel like it was a little too high a couple hands ago with that Ace King of Diamonds, but you did the right thing, I guess. I mean, it turned out that it held up. So it's very easy to... All's well that ends well, basically. Let's go ahead and make this 900. I don't think that we're folding if the clubber or Conover gives us a shove. Yeah, we're not going to fold this. Good luck, the clubber. Good luck, the clubber. Can we make this fold? You know, the problem is, we are going to make this fold, actually. We're not going to fuck around. The problem is the clubber is also looking at the money bubble burst, and he's also thinking, I don't feel like we're ever looking at a coin flip there. I think the best case scenario is that he's got a bigger pocket pair over 8s, and we're looking at a 3-outer. So, worst case scenario is he's got a bigger ace, and we're even in worse shape than if he had kings. So to hope for like an ace-8 versus kings matchup isn't really what we're trying to do there. The ace-8 is a nice raising hand because we've got that ace as a blocker, but we're not gonna make the call when the clubber makes that shove. Okay, so we've got Conover coming in with the min bet. Let's go ahead and just put him to the test right here. Let's do it. If you want to bubble this tournament, be my guest, Conover. Be my guest, Conover. You can make this bubble happen right here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Does he fold? Really? Oh, look. He's going to see what the other tournament... What the other... Yep, he made the fold. I think it was the right move, Conover. You shouldn't have even opened. If you're going to open, fold, probably should just fold. Okay, let's go ahead and make this raise.
So,
3x.
David answered your question. He wanted to know your results since you started streaming.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I don't even know the results.
I'm not sure. You can check out, I think thepokerdb.com lists WSOP, and we really have only been playing online since we started streaming. So, we live in, thepokerdb.com will show us, show you our results. It's probably not really that good because we had a bad Sunday where most of the time we were playing these $20 and $10 tournaments, $30 tournaments. We might be down. But our VPIP and in the money percentage and final table percentage is kind of off the charts. I mean, we're basically making final tables almost every day. So, what do we do here, guys? I think that let's go ahead and make it. Let's go ahead and make it a 2.5x.
Did the bubble already pop?
This is going to be kind of awkward if 3-barrel decides to just shove, which I could easily see him doing. The bubble has not popped. Bubble has not popped, you guys. We are on the bubble. It has not popped. We're sitting here with 5 out of 11. And we've got the clubber shoving with the 11 big blinds, opening herself up to a very, very disappointing bubble. We are hand for hand. The other table's going on. We've got 2 stacks kind of getting in there. Let's see what happens. Still hand for hand. Still hand for hand. The other tournament just had a really lame hand actually go down, where the small stack was against the other small stack. One of them had ace king offsuit and just played it so timidly. Okay, you know what? Let's just go ahead and get out of the way here. What kind of flop are we looking for? Well, that would have done it. We would have check called the clubber, and maybe we're looking at breaking the money bubble with 18K in chips if we make that call with a 9-5. There's nothing wrong with making the call. I mean, we're getting 5.5 to 1, 6 to 1 on the call, plus implied odds of 11 more big blinds. So there's nothing wrong with making the call there, but it didn't feel right. I don't know why it didn't feel right. I don't know why, guys. I don't know why I made that fold. Wow. The other table, lots of crazy things are happening. I'm going to see if I can't get that screen capture right here and show you what's going on. So we just had this almost a really big confrontation between Italy Kid and P. Gruber, which would have just been an ICM disaster for P. Gruber if he gets knocked out at this stage when he's just humping second stack there. Make the fold here. We don't need to be the one to make the call there. I do feel like nice call should be calling here. He's getting more than 1.5 to 1, especially with pocket sevens. I don't really know why he's even thinking about it. Okay, nice suck out there, Conover. Oh, you guys, thanks. Oh, Mr. Soft, thank you very much. Fist bump. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the crew. You are awesome, Mr. Soft. You are great. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and give it a little welcome. I'm gonna tell you, oh, Mr. Soft, we're gonna ship you that DRM free download link for Poker Tilt. You're gonna have it. It's pretty much all the digital versions that you could want: EPUB, Mobi, PDF.
Can you write down who it is?
Oh, Mr. Soft. Oh, Mr. Soft. It's oh, Mr. Soft. Welcome to the crew. Sub hype. That's about right. Thank you so much, man. I can't tell you how much it means to me. I really can't tell you. You're awesome. Check your Twitch mailbox for that digital download link for Poker Tilt. I wrote this book. It took me more than a year to write this book. Got some pretty good reviews on it. Hopefully you get a chance to give it a read, and if you do, let me know what you think. If nothing else, go ahead and skip to the afterward just to read the poker tell that Brandon Cantu begged me not to put into the book. I put it in for you guys. So if nothing else, just go download the book, skip to the end, and I won't blame you if you don't read the rest. It's not really a strategy book, but there are a lot of little nuggets, little strategy nuggets kind of sprinkled in here and there. So hopefully you enjoy it, Mr. Soft. I'm going to tell you, too, thank you so much for subscribing. I'm going to do everything I can to make that $4.99 sub investment the best thing you've ever done. It's going to be like, I'm going to really try to make it so that anything that I can do to help you along in your poker path and your life path, you just let me know. Dutch@DutchBoy.com. I'm here for you, man. We make the fold here, obviously. We're not calling with 7 high against nice calls, shove of a pretty big shove there. And if we look at the other table, let's bring the other table up. Let's see what's going on here. Look at this other table. We've got Italy Kid just kind of losing chips to Wally and P. Gruber. They're really taking advantage of him. It's kind of like it's like they're second graders picking on the fifth graders. They don't realize. I mean, he's got so many chips and he doesn't give a fuck. He's already shown that he's just willing to put it all in really bad. And yet there they are, just making the pre-flop aggressive moves. If I'm Italy Kid, I'm really punishing him. So we actually have a hand here that we want to play. And how are we going to play this? Let's not give him any hope of thinking that he's got any sort of fold equity when he makes a reship against us. Let's just go ahead and let him know if he wants to continue. The effective stacks here are small enough where I don't really feel like making a standard raise and having to call if he decides to re-raise. So let's go ahead and make that $1,100 bet here. I wonder what we do if the clubber shoves. I don't know what we do. It would be a disaster for them to get knocked out when we've got. If you look at the other table, look at the other table. We've got 2 people who have less than 5 big blinds. We've got Midtown and Imposta right here. Imposta and Midtown. Both of these guys are going to get knocked out pretty quick. So at our table, with Nice Call and Conover and the clubber, they really shouldn't be too happy to get their whole stack in. We'll go ahead and see what is going on at the other table here. It looks like Midtown is getting it all in against Imposta. And Imposta folds, so we'll go ahead and make this raise. If Imposta were to have called, then we're probably letting it go, because at that point we're pretty much in the money. We would have saw how the hand went down, but if we had an elimination, then we would kind of expect Nice Call, Conover, and the clubber to feel like they have nothing to lose at that point. Right now they have something to lose. Right now they're losing $36 if they get knocked out, and the chances of them getting that $36 is, all but a guaranteed fact right now. If Conover raises the minimum, we're putting him to it. Wow, look at this. We're gonna watch here for a second on the other table, and if Imsta gets eliminated here, we're not going to be able to make the shove. But the fact that Imsta doesn't get eliminated, now we can go ahead and make the shove. And if Conover wants to go ahead and get knocked out right here, he can. Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. Nope. Not today. He went ahead and folded to us. We wouldn't have made that shove if the other guy gets eliminated. We wouldn't have been able to do it. But the fact that these other guys have the other table loaded up, they're looking. Let's see what's going on. We've got wow. What do we need? A 5, a 6, or an 8? It's not going to do it. Okay, nice hold there, Conover. Nice hold. It's kind of interesting there when he makes that call. It's like, oh wow, we didn't really expect to be a coin flip. We really didn't. Kind of expected that we were going to be slightly behind when he makes the call. But we also think that there's a good enough chance that he doesn't call. It's actually really kind of a bad call on his part. If he's going to open and call, then he should have just shoved. Is what he should have done. We're going to take it easy on Conover now. He's feeling frisky. I feel like he's feeling like he's going to be able to win any hand. We've got on the other table, we've got
Midtown sitting here with less than 3 big blinds. We've got Imsta sitting there with 6 big blinds. And see, look at this. I mean, if I'm Italy Kid, I'm just really punishing P. Gruber for trying to get tangle with me at this point. I'm just not going to let it happen. Okay. Yeah, Aqualite, we're not talking about the physical paperback copy. We are talking about the digital version. Aqualite. It means he's going to ship you a digital download. A bit misleading.
Because you keep on saying ship. We'll ship you.
I like the word ship.
But they're saying that they mean ship. They think that ship is supposed to be some weird. I guess you're supposed to say email.
Smoke and Mirrors, thank you very much, Aqualite, for the
No, Aqualite just wants to be
fuck him.
a hater.
Yeah, he's trolling. Go somewhere else. We're giving subscribers a book. I don't really know what you want. It's pretty obvious what we're doing. So if you feel like if you feel like trolling, you're more than welcome to troll. You can go to someone else's space. What do we do here? Making the fold. We're not going to go ahead and make a call with 7-9 suited, even though we do love 7-9 suited. One of my favorite hands. I know, right, Iron Fist? It's like, watch out for those chemtrails, Aqualite. Serious question, Aqualite. Do you believe that lizard people are running the world? A percentage of people, like 2 or 3% do. Right now we got 475 viewers. That means, like, statistically speaking, like 12 of you should actually believe that lizard people are running the world, right? Sure, why not? Okay, let's go ahead and make the fold here. We're not going to keep on trying to make crazy moves up against Conover. We're going to go ahead and kind of take a break. We were trying to run over these guys. We were trying to put them in weird, tough spots. Instead, it kind of backfired, and we went from a nice stack to missing that coin flip against Conover. It wasn't supposed to be a coin flip. It was supposed to be him folding to our 6-5, or him calling with us having some nice equity in the hand. And he ended up calling, and we did have a nice equity in the hand, but we missed. There you go, Marsupial. And Putin on Twitch. I want him to hold up the internets while talking about the ebook to make it more clear, please. We're gonna instead of holding up Poker Tilt, the physical copy, I'm gonna hold up like a flash drive. I'm gonna hold up like a a page of ones and zeros. Pippin 87, yeah. I guess it didn't work out, so I'm gonna have to agree with you. I don't like the shove either. I'm gonna have to agree with you, Pippin. So let's go ahead and make this 1100. We'll see if we can't get the clubber to make a fold. We're not calling if the clubber. We are definitely calling if the clubber shoves. So let me ask you this, Pippin 87. His hand 4-4 opens there without fold equity. See, that's the thing, Pippin. The thing is, you would think that you never have fold equity there. You'd think that he's pot committed, but at the same time, I mean, is he? If he was pot committed, why isn't he just shoving? I feel like a lot of times people are making that move and looking down at pocket fours, looking at the money bubble and thinking, oh, this is hopeless. He knows that I can't fold here, so I'm going to fold. I mean, I'm always surprised at these kind of stages when we're right here on the money bubble at how much when you see guys making this mistake and making it 1,500 and leaving themselves with 2,500, and then you look at the other table and you see that there's like an 1,100 stack and a 2,000 stack. I'm surprised at how much. Yeah, exactly. Marsupial 311. It's the money bubble. He's been folding a lot. Okay, let's go ahead and make the call here. We're getting 4-1 with the 10-4 offsuit. We don't really need to have much here. We're going to go ahead and check. Maybe check raise him if he decides to c-bet. If he doesn't c-bet and he checks, then we're definitely firing out on the turn. So he c-bets. He c-bets a little more than half the pot. I think that we can just fold. I think we can fold. He made a 3x big blind c-bet, and we're never ahead there, so we can just get out of it. We can fold. Wow. We got Wally 4-2. We got Italy Kid sitting there. A couple of small stacks. This is it, guys. The final table. This is it. This is it. Let me go ahead and bring up the pay schedule here. Well, can I do that? I don't know. We're going to make this fold, guys. This is kind of a nitty fold, but we're going to make it. I'm going to show you what we're playing with for the top 5. We are in the money. I don't really see how I can... I don't see how I can show the whole prizes, but that's basically what we're playing for. Let me make that a little bit smaller, make it a little bit neater.
We are gonna take over the poker room.
Kaiwa, fist bump, man. Thank you so much. I think that's how you're gonna say that, Kaiwa, right? We are going to email you a digital version of this paperback book. I hope that you enjoy the read. I really do. If you get a chance to give it a read, let me know what you think. If nothing else, skip to the end, skip to the forward. It's just one of the mini sub perks that we're going to try to bring to you, KO. Just one of those complimentary things that we're doing for all the subs. We're also having HPT viewing parties, poker clinics. Join us tomorrow for the 3 p.m. poker clinic. We're going to make it sub chat only. We're going to talk about hopefully some kind of intermediate to advanced concepts in poker. Tomorrow's it's a C bet and a game theory optimal versus exploitive session. 3 p.m. is when we're going to start that. Thank you so much, Kiowa. You know what? You are awesome. Thank you. Welcome to the crew. Let me go ahead and give you...
Can you type the guy's name on chat?
Yeah.
Because I don't see the...
It is Kiowa. Thank you so much, Kiowa, for the sub. U195. I guess we know who the 12 people are, U195. We got FSU Conrad. It's tape, and Poker Tilt was one of the best reads I've ever knocked out in less than 2 days. Thank you, man. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Okay, so our VPIP at this point of the tournament, we're going to just kind of lay back for a little while. We're going to go ahead and let, Imsta and the Clubber, we're going to let Ricky Love Dart, we're going to let Nice Call go ahead and knock each other out. Maybe we even see Italy Kid and Wally 4-2, a 3-barrel, some of these other guys, get knocked out. Right now it'd be an ICM disaster for us to let ourselves get knocked out in third place. So we pretty much are just going to, back off, relax, let the other stacks kind of do their thing. We're sitting here with 13 big blinds. Is that right? 6,000. There's another 28. No, it's a little more. 10. It's too late, you guys. It's too late. 14 big blinds is about what we're at. And, that's one of those tween stacks that we talk about. With the normal short stack of 9 big blinds on down, I would say really 10 big blinds down. That's kind of an easy stack to play because your decision is basically whether to shove or whether to fold, right? When you have more than 10 big blinds, all of a sudden it gets a little awkward. It gets like, what are you going to do? A normal raise seems weird. It doesn't feel right. It feels like, and a shove feels like you've got too many chips to make it really the right move. So, you know what, guys? I'm going to actually go to the Twitterverse. Since we're going to keep our VPIP so small, I'm going to change the name of our stream to another WSOP final table. Another WSOP final table with Dutch Boyd. Final table hype. Pizza hype. Man, I would love to take this down. It's been way too long since I've had pizza. So another final table with Dutch Boyd. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We saw basically a Christmas miracle. Wow, 3-barrel. How does that happen? What just happened? Oh my gosh. what a disaster for all of us. I mean, sitting here watching, we're really rooting for Three Barrel to just knock out 2 players in that hand. 2 players, and we're back down to 6, and we're 4 out of 6. That's really how that should have happened. Instead, Three Barrel gets his aces just shoved into his face. We've got Imsta sitting there, now becoming one of the new short stacks. And that's kind of a disaster for us, because the difference between 6th and 8th is $30. It's pretty significant. I mean, it's significant when you compare it to the buy-in, for sure. I mean, look at it. That's how you have to look at these things. We make the fold. We're gonna make the fold. We're gonna sit back. We changed the name of our stream, you guys. We're gonna go ahead and go to the Twitterverse, twitter.com. Just made the sickest comeback I've had in years. Less than a big blind, and now at the final table. Come join. So this is going to be a fold for us, guys. And we got ace 10. Come on, Italy kid. Let's see that 10. You can do it. And now there's no there's not going to be a double elimination now. Did the clubber end up getting knocked out? No. Instead, this is like worst case scenario, guys. This is the worst case scenario for us, is that the clubber loses. The clubber loses to Imsta, who an Italy kid. That's not what we want to see. We want to see eliminations. These are one of those spots where it doesn't matter who, how they tangle. We just want to see blood. That's all we're trying to see. This is good. We want nice call to go ahead and hold. And somehow we just keep on missing the blood. We just keep on missing the elimination. It's crazy. Every single time one of these all-in stacks sucks out, we feel change coming out of our pocket and being thrown away. That's basically what's going. We're basically taking money out of our pocket anytime that happens and throwing it over at the clubber.
Papis says about how frustrated he is about his qualifier. He mentioned it before.
No, what happened? What happened to your? I didn't notice.
Yeah, he just because the top chat's going so fast, but he just put it on there again. Hey,
Let me take a look, Papis. I'm sorry to see it. Hey, Dutch
Yeah,
Boyd.
Gene.
Just finished 9th in my WSOP qualifier here in Australia. Need to finish top 2. As you know, I've only been playing a few weeks, but really been studying the game, watching your stream, etc. Tournament had over 200 entrants, and I get to the final table playing the way you've taught me. Low VPIP, low early, very good. Aggressive when sensing weakness or chipped up later in the tourney. End up final table. Tangle with the big stack who re-raises my pre-flop raise. I had king. I shove. He calls with ace-6 offsuit and nails an ace on the river. Ugh. How do you bounce back from those kinds of bad beats? Do you think it was wrong to shove? Very frustrated. Obviously not. I mean, you got him to put it all in when he had a 3-outer Papist. If you want to see how I handle losing those kind of coin flips when you're playing for a 10K seat to the World Series of Poker, I've got it in the highlight reel. We've made that, we've had that flip with B. Shriver 2 weeks ago, I think it was, in the WSOP main event qualifier. We got it 3-handed with all the chips, and then somehow just keep on losing to B. Shriver, who ends up taking down the thing. I feel you, man, and I'm sorry to hear it. That's basically exactly how Dan O'Brien won his 1K online seat last night on Twitch. He got it all in with ace-10 against pocket kings for pretty much the whole shebang. Ended up flopping trip aces. So you're not the only one to have, to be feeling that kind of pain. Poker is pain management, man. I mean, that's what it is. You get up and you get knocked out. Especially tournaments, man. It's just so much of a mental grind. Wow, look at what's going on here. We got 3-barrel making a min raise, and then Wally 4-2 with a min re-raise. Kind of have to scratch my head at that. I mean, when Wally 4-2 makes a min re-raise there, sirens should be going off into 3-barrel's, in 3-barrel's head, basically saying he's got the aces, he's got the aces, he's got the kings. Those kind of min raises are pretty weird. We've got some Twitter love from Ryan Tapin. Should have folded that 6-5 offsuit to the 3 times open from the 6 big blind stack. Tapin, I'm going to tell you a secret, just between you and me. I'm going to go ahead and ship it to you on Twitter because I'm embarrassed to say. I'm kind of embarrassed to say it. It's late here. Okay, you know what? You guys are following. I'm going to tell you. Let's go back to the hand in question. I'm going to tell you what was going through my thought process there. Where is that? Where is that?
Is this a rebuy? Or,
No.
No, it wasn't, right?
No rebuys.
Okay.
Let's look at that hand history. Where is that hand history? Is that it? No. Where is that 6-5 offsuit? Oh, look, we've got aces. Hold on for a second, you guys. We're going to go ahead and play these aces. In Italy, kid, yeah, you're not going anywhere. Let's just go ahead and get it in there. That's not a great flop for aces, but he's still in pretty bad shape. Dodge and weave, no queen. There we go. Let's get back to the hand in question, and I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. I'm going to tell you what was going on in my head with that 6-5 offsuit against that short stack. You know, we talk about whether we had fold equity. The truth of the matter is, let's go ahead and rewind it. I'm going to show you what was going on and what I was thinking. Between you and me and the wall, Tapin, and all of our other 504 viewers, I was paying attention to the other table. I was paying attention to the chat, and I didn't realize that Conover had put in that 3x bet. So when I made the shove here, I thought I was just shoving up against nice call. That's the truth of it. And then I tried to say, oh, well, you know what? We do have some fold equity. If I had noticed that Conover had made that move, I'm not shoving there. If anything, I'm calling and doing a stop and go. And actually, I think a stop and go works there. Let's go ahead and get back to what we're doing. The hand, the hand at hand. Now we're sitting here. 3-barrel makes that min raise. It's kind of a crazy min raise here, and I'm very tempted to just shove it in her face, but we're gonna go ahead and just get out of the way. So that's really what was going on in that 6-5 offsuit. The truth is, if I'm gonna be real honest with you guys, I didn't even realize that I had to worry about Conover. I thought that he folded, and then I looked and I'm saying, oh, well, we'll just shove into, nice call, and he's not going to make the call, and then he folds, the hand doesn't get shoved, and I look up and I was like, oh shit. He makes the call with pocket fours, and I'm like, oh, wow, we actually have a coin flip here. Let's win it. That's the truth. I'm going to tell you, that is the truth. I wouldn't have admitted it to anybody. I would have taken it to my grave, but I can't lie to you, Tapin. I can't lie to you. I can't lie to you and Chris. So that's what was going on there. That's what was going on there. That's the truth of it. We got some retweets by some people on the stream. Thank you very much. Nick, we met. 609. Carlos, Pal, and Poker Junkie. Thanks so much for the retweet, love. I really appreciate it. We've got... free hosting, Scuggy, Carlo. We're going to go ahead and follow Scuggy for making the favorite, but we're not going to follow free hosting because it looks kind of spammy. It does look kind of spammy. It's okay. If you're not spammy free host, put a picture of yourself up instead of just having that egg. Guys, it's been a fun ride. It really has. We're sitting here 5 out of 7. We've got we made the sickest comeback I can remember ever making. We're going to still basically keep our VPIP low until we lose about 2 or 3 more players, and basically just play the situations, play the spots. It's going to be kind of hard for us to really put a lot of pressure on anybody with these 2 really massive stacks to our left. That's not where we want them. It's not where we want them. Iron Fist. Yeah, it is kind of a personal question. Yeah, I would say Iron Fist. I would say 20,000 is enough of a bankroll to feel like you can, you can take a shot at making it as a professional poker player. I don't know that I would really do it here in the States, but 20K goes a long way out, in other places where online poker is legal. So look, guys. Yep. What's that? What did you say?
I asked him if he could live with his parents.
Yeah.
That might work.
I would take it offshore. Ryan Tapin says, with that said, this is the most entertaining thing. Hey guys, I'm going to take a little break here. I will be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. 1 minute and 32 seconds left. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. Time to move from mobile to the big screen for the Dutch Boyd final table. It says Alpha Pro Pilot, man. I hope so. Here we are. I mean, we're there, you guys. We are there. We've got a real shot at this. $432. I'll take it. That'd be awesome. I really want to have a little win here, guys. I really do. Thank you for joining us. All of our viewers, you guys are great. Thank you so much for joining us. If you haven't yet clicked on the follow button, please click on that follow button. It really means a lot to us. And if you have, please follow us on Twitter at Dutch Boyd. You can also always, if you want to really support what we're doing, you can always click on that subscribe button. We're going to go ahead and try to give you subs the most bang for your buck that we can. We're hooking up all the subscribers with a complimentary copy of our digital version of Poker Tilt, the book that I wrote more than a year in the works, more than a year writing that thing, 90,000 words. It took a long time. Oh God.
It's legal in Thailand, huh?
Is that true?
That's what this guy from Thailand says.
Okay, Barda. Then not Thailand. Don't go to Thailand.
Yeah, don't go.
Don't go to
You don't wanna be in
Thailand.
trouble in another country. Laws.
Go for I guess Rosarito. Check your laws, ask your lawyers before you go and get yourself thrown into some horrible third world country prison. So let's take a look. What are we doing here, guys? What do we do with the Ace-9 suited? We're gonna go ahead and make that $1,700 bet, and hopefully it gets through. Hopefully it just gets through. That'd be awesome. Does it get through? Do we get fold equity? Do we get all these guys to fold to us? We've got that awkward stack where it's a little over a tween stack, right? If you look at how much we've got exactly 20 big blinds right now. Well, not exactly, but slightly less than 20 big blinds. We put one of our big blinds in as the big blinds. Now we've got 19 big blinds. It's an awkward stack, you guys. Very awkward stack where we're not calling this. Thank you for making our decisions easy, Imsta. Thank you for making those easy decisions on us, because if you make a raise, we got to think about whether we're going to make a call. Okay, guys, ace king off suit. We are 4 out of 7, and we're not folding this hand ever. We're never folding it. This is actually really good. This is great.
No, it was illegal in Thailand.
Because now we have fold equity. We're going to go ahead and re-raise all in. Maybe Conover actually calls us with worse. Or, if he just folds, we like that too. If Conover just folds, we're happy with it. Now we just have to hit. That's a pretty good flop for ace-king, boys. Pretty good flop for ace-king. Going to be pretty hard for him to come back from that. So, I have to play day 1 beat at 10 a.m., but I'm not going anywhere until you bring this home. Says Ryan Tapin. Come on. It's 5 hours away, buddy. You got to go to bed. You know what? I urge you, Tapin, as your attorney, I advise you to go to bed. Get some sleep, my friend. This stream is going to be on Twitch forever. It really is. Don't give up your own equity to watch me take down a $20 tournament. But I'm glad that you're enjoying the show, Tape. I'm hoping that you're there with Chris and having a good time with all those boys. We're gonna go ahead and make that $1,700 bet. See if we can get through. Do we have equity here? Of course we have fold equity. Of course we can sometimes get through. We're making it 1,700 to pick up 1,900. So if we can make this bet successfully without seeing a flop more than 50% of the time, it's huge for us. And now when we actually do have to see a flop, we'll fire out that C bet. We don't love it, but the clubber can't love that flop either. This is how you win tournaments. Keep that rhyme in mind, you guys. If the flop scares you, it scares them too. The other side of that, don't attack a drowning stack. We have all these really good pieces of poker advice that we made up and that rhyme, so they must be true. Don't attack a drowning stack. Conover is the drowning stack here. He's the guy who looks around and feels like he's got nothing to lose, so he's going to make the call for all of his chips with the pocket sevens. That's why we don't make the raise with the Jack 5 offsuit, even though it would have worked in that spot. The clubber just loses a lot of chips and is left with 2103, And how do you lose that, the clubber? You lose that because you're behind. That's how you lose that. How do I lose that? The clubber asks. How do I lose that? You lose it because you're behind. And an Italy kid is like, oh, gross. You know, don't forget when you put the money in. Don't forget when you put the money in the clubber. You put it in when you were slightly behind. It's a coin flip. Now the flop comes out, and you're like, "Oh, I've got all the outs in the world, yay!" But your money went in, before that. Your money went in pre-flop. I can't tell you how often this happens, right? Someone gets all their money in with like the ace seven versus versus pocket sixes, and it comes like, 7-7-3, and then the turn comes a 4, and then the river comes a 5, right? And all of a sudden, they complain about their horrible bad beat, but what they don't tell you is, oh yeah, when we got it in, by the way, when we got it in, I was actually a slight, I was a slight dog. But I did flop trips after all the money was in pre-flop. Who cares, man? Who cares? However the random number generator wants to do it, it doesn't even matter. You could get it all in, and the guy calls you, and then they could just ship the pot one way or the other and tell you what the odds were and what the random number generator came up with. The flop, who cares about the flop? They could have just basically said, oh, you're 65% the clubber. Let's go ahead. You're 55% here. Let's go ahead and get a random number between 1 and 100. If it's 55 or less, you get the pot. Oh, it's 58. It goes to Conover. I mean, they don't even have to. The fact that they're actually dealing cards in the middle, this is kind of imaginary, so you can look at it as a bad beat if you want, but it's not a bad beat. Man, I kind of want to make this call. I mean, look at this. We're getting like, a 7-4 on a 6-5 suited. We're never ahead, but we're not that far behind, so are we really going to just let him pick up that 1900 without having to fade a flop? Yeah. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're going to make the fold. Conover is tired. Conover types out Z, 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 because he's tired. And why wouldn't you be tired, Conover? It's 3:05 in the morning here. Yeah, let's go ahead and pot it and let Three Barrel know that if they want to keep on going with this hand, you're going to have to put the rest of your stack in. Surely they're not tearing down Hollywood Park. Someone here says they're tearing down Hollywood Park. That can't be right. That can't be right. Sneebuck says, let's see some Twitter hype. Hey guys, Mirage Gaming, Putin on Twitch, Indie Storm, all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us. Maynard46 in 2, thank you for joining us. Let's make the fold here. Aristocrack, thank you for joining us, man. That's a nice little username there. I am welcome to the stream. I don't think we've seen you there before. Tezuko, I don't think we've seen you either. Thank you so much for joining us. 2K7 Pure says, once in Thailand, some guy sold me a green laser, but he gave me a stronger one. He realized he lost money and flipped. The police came. I was not giving up my laser. BZ asks, what poker site is he on? We are on WSOP.com. We're right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are playing in one of the only 3 states in the U.S. that you can play on legal, regulated online poker sites. So very happy to be playing on WSOP.com. Unfortunately, the action is pretty small here. But one day, man, we're getting more and more people into it. We're trying to, spread the message. So yeah, let's go ahead and make the raise here. Do we make it 2100? Nah, let's just go ahead and make the min raise at this point. I don't believe you, Funreal. Are they really tearing down Hollywood Park? Man, that place was an LA icon, really. Night Vein, good to see you, man. He says, Putin, only partner channels have them get deleted. Partner always has them there. Is that right? I think that is right, yeah? We always get it. Oh, wow. Conover just shoves into us. And we can make the call, getting 2-1. Or we can make the fold and let Wally do the dirty work. Let's go ahead and let's do that. We'll go ahead and get out of the way. If Wally wants to make the call, he can make the call. I don't feel like we're ever really ahead there. Maybe Conover has an ace-jack or an ace-10. Maybe he has a smaller pocket pair, and we're not that far off. We'll make the fold here. When Italy Kid fires out a 4,
a more than 4 times the big blind raise. He's got that bony fish for a reason. He's got that bony fish because most likely he's adjusting his pre-flop raise amounts based on hand strength. So when he makes it 4.x, we're going to go ahead and get out of the way with anything but our most strongest hands. Gladiator Roman says that was a coin flip. Yes, it was. So when you called 5-6 versus 4-4, was a coin flip. Under pair versus 2 overs is roughly 55% in favor of the pair. That's usually true, Barta, but get this, guys. I could have won some money out there in Minnesota by making this prop bet. A guy shoved with pocket 5s, and another guy called with queen jack suited. And the pocket 5s ends up winning, and the guy was like, nice way to win. He's like, well, I was ahead the whole way when we got the money in, and I had to speak up. I was like, well, actually, you guys, queen jack suited is actually a favorite against pocket 5s. And they're like, no, you're crazy, Dutch. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know poker. Get out of here. Go back to Vegas. And no, guys, I'm quite sure of this point. Queen jack suited is a favorite over pocket 5s. They're like, no, it's not. And I almost reached into my pocket and pulled out some money and said, I will make that prop bet versus you because I'm pretty sure. Instead, like a dummy, I is it wrong to say queered my action? Is that actually a bad thing to say, or is I don't know? But instead of pulling out my wallet and making the prop bet, I pulled out my phone. I went to cardplayer.com and I ran the numbers and I said, yep, I knew it, guys. I'm pretty sure. I checked the odds calculator. Texas Hold'em, queen jack of clubs versus 2 red 5s. Queen jack of clubs is actually a favorite there. Who knew? Well, I knew, and I could have won some money. So in certain situations, guys, a pocket pair is actually going to be a dog to overcards. I mean, it's always going to be close. But sometimes the pocket pair is going to be ahead, and sometimes it's going to be behind. One fun little example. Wow, come on. Let's see that king or queen. Let's see that king or queen for you, Conover. And we don't.
Dutchie,
We don't.
Well, how many minutes is the level of each blind in this tourney?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
We're going to have to wait until the next until the next blind increase to find out.
Okay.
So here's a fun little thing, right? If you have pocket 2s on one hand, you've got jack 10 suited on another, and you've got ace king offsuit on another. You can always be in a spot where you can let the guy pick any one of those 3 hands, and you can pick another hand that's going to be a favorite. So in that situation, pocket 2s is beat by jack 10 suited. If you actually run that, pocket 2s is not a favorite over jack 10 suited. Jack 10 suited is a favorite over pocket 2s. But pocket 2s is a favorite over ace king offsuit, which in turn is a favorite over the jack 10 suited. So you get this kind of rock, paper, scissors, what is that? Rock, paper, scissors effect in poker, where one strategy or one hand is better than another strategy, or another hand is better than a third strategy, and a third hand which is better than the first. It's pretty interesting stuff, right? Or is it just interesting to me? I don't know. Okay, final table, you guys. We're looking pretty good. We're in, what are we, 3rd place here? And liking our spot, we'll go ahead and make that min raise against Conover. Kind of a disaster for Conover or Wally or me to get knocked out at this point with these 2 smaller stacks in play. So we'll go ahead and make a raise against Conover. We'll see if he decides to take a flop with us. And he doesn't. So we're 2nd out of 6. And we don't attack the drowning stacks. These are the guys we're going to stay away from. The stacks that we're going to go try to take advantage of are Conover, Wally, and Italy Kid 9. Especially Italy Kid 9. Really, we've been leaving Italy Kid alone, but we should be trying to take his big blinds. That's really what we should be doing. So the Clubber says, good luck everyone except Conver. Thank you, Clubber. I appreciate your good luck wish. We'll make this fold. Make that fold. Guys, thanks again so much for joining us. Wow, 3 in the morning, 3:13 in the morning Pacific Standard Time, and we got 563 viewers. Can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys joining us tonight. All of our viewers, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, please click that follow button. It don't cost you nothing, And we're going to keep on streaming every day between now and the World Series of Poker. I got to think there's a lot of new viewers who are just passing through who might not know what they're watching. My name's Dutch Boyd. I'm a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and I'm streaming every day between now and the series at the end of May, except taking Tuesdays off. We're going to be playing a lot of tournaments. We're going to be having little poker clinics where we talk about poker. We're going to be making it a pot-sized bet here, and hopefully we can just get Italy Kid to fold. Italy Kid probably has some stupid hand like 10-7 suited. If Conover actually had any sort of decent hand, he would have made a raise. This is not how we want it to play out. But, God. Now what do we do, guys? Now what we do is we fire out that C-bet. We try to pick up the 20K in chips in front of us. And if this goes down in flames, oh, what a disaster for us.
What? There's a disaster that happened?
Well, maybe, or it could catapult us into the lead right now. So we'll find out.
Oh God.
Hopefully, Conover is sitting here with pocket fives and decides to make the fold. Make the fold, Conover. Make the fold. I think he folds, guys. I think he folds. Obviously, we are folding to any bet.
You could be waiting for your stream. Sniping. Oh God.
He could be.
Jesus Christ.
He could be sniping.
Is he sniping you?
I don't think so.
I mean, that's a lot of snipe.
It's going to take a long time for him to snipe.
Oh God. He is. Shit.
No, he's not. We make the fold. Very frustrating, you guys. Very frustrating. Italy Kid says, I had 10-10 again. Nice hand. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Italy Kid. If you had 10-10, you would have raised pre-flop. That's what would have happened if you had 10-10. Conover had the real hand there. There's no way that Conover is shoving there with without at least a pair. No, of course he had. Of course he had. Something. Of course he had something. That went downhill in a hurry. But we are sitting here still 4th out of 6. Now we are kind of one of the drowning stacks. Kind of sucks to be us right now. Kind of sucks to be us right now. I'll tell you, Conover, you put in a lot of heat to make that happen. What do we do here, guys? We got 10, 11, 12 big blinds with the ace-5 suited. We'll make the fold. We just make the fold. We're in that tween stack, so it's too big. It's too big to make that shove. It's too small to make a normal raise. We're pretty much just going to fold and fold and fold until we get down to a 10 big blind stack. Well, shoot. God, it always feels wrong to fold, but that's what we're going to do. We are going to fold our way to that 10 big blind stack. We're going to go ahead and let the bigger stacks go ahead and do their thing, and we're going to play. We're going to play a smaller stack here, and we're going to be playing open shove poker. Okay, so we're going to take a flop here probably. We're getting pretty good odds, and it's kind of like a free flop because there's not really a difference between the stack that we have now and a stack minus 1 big blind. So we'll go ahead and hope for magic, and if the flop comes out just right, we're going to be able to double up there. And it didn't. It didn't come out just right. Instead, it came out just wrong. Very, very wrong. But again, it's kind of like one of those free shots because it didn't really hurt us at all. Now we're sitting here with a much, much more manageable 10x. Much more manageable. This is either a shove or a fold, and in this spot we just fold. Pocket sixes, this is going to be the shove. This is what we're looking for. We have a little bit of fold equity, and wow, we're able to actually pick up a pretty big addition to our stack without having to fade a flop, which is always pretty nice. We'll fold the twos. We're never ahead. We're always just like maybe slightly ahead. We also have to worry about the 3 stacks behind us. We don't really need to be doing the dirty work of making the call here against 3-barrel. Even when we're ahead, we're only slightly ahead. So either a big, big dog or a very small favorite. Queen 3 suited. We go ahead and make the fold. Go ahead and let one of these bigger stacks do the dirty work of taking imps to out.
I'm still in. Still in it to win it.
Someone
Fourth out of
asked,
six.
Why is 5-5 better than Ace King? Could you explain, Dutch boy?
I don't know how to explain it better than run it through a simulator. Pocket
Do
fives.
you recommend a good simulator?
I like the one on Card Player.
Okay. And
Wow, Imsta just goes ahead and doubles up. Good for you,
is there
Imsta.
any free roll?
Wow, look at this. This is awkward.
Is Poker Zero still around?
No, not anymore.
It's not. Oh.
This is such an awkward spot. Such an awkward spot because I feel like it's too many chips to shove, too few chips to make this min raise. Yep, Conover, that's how we all felt about you not too long ago. That is how we all felt about you not too long ago. Now you've got the chip stack. Now you can make the comments. Yeah, this is a call. We're gonna go ahead and make the call here. A lot of times we're just crushing him. So let's see. Jack, do we get to hold? Do we get to hold? No 7. Let's see a queen. There we go, guys. Back up to 30K. Kid's got alligator blood, they say. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Imsta. I wonder if they realize that we were down to 170 not too long ago. Less than one big blind. Okay, 10-4 off now. Now we can go ahead and make a 3-bet here and see if we can't get Wally 4-2 to just fold to us. Kind of a disaster for you to get knocked out at this point, Wally. So, and we're going to go ahead and take advantage of Italy Kid too here. If Conover and Imsta folds, we're making that $2,400 bet. What? What? Conover makes a little open limp. God, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. Why do you tempt me so, Conover? Conover, you're getting the bony fish for that. You can't open limp in this situation, you guys. We're at a final table, 5 players left, and you're going to open limp under the gun with the chip stack? Jesus, it's so bad. So bad. Yeah, Poker SNCO says folds ace queen but bluffs a third of stack with 6-4. It makes no sense. Poker's NCO. I could try to explain it to you, you know, but if you don't understand, you don't understand. If you don't understand what we're doing, just sit back and watch. And just trust me when I say there is method to the madness. Just trust me when I say I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, and sometimes we make mistakes. Other times we make moves that, of course, must be wrong. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We know what we're doing here. So we go ahead and c-bet. We don't love it if Conover raises us. Wow, look at that. Makes that min raise. So we'll go ahead and make the call. See what that turn brings. What could he have? Pretty sure we're ahead here, guys. Pretty sure we're ahead. If we make the call here, we're going to basically be forced to make a call on the river. So we'll fire it out. We'll see if we can't just get him to fold his combo draw. Fold your 5 outer, Conover. We've got the top pair. Fold your 5 outer. This could be the end of Sid the Sloth, you guys. This could be the end of Sid the Sloth. Conover, are you making a nit roll or a slow roll? Neither. We are back to the chip lead, you guys, from 0 to hero in just 200 hands. How do we do it? How do we do it? I don't know. I don't know. But the way that we do it is by making plays that we get a lot of people to disagree with. R. McLennan, good to see you. Love Hammer. Pippin 87. We've got Lib Big saying, I'd like to play poker, but I don't want to give any money into it, so I'm looking for a good free roll sites. Can you help me? Lib Big, I wish I could. I'll tell you what, Lib Big, actually, you know, this is the one rare case where I'm actually going to recommend you check out swcpoker.eu. Not for any sort of live action, but they do have a lot of... yeah, we're going to go ahead and make the call here just because we are in a situation where we're getting such sick odds, and I think that we can just take it right here. I think we could take it. I think that we can probably get Wally 4-2 and Italy Kid 9 to look down at their stupid overcards and fold. I guess not. Lib Big,
there's all sorts of free rolls you can find online. This is the only time you're ever going to hear me recommend playing some of these offshore U.S. facing illegal sites. Don't play for real money on them, but they all have free rolls. One free roll that I really like, one site that has a lot of free rolls that I kind of like is SWC Poker. It's good software. They've got free rolls every single day. God, I want to go ahead and I just want to pot it right now. What's wrong with me? Why didn't I pot that into Imsta? I don't know. Wow. 9, 10. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet and see if we can just get him to fold. Most of the online sites, most of the illegal U.S. facing offshore sites are going to have free rolls. So we go ahead and fire out a 2x here. Most of them are gonna have free rolls in order to attract you to come on in and put your money into their illegal offshore U.S. facing site. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raise this, Italy kid, because we don't believe you. When you donk lead into that, we just don't believe that you have a hand that you're willing to put your whole stack into, and that's what we're basically threatening here. We're saying, if you want to continue with this hand, there's a decent chance that it's going to cost you your whole stack. So let's go ahead and fire out half pot size bet. See if we can get Italy Kid 9 to fold. Of course, if he calls, we're done with the hand, and there's really nowhere to go with it. Maybe not, though. If Italy Kid 9 calls here and then checks to us on the river, we might put him to the test. We very well might. We might say, you know what, 21,000 more. We'll see. I think he folds, though. I'm pretty sure he folds. I think that we get away with this bluff. He's looking around the table. Should have shoved the flop. Nice turn. I can't beat you with a bat, man. Thank you very much for making the fold, Italy Kid. You definitely should have shoved the flop if you weren't prepared to go the whole way with the hand. Let's go ahead and keep on keeping on. We're going to go ahead and keep on making those loose pre-flop raises because we are in the spot where we've got the chip lead. It's an ICM disaster for any of these guys to go out before Imsta. We don't go after Imsta because as long as Imsta's in, we're able to keep the tension on the other stacks. What we're trying to do here, we don't attack the drowning stack. We don't do it. We attack Wally now. We attack Italy Kid. We keep the pressure on Conniver. We stay away from Imsta. If there's a spot where Imsta shoves and we're kind of thinking about whether we call or whether we fold, keep in mind that as soon as we lose Imsta, now all these guys are going to be opening up. So like here, we're able to put a lot of pressure on Wally 4-2 with our pocket nines here. A lot of pressure on Conniver with our pocket nines here. No, we aren't. We're folding, you guys. We're folding a 2x under the gun followed by a quick 3-bet. We're going to make that fold with pocket nines. Yep, that is true, Italy Kid. Wow, and look, Conniver just open limping again. Let's fire out the pot. Let's do this. I just don't like the open limps here. It's just asking to be, just asking to be bet off the hand. Go ahead and give me, 4,200 without even a risk there. Every single time I'll take it. We got 2-3 off suit. Everyone folds to us. Nope. Imsta goes ahead and makes a shove. We're not making a call. We're not going out of our way to eliminate the short stack with this kind of stack. We're going to keep on putting pressure on Wally. Keep on putting pressure on these two guys right here, trying to push down the other big stacks. And eventually what would be great is we're still five-handed and they all have one big blind in front of them. Yeah, nice call there, Wally 4-2. We fire out a half pot size bet. If the pot scares you, it scares them too. That's how we take down tournaments with the 7-3 offsuit. Make the fold here. Maybe we raise if it's not Imsta's big blind, but you don't attack a drowning stack. This is how we do it, boys. 680 views at 3:30 in the morning. Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you're just joining us, please hit that follow button.
Keep on watching as we do things like take down World Series of Poker final tables left and right. Keep on watching as we put on our poker clinic tomorrow in less than 12 hours. We're going to be talking about C betting, VPIP, introducing game theory, and the difference between GTO, game theory, optimal play versus exploitive play. Join us for that at 3 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's 3:30 right now. So join us for that, and join us on Monday and Thursday where we're going to be doing our HPT viewing parties. We are actually really lucky because next Thursday we're going to have Rob Perlman, join us for an HPT viewing party where oh, come on, Italy kid. See, if IMSTA doesn't raise there, we probably re-raise. And actually, at this point, it's really, really tempting just to re-raise there. Squeeze these two guys out, have plenty of dead money against IMSTA, and keep them in with our 5-3 off. Nice hand there. IMSTA 1, nice double up. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we got Italy Kid 9 going out next. It really wouldn't surprise me. We're going to go ahead and fold here because now Italy Kid is not one of the stacks we want to go after. We'll go ahead and just fold. Now Italy Kid 9 is the drowning stack. Even though he's not, bottom man on the totem pole, he feels like he is. So we can expect him to be scrambling around in the water, drowning, looking for air, looking for the life support. He sees us and he pulls us down with him. He's going to be making some moves. Okay, guys. Shredded Squad says, pretty sure Dutch is the only guy at this table who knows what ICM is, LOL. You might be right, man. You might be right. But I guarantee you all of these guys know implicitly that there's a big difference between going out next and going out second. Every single one of these guys would rather get $288 than $115. So, yeah, look at what we just had. Don't attack a drowning stack. That's what just happened here is Italy Kid is out. So who do we go for now? We are four-handed. We're going for Conover. We're going for Wally. If IMSTA shoves here, I don't know what we do. 7, 8, 9, 10. Let him think about it. Wally 4-2. Give it some thought here. See what's going on. Wow, you're just going to make the call. What do you do, Conover? Get out of our way. I don't blame you. Let's go ahead and fire out a C-bet, 4,400, and think about what we do if Wally 4-2 raises us. Did it pretty quick, didn't he? Let's go ahead and call, and we're going to check raise him on the turn if he fires out. This could be really bad, though, guys. 12K is what we'd be left with if Pocket 8s isn't the best hand here. And Wally 4-2 could be slow playing a big pocket pair. He could have like aces or kings or queens. He could be making that slow play. I mean, fuck, he could have a 7. But I don't think he does. I think what we're looking at here is I think that we've got the best of it. So let's make the call. Hope to dodge a heart. And yeah, we got the best of it. Nice hand, Wally. Thank you for playing. We'll see you later. And we've got a huge dominating chip position here against Conover and IMSTA. And how do we play it? We stay away from IMSTA. We go after Conover, and we try to push them down. It's kind of like, you're pushing on the heads of two little kids at this point, right? And you're like, okay, you get down. And then once he's a little, you get down. And you keep on kind of pushing him down. Keep on pushing them down until eventually you are still three-handed and they both only have one big blind in front of them. That's really what you're trying to do here. So Conover makes the open. We'll go ahead and just shove it. And we'll let him think about this extra $115 in front of him between second and third. Give it some thought, Conover. I want you to go ahead and give this some real thought. Think about what you're going to do with that $115. Okay, pocket 3s, and yeah, it's good enough where we're just going to go ahead and shove into Conover. IMSTA 1, this is really the blind that we want to be going after, so let's go ahead and fire out a 2x. If Conover raises, we will get out of the way. Now what we would like to happen is Conover folds. I mean, eventually we got to bust him, right? Eventually we're going to have to bust him. So let's go ahead and... we're going to make the fold here. We're going to make the fold. We want to go ahead and keep Conover in. We don't really feel like doubling him up. We are going to make the fold so we can... I mean, we'll shove, I guess. Hope that he actually wakes up with a hand. We're not going to slow play because it just sirens should be going off if we make that slow play. Let's go ahead and just fire out. At this point, we're sitting here with less than 10 big blinds effective stacks. Both of them are looking at the difference between second and third. So this is why we didn't want to double up Conover, is because he's not gonna let himself lose. Wow, look at this. We get the quick call by Imsta, and we could win this right here and right now. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just win it right here, right now. Imsta, what are you doing, man? You can't fold that. King. Well, it would have been nicer if we won that, if a king or a queen hit. But now we're going to be heads up against Conover, so we'll go ahead and make the... let's just go ahead and... yeah, you know what? We're just going to make the call. We can just call against you, Conover. You got it, Conover. Do you want to go ahead and raise there? Let's do it. It's okay. It's okay to call. Go for it. Now let's hit that queen. Ah, jeez. Okay. Heads up for all the marbles. Let's go, Conover. You and me. We are even stacks. It's not quite what we wanted. Not quite what we wanted, but we're okay with it. Nice job getting here, Conover. We are heads up against the bony fish, and had a nice little shot at just knocking him out there. Kind of a disaster if aces holds up and the queen and the queen plays. That would have really been a disaster for Conover. And you guys are gonna see how we play against a heads up opponent. Basically, what we're gonna do is we keep on putting on the post flop aggression. We raise almost every button, and we hope that we're ahead here with two pair. We're probably ahead with two pair, right? Of course, we're ahead with two pair, Conover. You make the fold. So right off the bat, we can tell you Conover is playing too passively on the button. He really needs to be raising his button like pretty much 90% of the time. We are heads up, you guys. Heads up. What do we do here? Do we make the shove or do we just call? It's okay to just call. Let's see a flop and see what happens. The 8-9-4 comes out. Conover now looks at his ace-jack or his ace-queen, and it doesn't look so good anymore, does it, Conover? Doesn't look so good anymore. Let's go ahead and just put him to the test. We can do this. Overcards are no good, Conover. If he makes the call, I'm pretty sure that we are ahead and we have to dodge 6 outs. Yes, we have the pair, Conover. We have the pair. Got the queen 7 off suit. He's sitting there with 22 bigs. He makes a raise. Good raise. A little too much, though, Conover. A little too much. And we go ahead and make the raise here. What do we do here? Conover, I don't know, buddy. It's been good playing with you, bud. Good playing with you. You played pretty decent to get here. You got, I'm impressed that you were able to make it this deep.
What the fuck? You need to give that guy a fish.
The guy who folded with the for the 177. I mean, yeah, of course. Even Exum was laughing at that one. Do we fold here? I mean, we gotta bust him eventually, right? We gotta bust him eventually, but we're gonna go ahead and actually make the fold here, just because it's too much. 20 bigs, we'll make the fold. We'll go ahead and give him credit for having something. Maybe he just got us off. You know, maybe he just got us off the best hand. It could happen. Could happen. He's definitely looking down at his stack and feeling bad about it. So, pretty good flop for Queen 3. Let's go ahead and check to him and see if we can get him to fire out. He fires out. Let's go ahead and call. We'll let him keep on firing out. Hopefully. Let's fire out a 4400. I wonder if we were able to get all of his chips there if we check raise on the flop. We might have been able to. We raise here. Man, if he shoves here, what do we do, guys? If he shoves here, I mean, we got to take him out eventually, right? Shoving for the 20 bigs, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like we're behind here. So we'll make the fold. We'll make the fold. I think a lot of times we were looking at kind of a dominating situation there, so I'm okay with folding. What do you do, Conover? What do you do here, Conover? And it's a fold. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. If you haven't yet, please go ahead and click on that follow button. It'd be really awesome if we could get some follows. Don't forget that we're giving all subscribers that nice sub benefit, that nice sub perk of a digital copy of Poker Tilt. We're not shipping you the actual physical version of Poker Tilt. All we'd be doing is sending you the download link to the DRM free version for your Kindle or your Nook or your iPad. I spent more than a year writing this book, so hopefully you give it a read. And we're giving it to all of our subscribers, but we appreciate your views and your attentions anyway without the subscribe. You know, if nothing else, please go ahead and hit that follow button. It really means a lot to us. I mean, that's a pretty good flop for us. So maybe we can go ahead and get him to fire out the shove here. We're definitely calling if he shoves. What, Conover? What are you doing here? What are you doing? How much more can we get from him? Yeah, I think maybe he's slow playing a really big hand, you guys. Maybe he's just like slow playing aces there and we just crack him off. Okay, King 3 offsuit, not horrible. He's sitting there, he's kind of drowning. He's got 17 big blinds in front of him. He makes a raise all in. We'll go ahead and call. Of course we make the call. We've got a king. We check to him. And Conover makes a quick check behind and he gets the one card on the turn that we really don't like to see. We're still going to make the call here though. Another ace actually really helps our hand, so let's go ahead and just check to him and see if maybe he gives a bluff. The other ace makes it much less likely that he was holding an ace. So now what are we looking at? We're looking at 12, 13 effective is what he's got. We keep on making those aggressive pre-flop raises. I mean, eventually we're going to have to get it all in against him. This is what's going to have to happen, but when that happens, we'd like to go ahead and at least be a small favorite instead of sitting there with a deuce 4 suited. And I mean, are you going to let us just keep on chipping away at you? We'll go ahead and fold here. We're not going to double them up yet. We're going to keep on trying to chip away and chip away. Pretty good hand. Call. Ace, ace, 6. That's probably going to do it. No club, no club. Dodge the club. There it is, boys and girls. We got a W. That is it. Yay!
There's some questions that people have.
No, guys, we don't want to watch the tournament hand history, but we are going to put up this congratulations. We like those congratulations. You can give us congratulations, WSOP, when we actually win a tournament. That's when it's okay to give us that congratulatory note. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We're going to have our poker clinic tomorrow at 3 p.m. talking about VPIP, talking about the C-bet, talking about game theory optimal versus exploitive play and what those are and what they mean for your poker tournament. Come keep on joining us. We are 2 for 2 tonight. Look at that. We got a full-on W. You got to love it when it's a full-on W. And we also had an in the money, so we are 2 for 2 in the money, 50% for our slugging home run percentage. Pretty good batting tonight, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I got to tell you guys, it's been a lot of fun. Please join us tomorrow for our 3 p.m. poker clinic. Join us on Monday and Thursday for our Heartland Poker Tour viewing parties. We're going to have Rob Perlman, next Thursday, this upcoming Thursday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. He's going to be with us, and we're going to review his tournament, the Heartland Poker Tour that he won. He took down, $100 and something thousand right here in Vegas against some of the toughest pros in the world. He took it down, and he's going to show us how he navigated through that field and through that final table, and we are going to analyze his play and that of all the other poker players at the final table. We're going to put them under the microscope. Thank you so much for Heartland Poker Tour for letting us do it. And guys, thanks so much. If you haven't hit that that follow button, please hit the follow button. It doesn't cost you anything. Keep in mind that we are giving all those subs, those perks. So don't be shy with the sub button either. Follow us on Twitter at Dutch Boyd. Follow us on Twitter at 1st at first. We've got Instagram down there. We've got our YouTube channel down there in the panels. And we're gonna go to the chat for a few minutes, and then we are going to call it a night. Hey, we wouldn't have been, we wouldn't have made this happen if it weren't for you, Crooked Dish. This one was for you because we would have called it a night back at 11:15 if you hadn't started donating.
All those people
So
said they were gonna sub if you won.
all those people who said that they were that you guys were gonna sub if we won, well, we just got that W, so we're waiting. Thank you guys so much. I can't tell you how much it means to me. So I'm going to go to the chat here really quick, and we're going to take a look at some of the questions. Then I might see if I can't host another stream. But first, I think that we're going to pop on a commercial. We're gonna put the hoodie on to let us know to pop the commercial on. And if you're sitting here with your ad blocker, then you're not gonna see it. Turn off your ad blocker. Support the streams by at least sitting through a commercial. You can do it for us, right, guys? Let's take a look and see what the other poker streams are going tonight. We've got Mr. Poker Donk. Do we have anybody that we know? We don't, guys. I wish that there was someone that we could throw some stuff to. If Dodgy, if you're watching this, or Connor, if you're watching this, if you guys want to jump on, I'd be more than happy to give you guys the throw. So let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to take a look at the chat. We're going to try to do a little wrap up, guys. Ace King. This is it. This is what we like to see. And thank you guys so much. I'm taking a look at the. Is it going to be on YouTube as well? Maybe, and that will definitely make the highlight reel, you guys. So thank you so much. I'm staying in chat for just a few more minutes. We're going to go ahead and call it. Thank you, Obama is OP and Grateful Mouse, for joining us. Rosin Tech, Marsupial. We love you guys. We love you subscribers. So thank you so much. It's always really cool to actually end with the W. With the W on Twitch live. Indy Storm says, that was a sick comeback. Good luck. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Indy Storm. I really appreciate you hanging out with us this late. Sneebuck, Timo, X-Dang, Dingo, R. McLennan, Iron Fist. Definitely, Iron Fist and R. McLennan, thank you guys for your constructive criticism and feedback. You definitely, yeah, R. McLennan, I mean, it was down to one big blind. I don't know if you probably got it here a little late, but it was a pretty big comeback. Thank you, All Bark. Thank you, Poker SNCO, and Iron Fist, R. McLennan. What I was saying is thank you guys for your constructive criticism on my plays. I definitely appreciate it. Even when we disagree, it's always helpful to both of us to actually have the argument when it comes to these plays. So, X-Dan Dingo, Arista Crack, Rui, and Marsupial, we love you subscribers. We wouldn't be here without you. If you're just watching, please go ahead and click on that follow button. I really appreciate it. We got Willow 807. Is this for real money? It is for real money. We just took it down. Timo 3004. I'm gonna go smoke a Dutchman in your honor. I wish that I could too. I gave up the drugs long ago. Thank you guys so much. I'm subbing tonight. It says Iron Fist. I'm waiting for it. Iron Fist. I'm waiting for it. I don't really think that. I think that's gonna be it for us, guys. We're gonna go ahead and turn it all off. And we're gonna go eat some pizza. We finally.
I don't have pizza. I want steak.
We might not eat pizza. We might eat steak.
Pizza.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. And this is great practice for the World Series of Poker. Make sure to follow us tomorrow.
Our waffle friend is here, so I might have a waffle now.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
So,
I'm gonna stay in chat just to kind of sum it up, but we are shutting this down.
Could you ask anyone that wants to put? Did you already shut it down?
Yeah, I'm shutting it down.